and to her right, Board Member Stephen Moore. Michael, will you introduce the staff that's with us today? I know Mr. Howard.
Gladly. Mr. Howard is over at the legislature testifying this morning. I'm Michael Lawford, Chief Counsel, joined by Chief Deputy Eric Oppenheimer, and then assistants to the board, Courtney Tyler and Clerk Janine Townsend.
Emergency evacuation procedure, for those of you who don't know our procedures yet. Look for the exit nearest you, and if you hear an emergency sound, pick up your belongings, take your friends, proceed cautiously downstairs and out the building. We reconvene at J. Neely Park, which is down 10th Street, 11th Street. Oh no, we're going to go to Cesar Chavez again? Excellent. Okay, so we're back in Cesar Chavez Park. We meet near 10th and J if you want to know when the all clear comes, so you can come back with us. But there is, as Vice Chair Spivey Weber reminds me, there is the farmer's market today, so pretty nice place to be able to go and spend some time. The meeting is being webcast and recorded, which means when you come up to speak, try and get close enough to the microphone that it picks up. You see me struggling with this to make sure it gets picked up, but also that it doesn't pop. That's just for the folks that are online listening, and occasionally our friends in the radio business also like to take recordings, and those pops are particularly unnerving. So please try and do that. Also, take your noise-making devices and put them on silent or stun or turn them off. Just out of courtesy to everyone, we do want to know what Siri has to say, but sometimes that interrupts the meeting. And with that, we're on to public forum, which is the part of the meeting where people who wish to speak to us on something that's not on the agenda can do so. We have two items today, one a presentation and the other a speaker. I'm going to start with the speaker, if that's all right. And we're honored to have Tomas Torres from EPA Region 9 with us today. He's the Water Division Director and a long and illustrious history with the agency. Thank you for joining us. Make sure it's on.
How about now?
That
Great.
sounds pretty good. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Chair Marcus and the board. My name is Tomas Torres, and I am the director of EPA's Water Division in San Francisco. And I'm actually here to deliver some good news on the state revolving fund, specifically the drinking water state revolving fund. Before I do that, just a couple of prior sort of where we've been and where we're at this point. As you recall, on April 19th, EPA issued a notice of noncompliance to the state of California for basically sitting at about $455 million of state revolving funds. And
in a different year.
Yes,
Yeah.
Exactly. So at the time, as you know, the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund was being managed by the Department of Public Health. So on July 23rd, we agreed on a very comprehensive corrective action plan, which basically laid out a pretty robust set of targets and milestones whereby the state of California would need to achieve. Otherwise, we would withhold funding. And it was a very tough negotiation, very tough corrective action plan. And then, of course, on July 1st, 2014, when the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund was transferred from the Department of Public Health to the State Water Resources Control Board, you assume responsibility for that corrective action plan. And so basically today I'm here to announce that you are done with the corrective action plan. You've completed the corrective action plan, and you are now in compliance with all of the regulations, and especially with respect to financial management. At the time, California was number one in across the country in terms of unliquidated obligations of any state. And so it was not a good place to be, but you are now at a really good place. And so just wanted to point out a couple of things that went into our analysis and determination. So in the past 48 months, as part of this notice of noncompliance, you have reduced the unspent amount of money by $353 million. In the past 4 years, California has committed more than $1 billion, both in federal and state funds, towards on-the-ground projects, and has disbursed about $738 million, which is more than twice as much as it did 4 years before that, which is a pretty significant milestone. It really speaks to the financial management prowess of the state. Before all of this happened, California really fell short with respect to having adequate financial management practices. Now you are the leader across the country with respect to not only financial management, but also with cash flow modeling and things of that sort, which are incredibly important in a program like this. So I also want to really thank the staff within the state board and also within the Department of Public Health. I think they've done an incredible job in fulfilling all of the very robust commitments within this corrective action plan, and really to you and your leadership for supporting them to be where we are now. And so congratulations, and I look forward to continuing to work with you on protecting public health and also in protecting California's drinking water. Thank you.
Let me simply say, particularly as a former EPA alum, how pleased I am that you chose to come down here and publicly announce that. Generally, enforcement actions are the only thing that gets announced, or corrective action letters. And I think I think that's a historic moment for you to come and actually announce our compliance and, in fact, our leadership. So thank you for doing that. You're modeling some behavior that we need to think about too in our work with local governments and others. I really appreciate that and the relationship. We're very proud of our Division of Financial Assistance as well as our Drinking Water Division and staff, and they pride themselves, and we're proud of them for their financial management skill. So for you to acknowledge it, and more importantly, for that money to get out the door where it's going to help people on the ground with their drinking water needs, it's really an important day. But thank you for doing that. That really, I appreciate that. And Darren, you can take a little victory lap for your staff around the room if you'd like.
I figured I
see
probably
them
should do
sitting
that.
here.
So, the staff worked really hard. We inherited the staff. They already had a lot of the work underway before they came. So it's a lot of the staff from CDPH that just kept carrying the torch, and we added to it with modifying and giving them a new policy very quickly and bringing them into our financial management with our cash flow model and stuff like that. So it was a combination of existing DFA staff and existing former CDFA staff that are now with us that really pulled it off. And I'll even take a little one extra on Tomas there, is that we got approved early. Technically, we had some more dates to complete, but we convinced them that we're going to meet those. And so we're not even going to have to wait until I think it was June 30th was one of our last dates to meet. So I'm really proud that we were able to accomplish that. And it's on a good stead. And in about 2 years, I'll be about where we are with the drinking water SRF, which is either selling bonds or telling you we're going to slow down. That's how fast we're going. So there.
Thank you. A lot of work to do. Well, that's a nice way to start the day. And another nice way to start the day is our next presentation, which is, did you guys want to go early? Yeah. We have a presentation related to water conservation campaigns, as you know, throughout the number 9. Oh, yeah, it's on it. We actually gave it a number. It's number 9, number 9, number 9. So presentation on lawn dude. Lawn dude. Yeah, no, the fact of the matter, we've had presentations on some of the great campaigns, and I actually, throughout the course of the year, and I think if we can keep these coming, it's all to the good. We've seen San Francisco's, and but no one can top lawn dude. Yeah.
Members of the board, Chair Marcus, my name is George Kosterico. I'm the Director of Public Affairs for the State Water Resources Control Board. I don't think it's been any secret that one of the key triumphs in our experience with drought here in California has been the myriad of partnerships that unified our collective efforts to encourage Californians to conserve water during one of the worst droughts in recent memory. One such collaboration resulted in a public-private partnership between the Southern California Water Committee and Clear Channel Outdoors when they created a dynamic drought messenger who goes by the name of Lawn Dude. To hear more about their effective campaign, now in its third year, to cut through the static of Southern California culture and drive the important message of water conservation, please welcome to my far right, Charlie Wilson, Executive Director of the Southern California Water Committee, and to my immediate right, Lane Lawson, Director of Public Affairs for Clear Channel Outdoors, Southern California Division.
Thank you very much, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Charlie Wilson, I'm the new Executive Director of the Southern California Water Committee. For those that are not familiar with us, we're a 501c3 public education group, so when you talk about enforcement, we can't enforce anything. But what we can do is talk to the public, and part of why we were created with an umbrella organization is to try to educate those in Southern California specifically, roughly Kern County, south to the Mexican border and all the way out to the state line. So we have a very broad set of media markets. We've got a very diverse population base, but what we try to do is to go out and figure out ways to talk about water, the importance of water, water resiliency, and in the case of the drought, what people can do around drought and particularly lawns. So in 2014, we came up with Lawn Dude, and he's very Southern California. So we wanted to make sure everybody understood this is the dude, and this is only a Southern California dude. And we can do things that public agencies just can't. So our mission, though, is to encourage the public to conserve. We wanted to take the mission very seriously. We wanted a fresh, kind of a sassy, sort of a different way to present that a public agency or maybe even companies can't do. And I will tell you, if you've ever been in a comedy writing room, the political incorrectness that can go with that, the creative channels that we went through in the development of Lawn Dude pushes all of those envelopes. But what you'll see today is what we came up with and what we actually thought was appropriate to share with the public and not cross the line. So where you...
I want to see the outtakes.
No, you really don't. But we want to be able to utilize our opportunity with Clear Channel. It's a terrific public-private partnership. And because of the diversity of Southern California, without Clear Channel and the ability for us to partner with a company like this, we really would not have been able to afford the kind of campaign we've been able to put together. So let me share with you just historically. We started in 2014. 2014, July, hot. And so we realized that the dude's got a bit of a drinking problem. And the dude, we needed to try to have him cut down. So we developed the initial Lawn Dude campaign, and you know, it just because of who he is, we just couldn't have him get hosed. So Lawn Dude launched in July. This ran in Southern California. We had tremendous response from this, and we'd be amazed at what kinds of calls and the reaction we got from the billboard, just a billboard campaign, and through Southern California commuters. We then went later in that year a bit more risque, where Lawn Dude, it's hot, you know, and he's got to lose some of those clothing, some of that cover. And so we went to taking it all off. And Lawn Dude, you can imagine those outtakes. My succulent new style, we wanted to make sure that people understood that we were bridging away from lawns, away from grass, away from turf, and moving into California native drought-tolerant plants, really much more applicable to Southern California and California water use. In 2015, well, you guys know it better than most, we were asked to go on a bit of a diet. And so the dude, he tried to pull the belt in, tried to suck it up and make it happen. And again, we're still working on the drinking piece. And so the dude was asked, just lay off the sauce, cool it, my friend. You've got to be able to relax, and you got to put the drink down. Again, in 2015, we were kicking grass and taking names. We were on it. And this is where we really got there, and We try not to take it terribly seriously, but we were manscaping the landscape. Okay, let's just be serious. We're going to have to do some serious work, keep things under control.
Well, and when you think about the level of turf replacement in Southern California that's taken place, the lines, the folks that have, in weeks, every bit of rebate money that any of your agencies put out, Met in particular, but all the agencies, pretty impressive. I suppose you probably don't have the money to do the polling to see how much Lawn Dude influenced, but I'm sure Lawn Dude played a role.
Lawn Dude had a role, and the second those monies were available, they were oversubscribed. So Southern Californians took this very seriously. While the dude may be a little bit on the edge, you can see the sass, you know, you would never see a public agency do this. But it works. It works, and it hit a different demographic than anybody else could hit. It's not in your bill. It's not the serious piece. It's something that was to catch your eye very specifically around the medium, and it really did resonate.
Thanks, Charlie. Lane Lawson, Director of Public Affairs for Clear Channel Outdoor, Southern California Division. I just kind of want to get into what we did. Clear Channel Outdoor donated over 40 digital billboards for each of the campaigns in high impact areas. Lawn Dude's conservation slogan were featured more than 175,000 times. And, of course, he was happy to meet Felicia Marcus. So that brings us to 2016. El Nino obviously didn't balance our water budget, and now we face a fifth year of drought, and we have an election coming up. So as you can imagine, we were kind of looking at what we could do around election time. Agencies may receive conservation flexibility, but we can't lose momentum because the drought just simply isn't over. California primary is a great opportunity to engage the public in a fun dialogue once again. So to introduce our 2016 Lawn Dude, we will put that up now. El Nino campaigned on empty promises. And my campaign pledge is to conserve, conserve, conserve. So that is our campaign for 2016 for the campaign season. We might come up with a few different designs as the campaign goes through, but these are our initial concepts.
Now, while we can't control what people like presidential candidates will do when they come to California for the primary, clearly this kind of campaign has got people's attention because you're expecting a bit wacky. You're expecting things over the top. So I can see now people stopping, taking the double take here on Lawn Dude's like, which candidate is that? Where's that on my ballot? Where is El Nino on my ballot? But it's time, we believe, for your help as well.
Sure.
I have a question. Was it, go back to the last slide, well, this
Sure.
one too. Was it deliberate that Lawn Dude no longer has spots of brown and is completely green?
Not deliberate, just kind of putting him back together. You want to put your best face on for the campaign. We can't have him spotty just
Lawn
yet. It's
Dude
when
is
they've been
wearing
beaten
makeup.
up through the primary, then he'll come back with spots.
That's right. I think you'll see
for
him.
sure.
I think you'll see him change throughout the campaign.
So, but now we need your help. And because this is not just, just the billboards, but we try to take advantage of all the different communication channels that are available to us. So we're asking you to join the campaign today. You don't even have to be in Southern California, but if you're doing your Apple prayers while you're not disrupting today's meeting, we do want you to have your phones out. We want you to go to SoCalWater.org, take the conservation pledge. We're going to be asking everybody in Southern California to do it. You don't have to be in Southern California to take the pledge. Tell your friends, tell your family, tweet, Facebook, any posts you've got, Instagram. We want to see this put out. We want to see how this mushrooms, and we want to see what kind of penetration we can get by taking the billboards, turn it into something more, and really drive it down into the population. The drought's not over. Together, we can make conservation great again. I ask you to join Lawn Dude as we go forward into the primary season.
Fantastic. You know, tempted to say this is huge.
That's
One
good.
thing, nobody write Lawn Dude in on their ballot, as tempting as it might be. Voting is a sacred act. But thank you. Thanks for all that you guys have done, and thanks for the dude.
You are very welcome, and as a nonprofit, we have billboards for each of you to share. So if a member, give these to the clerk and she can share them, and please display them where you think they are appropriate. We're very proud of the campaign. We're very proud of the partnership that we have with Clear Channel. Without them, again, we could not have done this. I mean, the kind of dollars we're talking about to be able to put this sort of campaign together, I mean, that's a fundraising full-time just in and of itself. So this has been tremendous for both parties. We think we're doing our part. We're glad we could be a part of today.
Thank you.
Thank you to you both. Really fantastic. Captures the imagination. Well, great. We don't have minutes today. We'll do 2 of them the next time, I guess. Uncontested items, items number 3 through 5. Do we have any cards?
I will move the items.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, item number 6, California's ongoing drought.
Good morning, Board Chair, Vice Chair Spivey Weber, board members. My name is Rich Sikowski. I'm an engineer with the Division of Water Rights and the Bay Delta program. This morning, I'm just going to have one brief item to update you on, and then we'll turn it over to Ron Milligan and John Lehigh, who will talk about some other drought-related items. The one item I wanted to mention is that Water Right Term 91, which is a term that's in about 120 permits and licenses within the Bay Delta watershed, will likely be invoked within a week or two. Permits and licenses having term 91 in their water rights must cease diversion when it's noticed by the state board, and it's triggered when what's called supplemental project water is needed to meet water quality objectives in the Delta, and the Delta is in what's termed balanced conditions. So just with that, I'll turn it over to Ron and John, who will discuss basically 3 different things. One is compliance with the April 19th New Melones Temporary Urgency Change Order. The second will be the status of the update to the drought contingency plan, especially the May update, which is being targeted to be completed by May 27th. And then the third is just status of the Sacramento River temperature planning process, the temperature management plan, and the formation of the reconstituted Sacramento River Temperature Task Group. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Okay, good morning. We have the project operation dudes here for your monthly update. John Lehigh, DWR, and Ron Milligan with Reclamation. Let's see.
I've noticed I am the dude on the state board, so I relate.
We anoint you water dude.
Board dudes and dudettes. I'll go ahead and start the kind of the usual packet that we typically have here. Let's see if I can get this to work. There we go. So this is the cumulative precip throughout the state since the beginning of the water year, October 1st. And there is some better looking colors in there in the north part of the state. So near average, maybe slightly above average in some places, but by no means the drought is not over. It has been alleviated for some folks in some specific locations in the state. Most certainly some locations in the north part of the state, but definitely not the case, especially in the export areas and Southern California. So just quickly, I'll just run quickly through these. The Northern Sierra, you can see that we are tracking a little bit above average now for the year, 55 inches, with the average being 50 inches for the Northern Sierra index. And of course, here was the pattern in which the precip came in this year. We kind of had a slow start, as you recall, October, November, not so great, but we did get good precipitation for the Northern Sierra, at least 3 out of the 4 big months during the winter. February was the one exception there. And the spring here, we've been running a little bit on the dry side compared to average. The San Joaquin typically gets about 80% of the Sacramento Valley precipitation, so an average of 40 inches versus 50 inches for the Sacramento. And you can see that that total's been running about average, at least in terms of precipitation. And again, similar pattern for the San Joaquin. It started out a little bit better, October, November. Again, it had 3 out of 4 months pretty good. March wasn't nearly as good as it was for the Sacramento Valley, and that was one of the big differences between the North State and Mid-State, Mid-Sierra. And again, it's been running on the dry side now in the spring. Tulare Basin further south, a little bit less than average precip to date. And so you can see the average there is about 30 inches or just shy of 30 inches for the water year, so about 60% of what the Sacramento or the Northern Sierra typically gets. So near average, but certainly better than the last 2 years. Again, similar pattern. Tulare, though, was completely shut out from the March, the very good March that was seen further north. In fact, it was below average in March, that far down in the state. This is just the precip indexes for since 2005 to present, and I think the main takeaway from this slide is, I just spoke to, you have the dark blues, the North Sierra, Central Sierra is red, and Southern Sierra is green. And typically, I mentioned the Central Sierra would be about 80%, should be about 80% of the blue, and the Southern Sierra should be about 60%. And you can see that it's been, those indices have been tracking well below those normal percentages as compared to the north part of the state. So southern part of the state has been consistently getting missed over the drought. And those blue bars are not even as high as would be typical as well. So really kind of taking a look at the cumulative 8-station index. So this is first for the Northern Sierra, and this is since the beginning of the drought, if we count that as the beginning of water year 2012. You can see that every year we lost some ground on the Northern Sierra precip. At one point, we were close to a full year's worth of precip of deficit behind where we would typically be on a normal pattern. Some of that has been made up this year, so now we're maybe about 3/4 of a water year's total of deficit over the duration of the drought. So that certainly had impacts, cumulative impacts as we've been going with the low allocations, the low outflows, depleted groundwater levels, record-breaking groundwater levels as a substitute for source of the surface water supplies. And the Central Sierra is that cumulative total is much further behind. In fact, you can see the deficit of 70 inches. If you recall, the normal is 40 inches for a water year. So, we're almost pushing close to two water years worth of precip deficit on the San Joaquin Basin. And so that cumulative deficit is really having a toll in terms of both storages, soil moisture, and groundwater levels. The reservoir picture, so we have done well in the major reservoirs in the north, so Shasta and Oroville. Although we didn't quite fill, we came very close to filling. 96% of average at Oroville, 93% at Shasta. Folsom did well. Trinity didn't quite get to the same levels as Shasta and Oroville, so it's somewhat lagging. And as you go further south, you see that still many of the reservoirs are maybe half full. New Maloney's is certainly stands out as only a quarter full at a period where typically we'd be seeing a peak for the seasonal peak. So we have peaked out on the reservoir storages pretty much statewide. So we're starting in our drafting mode now. So here's just a close in on Shasta. You can see that it did just peak out on the way down. You can see there's some of these past years of somewhat at least in terms of surface storage recovery from drought. You can see the 77, 78 line, similar as far as regaining some of that storage. So a bit of a reprieve, at least in terms of the surface water storage in some of the major reservoirs. Same with Oroville. We've peaked out as well there and on our way down. Folsom is maybe topping out. New Melones, again, this is the exception as you go further south, and certainly no real significant recovery there on New Melones storage. And so the other storage, snowpack, percent of normal for this time, we're now at 33%. In the north, 43% in the central, and 26% in the south, so 35% statewide. We had been near average as of April 1st, especially in the north and the central, but you see some pretty rapid declines in the snowpack. So it's been melting off pretty rapidly. Those inflows into the reservoirs have dropped off significantly, and so that snowpack will be exhausted here shortly. The runoff indices. So for the Sacramento Valley, based on the May 1st snow survey, it was a below normal year classification as of April 1st, and it has stayed in that classification below normal. And now you can see across the board on all the exceedances, it's a foregone conclusion now that Sacramento Valley will remain below normal. So this is, again, this would be 9 out of 10 years where we've had a below normal or drier classification for the Sacramento Valley Index. The San Joaquin Valley Index, based on May 1st snow survey, the year type classification, as a reminder, is based on the 75% exceedance. And it's really close to the cusp there between a dry year and a below normal year. But it's actually classified as a dry year because of the use of the 75% exceedance. The forecast indicates there would be a possibility that if we were to see some wetter conditions, it could move into below normal classification. But given the precip The low precip to date this month is probably unlikely, unless some storm would materialize between now and the end of the month. There is a slight, there is some precip forecast for this weekend, but very low numbers, about a half an inch, and that's mostly in the north. With that, so we are updating, as John indicated, we are updating the drought contingency plan based on these new runoff forecasts. We expect to have those, have that out next week, and at least in terms of not a whole lot of change as it relates to at least State Water Project ops. We had announced a 60% allocation for our folks south of the Delta. Don't expect that to change based on these forecasts. Oroville storage, we're doing okay. We don't expect to see changes. We're pretty much firmed up on that allocation for the year. And with that, I will turn things over to Mr. Ron Milligan.
Good morning. I thought I'd put a couple slides in to talk about, back to the slide that John showed with the kind of the state of the snowpack, and we've talked about that at a couple of previous meetings as to, gee, what does that mean and how is that affecting kind of where our projections are. As you know, John kind of showed in those other slides, we've kind of peaked out at Oroville, Folsom, Shasta. So that's a little bit early, and we would have liked to seen probably a little more topping out. And this next couple slides, hopefully, was anyways an attempt to try to explain that a bit. This particular one has to do with inflow to Shasta, and it focuses on the April through July runoff, which is kind of typically your snowmelt runoff type of season. And if you look at this just as a cumulative inflow, that kind of purplish area, pinkish area is kind of a typical path that would be taken. And as you can see that has kind of underperformed by a couple hundred thousand acre feet in this particular season. And not to get too much into those other lines, but back on April 1st, River Forecast Center was thinking their best estimate is that we would be tracking about normal. And but that projection with the drier spring and probably just tracking where inflows and the snowmelt has kind of tracked is taken us much closer to the 90% exceedance for this particular parameter, and is actually a little bit less than what their 90% exceedance was back in the first part of April. So what this is saying is that for the April through July period, we're probably only going to see about 3/4 of the inflow to Shasta that we would have seen under a historic average. So, and that's to the tune of probably 400,000 acre feet. So as I kind of go to a subsequent slide, you know, we've kind of peaked out here around 4.2 million acre feet, where we could have, and we're thinking back around April 1st, maybe getting up to like 4.4. So that all kind of comes back to this kind of underperformance here in this particular April through July inflow, and it has a lot to do with the runoff of the snowmelt, kind of the dryness of the basin collectively, and just kind of underperforming.
Dryness of the surrounding landscape soaking more of it up is still an issue even this far into the season.
It is, and I think that in this particular part of Sierra, you have a lot of volcanic formations that do tend to have tend to be more porous, and there's some little voids in there that need to fill up. And I think you see that from the Shasta down to the Feather Basin parts of it will have that effect. This is a little bit funkier scale, but it's the same type of thing where this April through July inflow forecast for Oroville is probably 72% over this time and is starting to veer off where it's tracking less on that kind of purplish path. And
Well, and just for the people who are listening, I mean, it's easier if you can see the chart, at least for some. This whole issue of the July through, or the April through July inflow is largely snowmelt usually.
yes, the
Or
real
virtually.
reason for the focus on this is that it's heavily influenced by the snowmelt component of what you may have in your runoff forecast. So this is usually a indicator of just kind of how you would manage to top off your reservoirs as well. And here again, we're probably looking at an estimate through these 4 months of 1.2 million acre feet is what was kind of currently forecast as a best estimate, as opposed to 1.7. So now you're looking at, again, 400 to 500,000 acre feet less inflow, as it would probably be driven by some elements of hydrology or rainfall, but mostly your snowpack runoff. Interesting slide. So as you saw from John's slide, the Central Sierra, which would include the American River Basin, a little bit better sitting in terms of what's still kind of on the mountain. And to this point, a little underperforming, but not that much of a deviation. But the continued forecast is only to get to around 80%. So what this is suggesting is that we're going to see a bit of a drop off here as we go forward. And right now we're kind of matching inflows to get water out to meet delta outflow objectives. So we're going to have a spot where it's going to be hard to kind of build and continue the storage levels at Folsom. So if I take that to, this is our chart we've talked about before. This is the current isothermal bass for Lake Shasta, as we've kind of tracked. And if you just, for the moment, look at the upper line, that's kind of the overall storage. We have kind of slowed that fill to the point where we've kind of crested. And if we had been closer to even the April 1st 90% exceedance inflow, we'd probably be a good 100, 150,000 acre foot higher in storage here. That has a couple of cumulative effects, one of them being it's just less storage. So as we're starting to see the warming of the upper part of the lake starting to take effect, and there's just that much less buffer. And if I take that to a new graphic that we're trying to help folks visualize the stratification lake versus the temperature control device, what we have currently in our configuration, we are trying to manage temperatures on the river. We have seen some signs of spawning on the upper part of the Sac for Winter Run Chinook, is we have one of our upper gates closed and two of our middle gates open. And the real point here, just to kind of give an idea as to how we're mixing temperatures, but if the lake was another 100, 150,000 acre foot higher, that upper layer of warm water would be just that much higher, and we probably have a little bit more time utilizing this particular configuration. So we could maybe stretch out a little more time with the upper gates, and because we're just a little bit lower, it's putting in the warmer water a little more squarely on those gates, and we've had to pop open another middle gate to be able to manage temperatures here. Let me finish, because one of the things Rich wanted me to talk about is kind of where we are in our temperature planning process. So this is a slight adjustment, or at least the thing that we're having to adjust to with relationship to the temperature plan. We're also seeing some, back to this slide, some firming up of what's happening at this level of the boundary between the 48-degree water, kind of the 48-degree line here as to where that's sitting relative to these gates by an amount in terms of fine-tuning the summer temperatures. And depending on whether it's kind of some of our older egg mortality temperature models versus let's say, some of our newer tools. Right now, we're hovering around the 95% survivorship for temperature-related effects, and we're trying to figure out what's the right balancing point to get as optimal a spot there as we can. So this is somewhat dynamic in this upper part of the reservoir that we just talked about, is how many days or weeks can you squeeze out of that upper end of the management, and just how much of a balance you could do with this very low water in the lower temperature range.
And just because there are people listening who haven't been at every one of our meetings, the whole point is to conserve that coldest water for when we need it later in the season.
That's right. So as we continue
And
to...
warmer water out now because the temperature doesn't matter to the fish at this point.
Well, we're starting to see a little bit of spawning, as I said. So we are trying to keep the river cool, but we do have some fleeting moments where we can use some of this upper layer water before that gets really warm and later through the summer. So while the lake is higher, the water is up at these upper gates, and it's not too warm. Blending now only stretches out our ability to do this later on. So we are still balancing where that all comes into play. There is a thought, though, that the more we can stretch, the better. So we are in a really super, I'll say the super conservative mode as it relates to releases out of Shasta through Keswick right now. And that is pushing us, as we're doing some of our delta management, to meet the Chips Island requirements for X2, to lean more on Folsom and Shasta to get the water we're needing. First, May we've got...
You mean Orville and Shasta and Folsom?
I'm sorry,
okay.
yes, Orville and Folsom. We had 25 days of Chips Island required for X2 in the month of May. Been able to meet that via water quality probably up to yesterday. I don't know if today's going to hit that or not. So we are going to need some true outflow here for about a week to make this work, and we're having to bump up some releases, and it isn't, well, it would have been a more typical year given these storage levels. Shasta would be a major component of that release, and we're holding that for the moment.
Had to reduce exports?
We've had to reduce exports as well as part of that strategy. So
it's a choice between the releases. I mean, Shasta, there's a challenge there. Folsom and Oroville, or a combination of holding back on exports.
That's correct. So we've taken some pretty significant export cuts here to try to, as we get through this last 8-9 days, and we've bumped up the releases at Folsom and Oroville as well, to get enough water into the system to get those last days we need for the month, and thinking about the days we're going to need going into next month as well. Got a day or a few days, depending on the latter part of the month hydrology, how many days in June we're going to need.
Are those reduction in exports impacting the already announced contract amounts?
Not yet, because as I said, we're talking about something to get through probably 9 days, 10 days. So that in itself isn't going to be a concern. I think just putting together where we're going to be for the rest of the season, in light of some of these decreased indications of inflows, just trying to balance the system. But it's still a dynamic, it's not a done deal in terms of South of Delta supplies, at least on the CVP side. But just this what I'll term as a short-term action is not going to make the difference. So,
yeah, one thing I guess I would just add, on the State Water project, if it's not a long duration, it won't have a significant impact. But I think we're probably operating at a higher level of risk of not meeting the outflow requirement without the Shasta releases, in that Shasta and Oroville kind of are more of the kind of the foundational flow that's added, and we use the Folsom and the exports as more of a fine tuning for the shorter duration to make adjustments to uncertainty. We're now using the fine tuning tools, if you will, to meet the requirements, whereas typically they would only be used, as I said, as the refinement right at the end, rather than being used as kind of the foundational base load for this requirement. So we're operating a little bit higher level risk without the Shasta releases in the delta.
So we have, being we need 25 days, we've got 6 days of being able to do adjustments. So we're, let's say not meet, but we'd like to not get to that towards the end of the month. So it's, as John said, we're turning the fine tuning adjustments all the way to one side to be able to deal with this. And I didn't bring the chart, but Wilkins Slough has been getting down to low levels again. We, from the beginning of the month or the end of April, saw pretty good flows there, collectively going down as the stream started to recede. Number of diverters, both on the river and the creek systems, diverting, got down to a pretty low level. We had those few days of rain previous week. River recovered a bit, but it's kind of been receding back down again as well. So, as John said, in particularly water years or storage years like this, you would see Oroville and Shasta being adjusted to make the base flows stay in a particular range, and then you make your other fine-tuning adjustments. Probably to go into the San Joaquin, another item we want to talk about is where we've been with the temporary urgency change petition and the granting of that, give you a little status as to how this has been tracking and our coordination with the fishery groups on the Stanislaus and talking about San Joaquin fish. Our request that was approved via the executive director was kind of use this terminology, the first part of April shoulder for the base flow. Our request was 1,000 CFS, 3,000 during the 31-day pulse flow, and then 1,000 on the tailing shoulder at the end of the month. We did pretty well managing the first part of April. Did work with the fish agencies, did see requests to actually do some early pulses with our resources on the Stanislaus. Saw some fish movement with that, got into the schedule that was requested, coordinated through the fish agencies. Certainly, we're meeting that with the flow requirements on the Stanislaus via our biological opinion. And as you recall, we had agreement of 75,000 acre feet of water from the local districts to augment that, to create a pulse flow. Followed those schedules on the Stanislaus, got to around the 1st of April, the 1st of May, and saw that the addition, some overbank losses, I think, of some of that storage and the contribution from upstream of the mouth of the Stanislaus were weaker than we had anticipated. Made some adjustments to the schedules, worked with the fishery agencies to talk about how do you want to manage the end of the pulse so that we can get some more water into the system. We talked about this several weeks ago. We did work with the districts to get some additional, I want to put this, borrowing against the inflows over the summer that would be coming to reclamation to get some additional augmentation. We created a schedule working with the fish agencies to take what we'd already had talked about and put in an additional 32,000 acre feet into that schedule. So that's 32,000 on top of the 75, on top of the biological opinion flows. Worked with them. They wanted a receding limb to deal with some cottonwood recruitment on the Stanislaus. We had pretty good Stanislaus flows. As that progresses here for the second half of the month, you'll see that we'll have some additional flows. But as we project this as an overall volume of Vernalis, which if you take the 2 months of April and May together, would need to be roughly 2,000 CFS for the entire 2 months to be able to, recognizing that some of the shaping of the pulse has been kind of spread out into the before and after parts of the tail to kind of meet what we needed on the Stanislaus River, you would need to average over the 2 months about 2,000 CFS. Currently, with all the additional flow and what we're seeing in terms of the trends upstream of the Stanislaus, we're still probably a couple hundred CFS short over the whole period of about another 25,000 acre feet would be needed to make this up. And we've been talking with the fish agencies because we've already extended the pulse. We've shoved a second pulse in here to try to get some additional feedback and some additional response off the system. It appears that a lot of our fish have moved out. Actually, given some of the looking at some of the rotary screw traps, we had pretty good movement of fish out in the March timeframe, which was good. With some of the natural rainfall we had, with the higher flows, the trap efficiencies do go down a bit. We are seeing a few salmon still coming out, but finding a fish related objective to kind of build another pulse in here actually was going to work against the cottonwood recruitment aspect. So I'd say we've got about 25,000 acre foot on account that to meet the objective total volume at Vernalis that was in the order. But we're, as I said, we've put another 32,000 in, and a somewhat cautionary question when we posed this to the fish agency fish biologists on the Stanislaus as to if we're going to make a run to build another pulse in here, what was the thinking from their perspective? We did make some modifications and kind of spreading out this bench on the back end, but their concern was, let's be really cautious about putting in another 10, 20, 25,000 acre feet if it's going to make it where we're not going to hit our end of year storage levels that are also in the order. And with the number right now, we're probably right at that edge. So we need to work with the staff as to how we want to handle particularly June, because although the objective as we've structured it in June is at 500, we're going to be coming into June probably closer to 1,000. We need to figure out as to how we want to step that and probably use some of this resource there, reassess where we think we're going to be at the end of the water year and kind of adjust up. But we've continued to try to chase this, and just the dryness of the basin and particularly the inflows upstream of the Stanislaus have just not kind of matched up to be able to get us where we need to go.
Ron, Chair, if I may, so the average flow during the spring pulse period of April 15th to May 15th, as shown on this graph, is 2480, but the April 19th New Melones temperature change order required 3,000 CFS average. So there is a difference, and I think Ron, you were basically explaining about the shortage of water in the system, and could you add more about why there wasn't the ability to meet the 3,000 cubic feet per second requirement?
Yeah, sure. The 3,000, the 1,000, 3,000, 1,000 kind of construct was kind of a volumetric template. We also, though, numerous times talked about taking that, giving it to the fish agencies and the biologists to say, how would you shape this? And their response back was that 31 days is great, but we think that we could use some of the, particularly some earlier pulses to kind of start queuing fish up earlier and spreading out the back end well into the latter half of May, and use some of that hydrologic energy to kind of help with this cottonwood recruitment. So we've got
That came from the fish agencies.
Correct.
Or
So-
shade later on.
So we had a Stanislaus schedule that was shaped with them in light of where the Tuolumne was making some releases. And this is kind of the pattern. There's a kind of template with it behind this of the Stanislaus of its pattern, which follows these peaks quite a bit. As we've worked through this, getting to the first part of May, we've actually put kind of like, let's move another mountain in here, another peak. So we put another peak in and fattened out the receding end. So that's why in the end of May temp part of this, we're actually several hundred CFS over for that particular period. And that's just to accommodate the fact that we've had a lot of the fish move out, and throwing another very high set of peaks here in the first part of May or the second half of the pulse flow period probably was not going to have nearly the advantage of actually kind of extending this receding limb out. And as opposed to being at 3,000, cutting to 1,000, let's kind of spread this out. So,
Well, and this is more like nature.
well, that's from their perspective particularly. If you slide the 31 days a little bit to the little bit later time frame, you may take this 2480 gets 2550 or something, but it's still not, no matter how you kind of slide this across, we couldn't get the 3,000. We had some pretty high flows on the Stanislaus. Flows that we kind of went to the border of more flow on the Stanislaus is probably not going to get you a long ways, so that actually may have been, well, certainly of limited utility there, where on the Stanislaus aspect of this, there certainly was a lot more benefit from a natural process standpoint to extend this out onto the other part. So, and we've also added and layered on a good 30,000 acre feet of water into what we had anticipated before. So we still got a rough, as I said, 200 CFS over this whole period from have the biologists shape it, that we need to think about how we want to utilize to good use through the rest of, well, frankly, the rest of into June, how we want to maybe look at that through the summer, and then thinking about where we set up as it relates to the fall attraction flows. So that's kind of the status of this, and I can expand this further with what we did on the Stanislaus, but if you combine the two things, you'll see quite a bit of this Bernalis flow is coming from the Stanislaus Basin. You see a few signals of peaks off the Tuolumne, obviously, but the base aspects of this, particularly with some of our slides, obviously that big gap in deficit as it relates to precip in the San Joaquin River Basin is still haunting us in terms of just base flows on the upper part of the San Joaquin. And I think that's the last. I can answer more questions about this, but this is the last slide I've got. Other than I will add that I do believe El Nino did run on some empty promises. Expected a lot more than I think we got in both basins.
And think what you would think if you were in Southern California.
Yes, that there was some mighty tall talk of El Nino down there.
Grateful for the flows we got, though, compared to last year.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, Chair Marcus, may I ask another question? So
absolutely.
Ron, could you expand a little bit on the membership of the Sacramento River Temperature Task Group and who the members that constitute the task group, and whether folks outside the 5 agencies or the fishery agencies will be part of this group?
I can expand on that. We've had quite a bit of discussion amongst the traditional members of the task group, which kind of include the 5 agencies, meaning reclamation, some participation by DWR, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, State Fish and Wildlife, NOAA Fisheries, as well as Western Area Power Administration with DOE, and the Hoopa Valley Tribe have been part traditionally over time with the group. There'd been a lot of discussion about, particularly amongst the Sac River Settlement contractors, about information and data that they may have that would be useful to that group. So we had kind of created a dynamic as to how to maybe improve and streamline kind of the technical work of the task group, as well as how to tee things up in terms of management decision and then system-wide dynamics. And we had a draft of that we're collecting some information from the traditional members as to how they look at that, and there's some varying thoughts, and we've also had some outreach from some of the NGOs that they'd like to be part of this, and we were reminded by board staff that we just want to remind you this is Reclamation's group per how it's constructed 90-5, so how you want to handle it, Reclamation, you need to take a close look. So we're trying to be very deliberate in how to make the group remain its functionality, but still be able to communicate out with the various stakeholders and other technical folks that have interest in the river and information to kind of provide us. So that's still a work in progress.
But what's your timing on that? You know, we're always asking for
Sure.
you to be
Yeah.
allow the stakeholders in, not just to be informed about what the group thinks, but to help you think things through, particularly as you're wrestling with the SAC temperature. I mean,
Yeah.
it's sort of, I know that, again, I understand the group dynamic and the need to make changes, but the gist of the question, and thank you for channeling us, Rich, is just, when and how are you having the meetings where we're calling on everybody to be problem solvers, both the agencies, but also the contractors and the NGOs. I mean, having folks own the problem and the numbers and try and give you help with thinking creatively is really what our purpose is. Otherwise, either things get so far down the track that it's too late to do anything, or it erupts in front of us, which is not the best vehicle for a constructive conversation. So just to get to the bottom line on it.
Yeah, and the
I
bottom
get
line.
that you struggle with it, but
Yeah, and the bottom line, probably between now and the first of the month, we will have a broad group discussion with both the water user, settlement contractor, brethren, as well as NGOs to talk about the plan and get some additional input on the plan for this year. Then bifurcating that as to the temperature task group component of it, which is kind of working the plan through the summer. We're still trying to figure out the nuts and bolts of that. And is it going to be two parallel kinds of discussion where they can still provide the input and I still able to keep all my technical agency folks kind of plugged in and say, gee, you're game for 2 meetings on a periodic basis? Or do we get everybody in the room at one point? And I've had some of this, be honest, not going to name names, but some of the agency biologist folks say, I don't think that's going to be a very productive meeting if we get that meeting room too big. And that concerns me a bit as to how to right balance that. And I can understand that to a degree, but there is a more is better aspect to this. But I can tell you some of the comments I've gotten on our proposal from within agency biologist staff has been, I'm really worried that this is going to end up watering down that group and make it less productive.
well, fine. Just tell him we're making you do something. We're not telling you what to do, but we couldn't be clearer. So the fact that you're having a meeting within the month, that's a helpful thing to hear versus all the processing. But at some point, you got to make a decision.
So
And that doesn't mean that I have to have every meeting that's open, but
Well,
it's.
I think that's kind of where we're leaning.
You get the point.
That's where we're leaning. So there was a concern that, okay, here's how we're going to redo the group. And there was, well, gee, we probably are going to need some of those meetings that are smaller technical groups. So the answer is yes, we'll need to construct that. But in terms of having another larger meeting discussion as we relate to kind of setting up the plan here between now and the end of the month, that is definitely going forward.
All right, thanks a lot. We'll look forward to that. Thank you. We'll now take a 15-minute break before we resume with item number 7.
Hello? We'll be starting in 1 minute.
Just, it warms my heart to see the staff of all the divisions, you know, on the panel together. It's great.
Okay, this is an information item on the periodic update to the Clean Water and Drinking Water Capacity Development Strategy. And everyone else will be coming in very soon, so we might as well get started because we have a big agenda. So, Julie, do you want to introduce the panel? Thank you.
All right, good morning. Chair Marcus and board members, Julie Rosardo with the Division of Financial Assistance. With me here today are George Fagella of the Division of Financial Assistance. To his left, Wes Wilkinson of the Office of Operator Certification. To his left, Mark Bartson of the Division of Drinking Water. And to his left, Phil Iserina from the Division of Water Quality. And before we get into the PowerPoint, there is one change sheet on this item, which is posted online and also available at the back of the room. And just as a reminder, this is an informational item. So we'll be brief today. We have about 20 to 30 slides. We're going to cut that down a little bit today so we can get you the high points of the information and move on. I know you have a busy schedule today. Okay, so a new approach. I think as you heard from EPA's Water Division Director Torres today, we have made great strides in our drinking water program. We have successfully complied with the corrective action plan, and we've really been undertaking activities over the last several years that have really allowed us to streamline our process and commit funds very quickly. And so with this synergistic approach of having staff from the Public Health Drinking Water Program and then existing staff from the financial assistance, it's really been a positive thing for us. And so I'm going to hand it right over to George. We're going to skip ahead a few slides here. He's going to talk about some projects that we have funded in this fiscal year 2014-15, just to give you an idea of the magnitude of reporting on one fiscal year.
Thank you, Julie. While this slide sits up here for a little bit for us to absorb and enjoy the numbers, I'm just going to run through really quickly on the programs in the left-hand column for the folks who are not familiar with all the letters. So CWSRF is the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and it's for funding it actually is composed of two components. It's the principal forgiveness monies and the small community grant fund. The small community grant funds come from fees charged on the clean water funding. The DWSRF is the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. It's also principal forgiveness. These are out of our federal grants money that we receive, and it's, like I said, principal forgiveness and low interest loans. The next is the Prop 50. This was established with Prop 50, the Water Security, Clean Drinking Water, Coastal Beach Protection Act of 2002, Chapter 4A1, and it's grant funding for small community systems serving 1,000 service connections or less, or a population of 3,300 or less that are in non-compliance with safe drinking water standards. This, by the way, this program is it's about the end of the course of its life, and it's no longer accepting applications. The Prop 84 is two sections, 75021, 75022, and it was created by the Safe Drinking Water, Water Quality and Supply, Flood Control, River and Coastal Protection Act of 2006, Section 75021, grants and direct expenditures to fund the response to public health emergencies and other urgent needs. 75022 are grants funding for small community water system infrastructure improvements to address chemical nitrate contaminants and other health hazards. CAA is the cleanup and abatement account, and these funds recently have been used to provide interim replacement drinking water for disadvantaged communities with contaminated and or drought-related emergencies. The PWS DER, the Public Water System Drought Emergency Response, their grant monies to fund drought emergency projects for community water systems and public water systems owned by public school districts. And I think the takeaway from this slide is that we accomplished to get out 136 projects at $71 million. And for the folks who have not worked with small water systems, that's no small task. They generally take a lot more work than the larger water systems to get through.
Good morning. On the Office of Operator Certification, we administer and certify the water and drinking water and wastewater operators. We currently, based on the slide that you're seeing, we currently administer 10,000 examinations per year. The water distribution exam is twice a year, and we give 5,000 examinations. The water treatment, we give 3,000 examinations, and on the wastewater side, we give 1,500 examinations. To assist small disadvantaged communities, the Office of Operator Certification has performed reasonable accommodation for examinees that want to become operators or are an operator. If a certified operator working in a small community must take their exam in order to be in compliance with our regulations, the Office of Operator Certification staff will work with the examinee to schedule and proctor a special individual exam. In addition, the board amended the wastewater regulations in April of 2013 to include the exemption of Class 1 wastewater treatment plants. Small communities that own a small Class 1 wastewater treatment plant, such as a pond system, may apply to the Office of Operator Certification for an exemption from reporting requirements if the wastewater treatment plant could not, due to operator error, violate water quality objectives. If the request is approved, the owner would not be required to staff the plant with certified operators. In addition, we have a provisional operator, which is an owner of a Class 1 wastewater treatment plant may apply to the Office of Operator Certification to use a provisional operator. The owner must demonstrate that the owner has had difficulty hiring, despite due diligence, a certified operator to operate the wastewater treatment plant. A provisional operator is a person who has passed the wastewater treatment plant exam and still needs to meet the operator in training full-time qualifying experience hours in order to become certified. The Office of Operator Certification will assist the examinee in obtaining the proper training in order to operate the small wastewater treatment plant.
Good morning. As far as the Division of Drinking Water, this concept of capacity development is something that's been a part of our program for a really long time. In fact, almost all of our work ties into this. I'm going to go over a couple of the high points, a little bit of big picture things that really tie into this. First of all, starting with our Safe Drinking Water Plan from 2015. If you go back over that plan, there's a lot of elements in that relate to this whole program of developing the capabilities of especially smaller systems to be able to consistently comply with drinking water standards and serve their customers. A couple of real high points for this year that we're working on is the State Board strategy for consolidation of water systems. And I want to mention one of the biggest things we're doing. Our district engineers during this year are meeting with the LAFCOs of each county, the local agency formation commissions, to really build a partnership, to work with them on specific issues and get to know them so that we can really engage on and be proactive in pursuing consolidation. So that's probably the biggest part of our strategy for this year, is really getting to know the players and working with them. One of the other big things we view as part of our capacity development strategy is our piloting of new and affordable treatment technology. We have partnerships with UCLA, several private vendors where we're providing technical assistance and guidance and evaluation of technologies and satellite operation to make it more affordable for small systems. A couple of other things is the expansion of our small water system plan, incorporating the human right to water initiatives and efforts, and developing metrics to really measure our progress, not only on the small water system plan, but on the human right to water initiatives, and posting those for public consumption and use. We've also collaborated with the Division of Water Quality on source water protection. EPA is involved with that effort to kind of revitalize a program that was developed about 10 years ago by Drinking Water to be more proactive in the protection of sources. And the final thing I want to mention is collaborating with the Division of Financial Assistance on the small water system plan and capacity development on certain initiatives. So those are some of the high points as we view this program. It's right there.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Phil Iserina with the NPDES Wastewater Unit in the Division of Water Quality. As the slide shows, the State Water Board adopted the Small Domestic Order in 2014. Also in the same year, the State Water Board adopted a Recycled Water General Order to make permitting the use of recycled water much easier. DWQ staff, or the Division of Water Quality staff, worked with the Regional Water Board and stakeholders to reduce the cost to comply with NPDES permits. Together, we developed an implementation plan in April 2015, and in starting that month, we implemented the plan and developed all the products specified in the plan and completed all the products in April of this year. Ariana Villanueva of my staff and I will be coming before you again in July of this year to present a final update on the phase 1 implementation and also provide the products of the phase 1 implementation plan, which include a checklist for permit writers that will guide them in considering the cost of compliance as they write their permits, and also a guide or a companion document that will help permit writers in using the checklist.
And that concludes our short presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you have. As you can see, the activities that we've reported on today to assist small and disadvantaged communities represent a concerted effort by several of our divisions and offices here at the State Board.
I only have one question. Steve and I went and visited with the drinking water office in Fresno yesterday, or day before yesterday. And one of the questions that they had is, what are we going to do with the phasing out of the cleanup and abatement account funding for disadvantaged communities, supplying them drinking water? And so I just want to make sure that whatever our strategy is for that, that Mark be in the loop on that and that he get that out to the regions.
Michael or Eric, somebody, or Julie, maybe you know this in the budget. I noticed in the budget there's the 5 million, rather than 5 million being moved from our cleanup and abatement account, there's an additional 5 million from general fund that goes to DWR. Is that a substitution to their funding for the private wells?
I'm not aware of that particular part of the budget. I don't know if either Leslie or Darren can speak to that, but I'll speak to the coordination piece real quick. Yeah, we do coordinate with our Division of Drinking Water. We have meetings between staff. Of course, there's management meetings, but we have staff level meetings every month between our Division of Financial Assistance and our Division of Drinking Water. Those have been really helpful. We also have meetings that are by teleconference with all the districts once a month. And so that's very helpful in bringing up some of the coordination issues across the different funding programs.
So I can take that question. Darren Williams, Deputy Director. The extra $5 million for DWR is adding to their general fund. They've each year, as we've had the 15 or 19 million of a cleanup and abatement authority approved for drought relief, they've had 5 million as well, which we partner with them on their project. So it's just basically everybody's staying the same, except because we're basically jumping into some big projects like East Porterville and some others. DWR asked for an extra allocation above their normal 5 million, or what, it's not really, none of it's normal with drought, right? But the last couple of years getting 5 million to actually have 10 in order to do these extra big projects that are in the works. So that's
But
why they got the extra.
will there be money substituting for the cleanup and abatement account or not?
No, they're authorizing further authority of the cleanup and abatement account is my recent understanding. So as of now, we are teetering on basically the edge of having ability to commit the cleanup and abatement account. Now, that gets confusing because we have lots of cash in that account. So I'm not at a cash issue. I'm just basically getting into an overcommitment issue as we add projects to that. Last I looked, we had $600,000 available to commit, but then there's money coming into that account all the time, and we have ability to borrow from our clearing account and other accounts that are full of cash if we need to. So we could go into an overcommitment stage without really any big problem. But in essence, it ties up cleanup and abatement account funding for some time in the future as we use it for drought.
Well, and to be clear, Fresno was not really talking so much about drought because there's a lot of money for drought. They are talking about when there is another problem, a uranium problem, an arsenic problem or whatever, or somebody's pump goes out and they're without water completely, not because of drought, but because just life, then they used to be able to use the cleanup and abatement, and they don't think they will be able to now.
Well, I think the story is a little different, but I can understand the tracking here. So they used to have some emergency funds given to them under Prop 84. And they used that funding. That funding has basically been expended now and is gone. We then rolled into drought, and we used cleanup and abatement account drought emergency funds for a lot of those responses. As drought ends and we no longer have authority under cleanup and abatement to do drought, we will not have an emergency fund that they're used to using for something like that. So there is no funding set up to handle that, and that's something we'll have to address in the future. So
that's a strategic issue that needs to be dealt with, particularly because of small communities.
Yeah, and it's kind of it's indicative of the fact that they have, they're already operating with, in the hole or barely black, and none of them have any reserve accounts or funds. It's a consequence of their size and their, at issue there. So it's definitely an issue that we're watching.
Yeah, and I think where it really comes into in practicality is if folks come to us and we don't have an existing source that can fund that, our Office of Sustainable Water Solutions is to be in that coordination role to quickly get a hold of all the other possible funding partners, whether they be, self-help and other technical assistance providers or other agencies or other entities that can help. So even if we can't fund it, we still have that role as our office is to go in and help people find funding for whatever problem they're experiencing.
So, and Ann just reminded me that as we do with the Clean Water SRF, where we take some interest or fee in lieu of interest and build up an emergency fund for clean water side, that we're proposing and have basically stuff in place to do that for the drinking water. It's unfunded at this point. As we get some big drinking water SRF loans, we will start to build up that fund, but it's going to be multiple years before it actually has the same kind of funding that the clean water side has, which is, I think, on average, like about $7 million a year or something like that, for the way we have that set up at this point. So we might have that available to us in some point in the future, but I guess I hope drought doesn't continue for the 4 or 5 years it's going to take me to get money in there.
Well, I guess my main point is Mark needs to be communicating with, and George and Julie, with the regions as to what to do, because we just know these are going to pop up. And so,
Well, and let's be clear too, there are ones that we are turning down now because, they're coming in asking for it, saying that they all want to claim it's drought, and some of them we're determining are not drought, and I can't fund the non-drought ones. So at this point in time, if a pump fails because it's old and that's just what it is, and they come asking for money and it's not, I can't link it to drought, then they're basically still stuck. So there's been some that have been on the edge. There's a lot of communities that are getting a little too used to us bailing them out, in my humble opinion about this. So it is kind of a knotty issue, and we are not going to be able to be the funder of last resort for all of these communities.
Come up with a funding source.
We do.
between us
We
and the
desperately
legislature.
we need a funding source. We need all the things that we've talked about before, which is, some larger district entity or something like that that can really make these things viable and not just continue to fight these little brush fires one at a time in a very uneconomic fashion.
Other cards? Thank you for the great work. I mean, appreciate this update, but I know we've all been working with all of you on a variety of issues, and it's really been all hands on deck up to our armpits since the merger and before. So thank you all for the great work and for doing it together. Great. All right. Item number 8. Oh, cards. Good.
Hey. Good morning, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Leslie Loudon, not Joe Karkowski. Joe can't be here today at the last minute, so I'll be pitch hitting for him, but he did most of the work on this, so I wanted to give him credit for the presentation. Anyhow, today's item is consideration of adoption of the Proposition 1 groundwater grant funding guidelines. Let's see where the clicker goes. I'll first give a brief overview of the grant program, discuss the metrics of success we're looking at for the program, review the major comments we received on the draft guidelines, along with our responses and proposed changes, and then address any questions that you may have. I guess I failed to introduce the rest of my panel up here. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I have Robert Reeves, who is the Groundwater Grant Program Manager in the Division of Financial Assistance, and Andrea Kopecki with the Office of Chief Counsel. Just as a quick overview, the funding guidelines address the $800 million that will be administered by the State Water Board under Chapter 10 of Prop 1. The purpose of this chapter is to fund projects that prevent or clean up the contamination of groundwater that serves or has served as a source of drinking water. After accounting for our administrative and bond costs, there is about $744 million to fund projects. At least $80 million of that is for treatment and remediation activities that prevent or reduce contamination of groundwater that serves as a source of drinking water. Prop 1 already requires that $80 million go to projects that benefit severely disadvantaged communities. The guidelines include an additional $80 million set aside for projects benefiting disadvantaged communities or economically distressed area, for a total set aside of $160 million. Also, last year, the board set aside $10 million for technical assistance to disadvantaged communities for groundwater projects under this program. To give you some context for the changes we made and how we're addressing comments, I'd like to first go over the project types that will be funded after adoption of these guidelines. First, we may have groundwater contamination that's not conducive to cleanup of the aquifer, but must be treated prior to serving the drinking water. We're proposing to fund these drinking water treatment-only projects where the project benefits a disadvantaged community or economically distressed area. Second, we'll fund project in which there's a contaminant plume that can either be cleaned up or prevented from migrating down gradient. And third, we'll fund projects that are focused on cleaning up the source area of the contamination, which may be both in soil and in groundwater. And then lastly, we'll fund planning projects associated with cleaning up or preventing contamination of the aquifer. I'll cover just a few examples of these types of projects to kind of illustrate the types of projects that we're looking at. In the first example, supply wells may be in an aquifer that has naturally elevated levels of a contaminant, say like hexavalent chrome. The aquifer cannot be cleaned up, but the water must be treated to reduce concentrations below the maximum contaminant limit. The guidelines would allow us to provide funding for these types of projects where they serve disadvantaged communities, as shown here. For a contaminated plume cleanup, we have source area that has resulted in a discharge that contaminates the groundwater. In this example, there's a down gradient in situ treatment system that cleans up the water before it reaches domestic wells. In the last example, there's a source area identified, and cleanup of that area is more economical in the long term than trying to clean up the plume further away from the source. This process shows both a groundwater air sparging process and a soil vapor extraction process that removes volatile organic compounds and treats the vapor. Prop 1 requires us to have metrics of success for our projects. So we'll be asking applicants to quantify how they are addressing one or more of the following metrics. First, annual volume of drinking water provided or annual volume prevented from being contaminated. Second, number of people benefiting from the project. Third, the population of the disadvantaged community or economically distressed area benefiting from the project. Fourth, the mass of contaminant removed or prevented from contaminating the drinking water source. Fifth, the number of previously contaminated or threatened wells that will no longer be contaminated or threatened. And sixth, the percent reduction in contaminant concentrations or for prevention projects, an estimate in the increase of concentration that's been prevented. The funding guidelines establish the minimum and maximum grant amounts for planning projects that will lead to cleanup and prevention of contamination in aquifer. The minimum is $100,000 and the maximum is $1 million per project. For implementation projects, there's a $500,000 minimum grant amount and no maximum. For those drinking water treatment only projects, there's a $5 million grant cap for construction in addition to any funding that would be available through our Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. Now I'll turn to some of the comments that we received on the draft guidelines and how we responded. We received a comment asking for a set-aside for prevention projects and comments indicating that we emphasized cleanup too much in our guidelines and did not address prevention adequately. Staff did not recommend adding a funding set aside. High-quality prevention projects will compete effectively with cleanup projects. We have made some revisions to the guidelines to make sure prevention and cleanup projects are considered equally. Oops. We also had some concerns raised that we were requiring groundwater sustainability plans before they were required under SGMA. So we clarified the language in the guidelines that we do not expect a project to be consistent with a groundwater sustainability plan before that plan is required and developed. Right. It's just the language was confusing in the draft guidelines. There was some confusion also in the guidelines over how the groundwater grant program and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund program would work together. So we made some revisions to indicate that the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund intended use plan process and eligibility criteria will be used to evaluate drinking water treatment projects that benefit disadvantaged communities or economically distressed areas. Essentially, they'll go through the drinking water process, but we'll be able to augment that funding with the groundwater grant program funding. There were a number of concerns about how the match reduction would be determined for projects, since our draft did not set specific match reduction criteria. We established set reduction, match reductions as reflected in this table in the revised guidelines, and this is similar to how we structured the match reduction in the Prop 1 Stormwater Grant Program. So this Group C was added to provide incentives for non-disadvantaged community applicants that provide project benefits within a disadvantaged community where you have a larger project. We received comments to establish a grant cap for cleanup and prevention projects, which we did not do. Some of these projects will be significant in cost and have significant benefits, so we didn't think a cap was appropriate. We also received a comment that an applicant should be able to use funds recovered from responsible parties as match, and we agreed with that comment and made that change.
That original point, and maybe this is apropos of the whole thing, $800 million is not very much money when you're talking about treating contaminated groundwater. So hopefully we'll spend this money well and then get more.
We hope so. We also heard from representatives of disadvantaged communities to increase the incentives for projects benefiting disadvantaged communities. We have a number of incentives. Earlier I covered the 20% set aside that we included, the match reduction available to non-disadvantaged community applicants with projects benefiting DACs, and the additional funding for drinking water treatment projects. But in addition, we modified the scoring criteria to provide more weight to projects benefiting DACs in economically distressed areas. Now for a quick overview of the application and selection process. We have a pre-application that is submitted through our Financial Application Assistance Submittal Tool, or FAST. We review that pre-application with the applicant and with the regulatory agencies to discuss the project and get agreement on the appropriate scope and the purpose of the project. And then based on that discussion and that input, the applicant will then be invited to submit a full application. If selected after the evaluation process, we'll score it based on the scoring criteria in the guidelines. The applicant will then receive either a preliminary or a conditional award of funding. This is a very complex and large program, and there are a lot of moving pieces and parts to the application that we want to have them come in potentially after they get a preliminary award, so they don't have to do all that work of generating all that documentation until they know the award. So that's kind of a modified process to get things moving a little quicker. And so we anticipate working with our regional boards and our Division of Drinking Water staff all the way through this process very closely.
Isn't it? Yeah, and part of the complexity too is that in our innovation in this process, we're assisting the applicant in piecing together a package. So it's not just the grant part that you had on that flow chart, but also any SRF type matching.
That's right. With this 50% match requirement, that's a large match compared to what has been required in past programs, and these are large projects, so that's a large amount of match to come up with from the local side, and so we'll be working through the SRF program, you're right. So in terms of next steps, assuming the guidelines are adopted today, the first round of solicitations should end early in the fall of 2016. We'll be closing our pre-application. We'll give notice probably, I don't know, 6 or 8 weeks after the adoption for people to get their pre-application in, and then working with them for their full application. And so we anticipate preliminary awards early in 2017, and then, mid-2017 to actually get projects and grant agreements. The quicker people get information and applications into us, the faster we'll be able to move through. So some of it is dependent on how quickly our applicants can respond.
I just had and I may have just missed it. When you say first round, how much is in the first round?
So right now, all of the funding has been appropriated to us, and so we don't have a limit as far as what can go out in the first round. From what we've been seeing from our pre-applications, I think that the amount that goes out is going to be more limited by how much people can spend within the appropriation time frame. So they're actually having to break up the projects into phases, because right now we only have 3 years to encumber and 3 years to expend the funds.
And that's to make
and the
sure people are really
appropriation.
dealing with projects that are ready to go versus us giving them money and then it not being expended over years when it could go to someone who's ready to go.
Right.
Got
So
it.
even
Okay.
though some of these are very large cleanups and expensive, the amount of work that you can get done within that 5 years is going to really kind of limit how much goes out initially. So we anticipate having annual solicitations, and going back and getting the funding reappropriated to extend.
Well, giving people multiple rounds also allows people to catch up with better projects too, so that's not a bad thing.
And also, we will be doing planning projects. Those people need to get those planning projects. That's the other thing
Right.
that we see is a lot of people need to do a little bit more work as far as optimizing what the actual project will be. They might need a little more monitoring, some more feasibility study type work to really figure out the best project. And so those projects need to go forward first too. So with that, we recommend adopting the funding guidelines, and if you have any other questions.
Are there questions before we move to public? Great, go ahead.
Great job, Leslie, even though you had to do this last minute. Thanks. Didn't notice it at all. Thanks.
Could you pull up slide 9? So I want to make sure, maybe I'm misunderstanding this, metrics of success. Is this criteria that'll be used for the selection of the projects?
We have criteria that reflect these types of metrics as far as the more competitive projects, but this will be what our applicants actually are required to report on as far as their projects. So we're required to report to the Bound Accountability program, and I think there's actually going to be trailer language to require our reporting on the types of projects and what we actually accomplished, what we think and the applicants estimate that they're going to accomplish, and then versus what at the end of the project, what actually gets done. So they're going to be very specific estimates, sometimes based on modeling or things like that. As far as the contaminant reduction, those are a little bit harder. As far as, the population that benefits from a drinking water project, obviously, is a lot easier to get at.
So I'm comfortable with that, but I just, in an abundance of caution, I just wanted to ask this question because if something like this is used for the criteria to select projects, it seems that it could be skewed to urban areas, and it could act as a disadvantage to rural communities, because it's going to be hard to show large volume or number of residents. So just want to make sure that there wouldn't be any unintended consequences here that could skew this to areas of high population.
Right, so I know that we addressed that in the criteria, and I'm going to have Robert take a look at it because we got that comment as far as rural areas. So we were looking at where you have a smaller population, basically what the percent of that population is that benefits from the project, because your project is going to benefit that entire community. So we did take that into account.
Okay, thank you.
If I might add, just to respond
Metrics Girl speaks.
Yes, to respond to Board Member Diadamo. Thank you, by the way. Excellent metrics of success. The way I view them in terms of the front end, in terms of using them as criteria, is not necessarily saying a project must meet a certain volume, but that they should be able to measure and report that, because the different projects would have different outcomes. But I strongly believe that all the projects that are funded, especially through proposition funding, should be able to say, these are the metrics that we are measuring, and this is how, this is what we're going to report. As far as what that actual outcome would be, who knows?
Oh, absolutely, and that's how I read it initially, but then I thought I should ask the question because I just want to make sure that we don't end up with that unintended consequence, because there are, as we know, so many communities that are really going to have a tough time because of the challenge of meeting the technical, managerial, and financial. It's just, they don't have the large numbers.
Well, we have two cards. You want to say something? Go ahead.
I'm going to move it, but
Not yet.
I'll hold.
Not yet. First, we have Kimberly O'Hara from the LA Department of Water and Power. And do you mind if I set you for 3 rather than 5? If that's all right, just because I know we're going to have a lot of speakers on the next item. So.
Good morning. LA DWP would like to commend and thank State Board staff for their work on the Prop 1 Groundwater Grant Program Guidelines. We appreciate the extensive opportunities that were provided for stakeholders to engage with staff during the guideline development process and staff's thoughtful consideration of comments. Our questions and comments have been addressed, and we hope that the board will adopt the final draft guidelines today. LADWP has submitted a funding pre-application for our San Fernando Groundwater Basin Remediation Project. We were initially concerned that it would be difficult to fully explain the complexities and unique challenges of the project within the limits of the pre-application. However, the pre-application process prompted a meaningful dialogue with staff, and they have done an exceptional job of recognizing the complexity of groundwater remediation projects in the final draft guidelines. The San Fernando Groundwater Basin Remediation Project is critical to the City of Los Angeles. LADWP is working to reduce the city's reliance on imported water supplies through a number of strategies, including implementing projects to restore and protect the full use of the city's groundwater basins as a source of water consistent with water rights and historic groundwater use. These efforts have become increasingly important as California endures multi-year dry conditions and as climate change threatens to permanently alter the state's hydrologic patterns. The San Fernando Groundwater Basin Remediation Project is the cornerstone of these efforts, and our continuing collaboration with State Board staff and other state and federal partners will be essential to the project's success. So on behalf of LADWP and the entire City of Los Angeles, we thank you for this opportunity to comment, and we look forward to working with your staff on our final application for this project in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very exciting what you all are doing, integrating across all parts of the One Water spectrum. Next, we have Debbie Orris from the Community Water Center. Nice to see you again. Yes, and so far.
I know.
Yeah. We were all driving a lot last night.
Yes, I actually went down to Munson after that hearing and then had to come back up. So a lot of driving yesterday. But yeah, so my name is Debbie Orris. I'm with the Community Water Center. And first, we want to thank staff for all the work on these guidelines, and especially the inclusion of additional amendments to really include DACs and further incentivize including DACs in projects. That's one of the things we've always been worried about, and especially the funding match for non-DAC applicants who are going to do a project. That's really huge for us. One thing we would just, in the final, there needs to be a little bit of cleanup of the scoring criteria. They say that each question is 5 points. For planning, there's 15 now for DACs, but there's only 2 questions, so not sure how that adds up to 15.
We have a math problem.
I do, and then in implementation, in one area on the guideline page, it says that there would be 15 points, but then when you actually look at the scoring criteria, it says 20 for DACs. Again, 2 questions, not sure how 2 5-point questions, as the guidelines say. We also really hope that the final number is 20, not 15. We'd love for more incentives for DAC projects and for DAC benefit projects. Just we would like to state that there needs to be extensive outreach for DACs. We know that they've gotten some applications already, largely from large water agencies, Southern California, and we would really like to see more DAC projects. I think just additional outreach, really focused outreach, will help that a lot. But overall, we're very inspired, and we hope that you adopt these guidelines. Thank you so much.
Ask you a question quickly, Leslie. Is that something that we need to clear up here before approving the guidelines, or something that you can correct afterwards?
We can correct that on the scoring criteria. We can make those minor adjustments on the criteria. I believe, right? Yeah.
That's good. And then on outreach, I know you're
On
starting to
outreach,
get
yep.
technical assistance money out in general under the bond, so.
You and our staff have just planned, they have a whole series of workshops that they have scheduled, I think 6 of them in June to get out, and we're always open to invitations from people to come down too. There's a lot of one-on-one with our applicants, and so we've done a lot of meetings, with individual applicants, which we're always willing to do also, so.
We're also planning to meet with all our pre-applicants, or at least with most of them. We have probably about 20 or so pre-applicants that we're going to be meeting with during the July period, which we're hoping is going to accelerate, our funding process as well. We showed you a schedule earlier, and I think the intent is to try to, get this going quicker by, working with some of the applicants sooner. And we have 6 workshops planned, as Leslie mentioned, and we have 3 in Southern California and 3 in Northern California. So we're really trying to reach out to the, to disadvantaged communities, but also every time we've had outreach, we've ended up seeing new faces. So I think just the word needs to get out, and over time, I think it's going to stick, and we'll end up, ending up with more applicants that are going to applications that will benefit DACs.
We take advantage of every opportunity. We have the funding fairs that we go to, and I think I'm on the agenda for at least 2 upcoming drought workshops down the Central Valley. So every opportunity that anybody from the division has to talk about funding, we always mention all of our funding programs. So we'll take advantage of every forum.
And I'm sure CWC and other groups, Leadership Council, et cetera, will help you.
Thank you. With that, I'll move for adoption of the guidelines.
Second.
And I just want to add, this is quite an accomplishment. I congratulate staff. Other areas of Prop 1, we had templates we were working from. This groundwater grant guidelines was an original product that you put together with stakeholder input very effectively, and I think it's a great accomplishment. Thank you.
Terrific. Thanks.
And tell Joe to get better.
Oh, wait, we didn't vote. All in favor?
Joe, get better.
Yes.
Joe, get better. Wait, all in favor?
Aye.
Well, great. Now we'll move, I think, looking at the clock, we'll get started on item number 10, and we'll take some sort of a modest lunch break. In the meantime, please fill out a blue card if you want to speak on this item. I'm sort of hoping everybody doesn't feel the need to speak this time for a long time, but we'll see how many cards we get. How many cards we get will tell you how much time you have for lunch. I'm threatening them, yes, with their lunch break. Yes, exactly. I didn't win, apparently. Okay. Look, there's a retiree in our midst. Nice to see you. Did I fake you out because you thought I'd take a break?
I thought I didn't realize Lawn Dude already happened.
Oh yeah, Lawn Dude happened, yeah. Lawn Dude, that's the new line. Tweet that. Lawn Dude happened. Totally. Kind of like it, yeah.
All right, my apologies. Good morning, Chair Marcus, board members, Max Gomberg with the Office of Research Planning and Performance. To my left, David Rose and Nathan Weaver from Council's office. We're here to do a presentation on the 5th iteration in the last 22 months on the emergency regulations for urban water conservation.
But who's counting?
But who's counting, right? And you can think of this a little bit as an arc. We're on an arc with these regulations, and hopefully we're on the downside of the arc. So we started way back in July of 2014, asking for some information, some basic end use restrictions on wasteful water practices. We then ramped that up in March of 2016. March of 2015, with some additional restrictions on outdoor water use. Then we realized the drought was much worse than we had previously projected. The governor came out with his 25% order. We went to that mandate in May of last year, so that was sort of the top of the arc. We made some adjustments in February of this year, in the middle of what we didn't know was going to be how well the winter was going to go, sort of on coming down on and now we're moving down that arc with today's proposal, in light of some improved conditions, but the drought not being over. So
we didn't need that other kind of arc, the ARK version.
We haven't needed that kind of arc yet. Although, keep your pairs of animals ready. So that's sort of the overall background of where we've been, where we've come from. The context, as you all and everyone in the room is well aware, is really a severe and ongoing drought. And although the drought is not last year's drought of virtually no Sierra snowpack, there are still significant effects. There are still wells that are dry. There are still forests that are tinder boxes that could burn significantly this year. There are still impacts to reservoirs and rivers. So it's far from a rosy scenario. Although water supply conditions for our urban systems are in much better shape. So there's been a lot of questioning of, well, wait a second, how can you have a drought and good water supply at the same time? And it is indeed possible to have that, because the drought impacts go far beyond our supply and conveyance systems. So we've got ongoing impacts. We've got direction from the governor that comes almost with the same frequency as we adopt regulations at this point. So we had an executive order from November of last year, which led to the February revisions. That executive order told us to go through October of this year if drought conditions persisted. And now we have a new executive order which directs us to go through January of next year. So we're continuing on, albeit with a different approach this time. So as you're aware, and as I've mentioned many times before, climate change is bringing us droughts of increased frequency and severity. And the good news is that California has been at the forefront of responding to climate change, both in reducing emissions that are contributing to climate change and in adapting to how climate change is affecting our state. And this executive order from the governor that issued last week is another piece of that, that response. It's really demonstrating the state's commitment to preparing and being more efficient for our future with climate change, with a growing population, and also contributing to our climate mitigation, that is our greenhouse gas reduction goals, because there's a lot of energy that's embedded in water systems. And so the more efficient we are with our water, the more we contribute to our energy efficiency and our greenhouse gas reduction goals. The executive order also has a number of other elements in addition to this centerpiece of more efficient water use and drought planning. You'll see at the bottom there, there's also a piece of the executive order for agriculture. So although we're focused today on urban California and urban systems, agriculture is part of this overall response to drought and changing water conditions as well. So as I mentioned, we're not out of the woods yet, and we've got some continuing challenges that the drought is presenting to us, in particular in our forested areas where we really have extreme fire danger for this year. And unfortunately, the current climate predictions are for a dry winter. Although it's always too early to call these things, it's a good reason for continued caution.
I thought earlier the drought update that John Lehigh provided showed the deficit in rainfall since 2012, and I thought that was a very good illustration of what we're up against. So in the Northern Sierra, it was a deficit of 37 inches. Central Sierra, a deficit running of 69, 70 inches, which is the equivalent of 2 years of precipitation. So I thought that was very illustrative of this sort of momentum in the system it feels a little hidden right now, but is clearly there.
Absolutely, and in particular, that deficit manifests in our groundwater withdrawals, right? We often talk about groundwater being the savings account for the state, and when we deplete that, when we have severe drought, it's really tough to build it back up. So to your point, Board Member Moore, you can see the map in terms of precipitation. From this winter, the greens and the blues are good, average and above, and the oranges and reds are where we didn't get it. And really, as you mentioned, the key for this year is that part in the Central Sierra. So you've got the area around Lake Tahoe is that nice blue, but you go south from there into the Sierra and you get to that yellow-orange area, and that's why not all of our reservoirs are in good shape. And then you can also see in coastal Southern California really didn't get much in the way of precipitation this winter as well. And so that's why, as you can see on this graph, although our big Northern California reservoirs are in good shape, you look at New Melones there in the Central Sierra, and it's quite low. So as I mentioned, the governor's executive order from last week directs the board to extend the emergency regulations through January of next year. And that's the proposal we're bringing to you today. And we've had a few months now of meeting with stakeholders, talking to various people up and down the state, and then watching February, March, April as our precipitation levels climbed, particularly the first 2 weeks of March really helped us out there. And so taking all of that into account in terms of trying to figure out how to thread the needle between the need for continuing caution and continuing conservation and acknowledging the conditions that have improved and the ability of our local water suppliers to meet their service needs for their customers. So the proposal today has a number of pieces to it. And you can see there's sort of 6 categories of this regulation overall. The central piece is number 1 that you see up there. And the conservation standards, which, as you know, since May of last year have been tied to a statewide 25% mandate, which we developed those tiers for, which everyone's familiar with, the 8 to 36%, which we are now advocating moving away from that to a supply-based assessment for setting conservation standards going forward. And there are a number of pieces to that, which I'm going to get to in terms of assumptions and projections about supply conditions, about demand conditions. In terms of the timing of it, what you see there under number 1 is that we had initially come up with a time frame which many commenters felt was a little too aggressive in terms of doing these projections, so we are proposing moving things back a little bit. Number 2, as you probably recall from the governor's executive order, we now have direction to make those end user requirements permanent. Those are things like no washing your vehicle without a shutoff nozzle, no running a fountain or decorative water feature without a recirculation pump.
If it uses potable water.
If it uses potable water, no irrigation during and 48 hours after a rain event, and there are a number of others. Of particular note, I think for the discussion later, staff had initially proposed dropping the requirements on the hospitality and restaurant industries. And we received quite a number of comments actually urging us to maintain those requirements for their awareness and information value as much as for the water saving element of it. We have made some adjustments, as you see on number 4 and 5, which are bolded, to other categories of water suppliers. We've got a category that are what we call self-supplied. They've got their own well or their own system. They're not part of an urban system. And we had been requiring them to reduce irrigation by cutting it to 2 days per week or cutting back 25%. The proposal today would match their required levels to the nearest urban water supplier or the one whose service area that they're part of. So that's a change. And then for the small suppliers, we have the same requirement in place, 25% or no more than 2 days a week of irrigation. We are proposing to drop that, although we would still require reporting from those smaller suppliers. Those are the ones that serve smaller communities, not the 411 larger urban water suppliers.
And the thinking there is just because they have so much on their plate to deal with apropos of the earlier conversations we were having today.
That's right. So the crux of this, as I mentioned, is the new method for setting conservation standards, and it has a couple of key assumptions and parameters that we're proposing to set that the suppliers would then use in determining their new conservation standard. So in particular, the supply parameters, the idea is that we look out from today 3 additional years, 3 additional dry years. And those years would be based on the 3 dry years that we had prior to this year. So that the winter of 2012 into 13, 2013-14, and 2014-15, which was one of the driest. So this is no walk in the park in terms of assessing whether there's actually water supply going forward. And the way this is structured, if at the end of those 3 years a supplier would have a deficit, then that deficit is what the new conservation standard would be. So if the deficit in this, we're talking about 2019 projecting out, if the deficit is, say, 12%, then the conservation standard for now, for this year, would be 12%. For demand, we're proposing to use 2013 and 2014. And the reasoning behind this is that 2015, because of the 25% mandate, demand was way down. And so we want to be a little more conservative. But those 2 years reflect drought years, reflect, near current population and such. So that we thought that was sort of the sweet spot for what's a reasonable demand projection, and conservative as well.
Right, and the reason to be conservative, I don't want to put words in your mouth because you're better at it than I am, but the whole idea of being conservative is because folks asked us, and this was really interesting at the workshop on the 20th, and did a good job of saying, let us show you you don't need to worry, state, so that we can lighten up the top down. And so if we weren't to be conservative, it would be the whole purpose.
That's right.
Why we're doing it, right.
And so as I mentioned again, if under these conditions, a supplier would have a shortage in 2019, then that shortage would be the conservation standard. So it could be anything from 1% to whatever the shortage level, 20+%. It is not going to be based on the same 4% tiering that we've had in the past. This slide shows an example calculation. This, by the way, is on a fact sheet that's available on the board's website. And essentially it just walks through what I just described, how a supplier with different types of supply would go through this calculus and determine what their conservation standard would be given the parameters that we've set forth. And again, I think the key here is if you look at step 2 in the middle, right, suppliers have different types of supply. They have water that's in reservoirs, they have water that's in groundwater, they may have recycled water that's treated to potable standards, they may have desalinated water, all of that factors in. And indeed, water that is available because it wasn't used 1 year and is still available in a reservoir counts. The so-called carryover storage is part of this as well. So it's looking at what are all of the types of supply that are available, how much of that gets used in these 3 successive dry years, and then where do things stand in 2019. As I mentioned, we're also proposing to keep these specific end user prohibitions, which are listed up there. And again, as I mentioned, the proposal is to lift the requirements for the hospitality and restaurant industries. However, as I mentioned, many commenters have recommended that we actually keep those in place. So I think we're certainly open to that if you all are. One key element of this new approach, we anticipate that all 411 urban suppliers will go through this calculation exercise to determine a new conservation standard, but if they choose not to, they would maintain their existing conservation standard under the current emergency regulation. So with that, we're keeping those provisions in the regulation with the exception of the 4% tier, which doesn't have relevance under this new proposed regime. Again, I mentioned already the self-supplied and small supplier elements of this. And again, now we're looking to go from June through January. And I should mention that the governor's executive order from last week specifically directs also that the board is prepared by January to move back to something that is more akin to the 25% mandate if this winter brings us La Nina dry type conditions.
So if it's dry or presuming, and I don't want to presume, assuming that we go with this, it doesn't work.
Before Max skips, one thing I want to note for the third bullet is in the staff proposal, the self-supplied CII users would be targeting conservation standard of the nearest urban water supplier as opposed to required to hit that conservation standard. That's in the staff proposal, is that they targeting, meaning it's not an enforceable requirement on them because these are self-supplied CII users and every industrial need is going to be different. So we
Right, yeah.
to seek to attain the conservation standard of the nearest supplier based on supply conditions, but we're not mandating that they do that in particular, that they achieve that standard. I just wanted to make that clear that it was a target for the CII users.
Oh, thank you for that. And there are on a number of these, there are comments, and I'm sure we'll talk through in here today and decide what to do.
So even under this new proposed setting of conservation standard, the board still maintains its enforcement and compliance authority. We've got different tools you see listed up there. We haven't, thankfully, had to use any cease and desist orders. We have issued a small number of conservation orders to communities where we felt that because they may not have had the capacity to run a fully robust conservation program, we could put in some specific requirements for them. As you'll see there on the bottom bullet, the alternate compliance structure that the board set up back in May is also proposed to continue. That's for communities where, because of their commercial and industrial use being, critical to the local economy and a large part of the water supply, we've given them a different set of requirements. So that would still be available under this proposal as well. Most of the water suppliers, NGOs, and others who've commented on this proposal seem to think it makes sense given the conditions we're in, although some of the NGOs feel that it's a little bit too lenient given the ongoing drought conditions. There have been various concerns raised about what we're proposing in terms of these 3 additional dry years, which I'm sure you'll hear from commenters. We already mentioned that we're proposing to extend the deadlines. The complexity here with this approach is that for the first time we're adding in wholesale water agencies as well, because those agencies sell water to these retail agencies. So they need, the retail agencies who we're putting the requirements on need to know how the wholesalers would project their supplies. And there are quite a number, a few dozen wholesalers in the state. These are entities like the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, the Santa Clara Valley Water District, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, others that have to do a separate set of calculations here as well. So we're giving a little bit extra time for everyone to do that. There were some requests for allowing a July 1st start date instead of a June 1st start date, effective start date, even though we're having this information be submitted in June. I don't think we're in favor of that. It would make things more complex than it would need to be. In terms of the last bullet, a number of the suppliers and associations representing of them, the wholesale suppliers that is, would like to be able to report in aggregate what they think their supply availability under these 3 additional dry years would be, as opposed to calculating for each of their customers what they think they would be able to deliver. We think that's problematic because these individual urban water suppliers have to be able to do their own assessment. And if they don't have a figure from their wholesale supplier about how much they think they would get, it would make it difficult for them to do that calculus.
So wouldn't a starting place for that be what happened in those 3 years, since we're using the 3 past years? So we're saying if you have 3 years as bad as these 3 past years, here's what it's likely to be. Wouldn't the starting point be whatever it was the last 3 years less whatever other changes we make?
It could be. The difference is that we're starting from where we are today. instead of where we were in 2012.
So it's going to be more generous, presumably,
Presumably.
because they're, okay, right, thank you. But that would be a starting point for thinking, and then you're starting to add and subtract.
Yeah. We want to be sensitive to what we're asking for in terms of these calculations and projections. On the other hand, we want to make sure that what the urban water suppliers have to do is reasonable. So we'd like to find a balance. We don't think that the aggregation approach quite strikes it.
I think people in their comments will be thinking about that beyond what they wrote in there.
And I'm assuming that we're talking forecasting, and so
Right.
whatever the forecast is, it's a reasonable guess. We forecasted lots of rain in an El Nino year, or at least the experts forecasted a lot of rain, and we didn't get it. So, nobody's going to be punished for not getting it precisely right, but it's got to be reasonable.
It's the question of who does the estimating that's here, and so the wholesalers would rather not have to put out numbers, and then the retailers don't want to have to do it themselves. So we have to just think about where the most reasonable place to land is.
Right. And to your point,
I can see that.
Vice Chair Spivey-Weber, we tried to take away, there's always going to be some projection work here. We tried to take that away by specifying the winters that they should use for these projections. So it's, there is a hydrological profile, if you will, that we are asking the wholesalers and the urbans to use. But there is no pinpoint accuracy to these types of projections, as everyone knows. So the other comments related to these parameters have to do with, the supply and demand projections. A number of the water community would like us to include 2015 in the demand projection. It's the argument, as I understand it, goes something along the lines of, well, we actually don't expect a whole lot of rebound in terms of water use, so it makes sense to include this very low use year in these projections. Our opinion is that since we're lifting this 25%, we don't want to include that low year. That's really not conservative enough. But I'm sure you'll hear more about that in comments. There was another set of comments about rather than the 3-year look ahead, simply to use a 1-year look ahead. Again, we feel that's not conservative enough. It sort of undermines the intent here, which is to figure out whether we're prepared for an additional 3 dry years, not just for 1 more year. And that's part of the reason why we are proposing removing this statewide, 25% mandate is because we can be assured that even under 3 additional dry years, suppliers will be able to provide their customers with water. One question we asked commenters specifically to weigh in on was the idea of a floor that is a minimum conservation level, regardless of what the supply reliability assessment would turn up. And there are arguments on both sides of it. Our current proposal is that a floor is not needed at this time, but there were a number of commenters who thought it would make sense to have a minimum level. So I already mentioned the discussion about the hospitality industry and restaurant industry prohibitions. There are a number of commenters who really do think we should retain those. There was concern in the more rural areas, even where we have urban water suppliers, but they may supply to, more rural areas of the state, that the end-use prohibitions, that is those specific prohibitions on hosing down driveways and vehicles and such, really shouldn't apply there. Again, it's our view that these actually are common sense provisions against waterways that should apply across the state. There was
They have a health and safety exception, right? They always did.
They always do, right? So there's always been this confusion about, well, you're telling us we can't, hose down a sidewalk or a driveway at any time, and that's not true. If there's a health and safety need, that is allowable, and that's in the regulation. There's also been a question just about how we track this in terms of the calendar. Water years, as you know, run from October 1 through September 30, which is a different calendar timeframe than a calendar year. We are proposing for the supply projections to use the water years because that really tracks with when the rainfall comes. However, for the demand, we're looking at calendar years, and that's in part because we have been collecting data on water usage since the beginning of 2014, and we don't have, since the beginning of 2013, we don't have data going back into 2012, those months that would be part of that water year. We don't think this is a major problem, but again, we're open to reconciliation. So I think I've covered most of these topics already, and just suffice it to say that this is a very different approach, but again, as the governor has directed, if come January things are looking dry again, we are directed and will be prepared to go back to something more akin to that 25% statewide mandate. And indeed, even if things are looking poor over the summer in terms of the actual conservation levels, there's nothing that precludes the board from acting earlier to increase the level of requirements or restrictions. As we've done with prior iterations of the regulation, staff has prepared a fiscal impact analysis on what the impacts of this regulation would look like. Needless to say, as opposed to the 25% mandate, the impacts are much lower than they have been in the past. What we're anticipating is, lower levels of conservation overall, and therefore fewer revenue impacts to the water suppliers, which are the main fiscal impact that we've taken note of. And again, as the last bullet notes, as in all sort of actions of this sort, the economic impacts don't just line up in the negative column. There are positive impacts localized and for particular industries, say the landscape industry as well. If the board votes to adopt this regulation today or amend and adopt it, we anticipate it will go into effect June 1st. Even though the actual data to set these new standards will be coming in later in June, the effective date for the new standard will still be June 1st. And so that's how we would track going forward is June numbers, which will be reported on July 15th, will be the beginning for this new approach. The existing approach will remain in effect through the end of May for the purpose of tracking compliance. So I'm now going to turn it over to Nathan Weaver to go through the change sheet with our proposed changes to the adopted regulation.
Right, and then I think we'll go through the change sheet. We clearly have a list of issues that we'll circle back to after we hear from everyone so that we can sort of go through it logically. And just for people's sake, I want to get going on the comment cards, but we'll take a break at 1 o'clock for lunch, and then presumably we'll take another break to think about what we've heard at the conclusion of the public comment, then we'll come back and decide what to do.
So I'd ask the clerk if it would be possible to put the change sheet up on the screen. And there are also copies in the back if anyone hasn't gotten one already. Thank you. And would it be possible to maybe zoom out to about 100%? Thank you. That's perfect. Thank you. Okay, so staff are proposing, it's a mix of cleanup and some of the changes that Max talked about in response to comments. So for Section 864 subdivision D, we're taking out a cross-reference to the hospitality requirement for 865 or 864.5.
Wait, so tell us what that means.
So staff are proposing to remove the hospitality requirements. So we had referenced that subdivision here. This is the provision that would allow us to enforce those requirements. And since we took that subdivision out, and then so that was B, and then we renumbered everything. So we're now referencing C in the enforcement section because we renumbered. So we're just cleaning that up.
All right, so if we decide later to put it back in, particularly since so many people mentioned this would go.
Right, then we would put this language back in as well.
And the above language in the first line of that section that has the D added in and E crossed off, we'd renumber everything.
Okay. Okay.
Clean up that we missed.
So moving on to 864.5, we're proposing extending everyone's deadline by a week. We're proposing that water suppliers post the data and analysis supporting their conservation standard on a publicly available website, just to facilitate transparency, simplify public records requests, things like that. For, if we go down to the next page, perfect, thank you. We're proposing to add an assumption to what suppliers would consider that they should assume for the purposes of figuring out their conservation standard that no temporary urgency change petitions would be granted. These are conservative assumptions. The board has received no such petitions. It would be premature to speculate as to whether or not they would be granted. So we want to make sure that suppliers consider that as part of their determining their standard.
That was a good catch.
And that's also in response to comments from Coastkeeper, NRDC, and the Pacific Institute. At C, we're proposing to give the board the authority to disapprove conservation standard just for quality control. And that's a cleanup item.
And that's really, if someone put in an extra zero or something that's clearly outside the bounds of what would be.
That's not just if we're quibbling on the margins of a groundwater assessment.
That's right.
Frankly, we assumed that had already been there. It just wasn't stated clearly. So we wanted it to be stated clearly so everybody knew.
We are proposing at various places to change references to subdivision to the section, just as a result of the renumbering and for cleanup. And then in 865C1, we're proposing language that would, again, just make clear if we do disapprove a conservation standard, the old one under 865 would be in effect until the issue is resolved. And then the last change to 866C, and this looks like this did not print in red for the versions we have in the back, and this is just fixing a typographical error. We said compliance in the first draft when we meant that changes will not void or excuse non-compliance with previous versions of the regulation. Compliance is encouraged.
Compliance is encouraged.
And as you know,
And
board members,
resistance is futile? A follow-on?
as you know, board members, there's also a resolution that accompanies this regulation, which we're happy to walk through later.
Okay. Any questions before we jump right into the comments? We've done, why don't we just jump into it? Is that all right? And we'll come back. Obviously, we'll order the things that need to be discussed after we listen to people. The comments were very thoughtful. So that was helpful. All right. I'm going to give people 3 minutes, unless this pile grows, in which case it'll go down to 2. But for now, I think we'll do 3. First 3 speakers. First, Paul Helliker from Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, followed by Amy Talbot from the Regional Water Authority, followed by Todd Jorgensen from the City of Riverside. Hi.
Welcome. Thank you. Starting at the top of the state this morning. We support the supply-based approach. We think it's perfectly reasonable, as the Regulation Digest says. And we don't support, however, a floor, because as you can see from this graph here, this shows the last 4 years of supply that we have in our reservoir. We had a full reservoir every year, and our reservoir this year has been spilling since December. I think it just finally quit. So we don't really have any place to store any water that we would be conserving. And in fact, we did conserve I think somewhere around 400 or 500 acre feet out of our normal deliveries of 10,000. But we had 150,000 acre feet of water flow down the river over the reservoir. So all that water is now in the ocean. And I think that's probably true in other places too. We heard this morning about Shasta, Folsom, and Oroville. They had flood control releases as well of about 750,000 acre feet. So had they saved that water in March, those reservoirs would be full today, whereas they're short by about 500,000 acre feet. So I don't think a floor makes any sense. It certainly doesn't, it would undermine the whole approach that you guys are proposing in these changes, which we think is a great approach. The drought monitor is noted as not really relevant, which is good. We've been working on that for a while. And on the wholesaler issue, I think being a wholesaler, we have contracts with our direct retail customers. For us, it's not a difficult issue to try to calculate how much water they would need. I think what you're hearing from other wholesalers is they don't have contracts with their retail level customers, and you'll hear more from them probably, but I think that's the issue, that for them to be able to reach down and try to get that information may be difficult for them to do. So I have a few more seconds here. I do have more slides, and I'll go through them quickly.
Can I ask a quick question, though,
Sure.
just to go back to that last slide, because a number of people have said this, and I heard you talk about your annual deliveries. So you just because a reservoir is full doesn't mean you shouldn't be drawing it. You should be drawing it down as much as you want, because then there's the next year and the next. But I'm looking at your numbers here, and in your reservoir, you've got more than 4 years of deliveries when it's full. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, pretty
Some
much.
folks don't,
I know.
and yet just because it's spilling doesn't mean anything, which is the point you're making about Shasta and Oroville.
And the reservoir is not the only supply of water.
Correct.
There are accretions downstream, so we have that benefit too. Okay, next slide. I don't have the clicker here. Quickly, here's all the La Nina, El Nino information. 10 of the 23 years following El Nino years were La Nina years, and 4 of those had higher precipitation than the preceding El Nino years. So just because we may have an La Nina year doesn't mean that we're going to have low precipitation.
Well, no, we couldn't bank on El Nino. We can't bank on La Nina either. That's anyone who thinks they can project the weather.
Yeah.
You know, there's a bridge I could sell you.
Yes, yeah. More information. This is now sorted by category, so you can read these at your convenience. This is Australia, Southeast Australia. This is the Millennium Drought. They had a number of, they had a really dry year in 97, another really dry year in 2002, and then 2006 was the really catastrophic year. I don't think there were any real wet years in the middle. And 2006 was when they started building their desal plants. So and here's Melbourne. They're in the southern end. They're kind of the LA of Southeast Australia. theirs dropped really significantly. This is our 8-station index. I think the only trend you can determine here, it's actually going up slightly in terms of total precipitation, but the variability is increasing. But the driest years are listed there. Back to the calculation, our 3 dry years that we use are 90, 91, and 92. So 13, 14, 15 is fine, but we're already doing that process in the urban water management plan. Last 2 slides. Shasta, we're now well above normal, and Oroville, and so we're not really safe in the same situation Melbourne was. We do have a good storage level this year, so it's a good foundation. Thanks.
Good. Oh, before you leave, Paul, since up in the North Coast, really you struggle to message that, oh, we have a drought when all these factors don't point to it. And what we're up to now is really trying to maintain the credibility with Californians about the right touch on requirements. With this question of the hospitality issue, do you see any credibility issues with your customers that they would have to ask for water at restaurants in your part of the state?
I personally think that we should ask for water anyway, and so having that as an ongoing prohibition should not be a problem. I can't remember what the other hospitality one, I think it is washing sheets or something.
Yeah.
Hotels, yeah.
That's how you feel personally, but you don't think it's a credibility issue with the people that are in your districts?
No, most of the restaurants don't have the little tents saying we're in a dire drought. And in fact, I should have taken a picture, but now the statewide highway signs don't talk about drought anymore. They talk about motorcycles. So I think people are getting to know what the situation is. And with these changes in the regulations that you're proposing, I think it'll make it a lot easier for us to message the information, no matter what the prohibitions might be.
Yeah, it's important to be efficient, drought or no drought.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Amy Talbot, hi, thank you, followed by Mr. Jorgensen, followed by Katie Rourke from Coachella Valley Water District.
Hello. I'm Amy Talbot, the Water Efficiency Program Manager for the Regional Water Authority. We represent about 24 water agencies in the Sacramento area. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to comment today. We support the State Water Board's recognition of local capacity to assess water supply conditions during this drought emergency and to respond accordingly. As you know, the Sacramento region identified their own local drought emergency in December 2013 prior to any state intervention and responded with a nearly 20% savings in 2014 during the state's voluntary requirements. We achieved this savings by implementing our water shortage contingency plans combined with local, regional, and state public outreach messaging. Our return to local water supply management through self-assessment of supplies allows water agencies to honor their local water supply conditions and match any insufficiencies with equal conservation restrictions. We have shown we can be successful with this approach in 2014 and are prepared to monitor water supply conditions going forward in the event that we need to make adjustments. In support, the RWA Board of Directors passed a resolution on May 12th to reiterate the support for a return to local water supply management and a commitment to respond to potential future water shortages. With the issue of creating a potential non-supply-based conservation floor, this concept is inconsistent with the direction of supply-based certification, which matches water supply to conservation restrictions and will actively erode water supplier and customer trust. Just also...
Question on this, I'll ask you, you all have done a really good job on this, and I actually don't know what I think about this in general. But the idea of a floor that's a modest amount that some folks, including agencies, have suggested, and that floor is a lot lower than what you all have been able to achieve in general, it's more of a we're all in this together message as opposed to a we need to do this red alert alarm bells message. And the public responds well to that. Is the floor that, the idea of a modest floor, really that much of a problem with your customers, or is it just seems complex given that we're going this other direction? I don't know how to think about it exactly.
It could be confusing because if we're matching supply to demand, then you're sending one message saying we need to save when we don't have enough water. If you put even a voluntary floor that's saying that's not necessarily true, we need to save because we're all in this together, those are two kind of conflicting messages. I think the truth of the matter is, regardless if water agencies go down to zero with self-assessment, that the savings is going to continue. It's not going to stop. We're going to continue with our programs, and the rebound in demand is not going to be exactly there. So, I mean, with a floor, if it's voluntary, I can see that, being okay, but I feel like it's very inconsistent with the rest of the proposal. And it kind of complicates the message to the customer saying, we have demand, we can meet our demand with this. You still need to conserve long term. We're going to transition back to our water efficiency programs, and here's how we're going to go move forward. I feel like that's a clearer message than we have enough supply, but we're still going to do 8% based on non-supply measures. That's just kind of how I see it. So, I'm going to continue on.
Yeah, sure, of course, sorry.
Okay. So getting back kind of what I was saying with the shift to back to efficiency standards, I want to let y'all know what we're doing regardless of the percentage. So even if our agencies go back to 0%, we still have actions lined up to continue that savings going forward. We've got $5 million in regional grant programs that we're implementing right now. Our agencies are continue their permanent conservation programs going forward, including enforcement. We've doubled our public outreach budget for this year going forward to help with the transition back to efficiency and to talk about the lessons we've learned during the drought and the need to continue those. We've also administered a statistically significant survey, a public survey to tap into what people did during the drought during 14-15 to save water, if they're going to continue and why. So we understand what their motivations are, and that will help inform our public outreach program. And I guess the bottom line is even if we self-supply and some of those suppliers go down to 0%, the work does not stop with this, that it will continue and we'll continue to have the savings. It's simply a transition to a different type of savings. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jorgensen, followed by Ms. Ruark, followed by Ashley Hudgens from Desert Water Agency. Hi.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Todd Jorgensen from the City of Riverside. We are in favor of the proposed changes to the emergency regulation. As to the conservation floor, we believe that the floor has already been set by SBX 7-7 in terms of both the baseline demand and the conservation target. Any changes in the floor should be done with a similar process. Thank you.
Brooke, followed by Ms. Hudgens, followed by David Boland from the Association of California Water Agencies.
Good afternoon. I can be brief as well. Not as brief as Todd, but I'll try.
It's not a competition.
Yeah. Katie Rourke with Coachella Valley Water District. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to review and comment again. Coachella Valley Water District has really appreciated the opportunity to work with this board and the staff through 5 iterations of this, and we really appreciate the allowance of feedback. We applaud the board's willingness to amend the emergency regulations related to the current water situation, and we're supportive of the use of supply as a metric. We think the use of supply and demand gives us a comprehensive analysis of the drought impacts, and we think that's a really smart way to address this at this time. I'm going to skip a great deal of my comments because they've been addressed by staff, but I do want to say that we take supply reliability very seriously, as it is our key responsibility. Our conservation programs at CVWD are robust, and we've dedicated tremendous resources to improving water efficiency, and we will continue to do that even as these things change. So we commend the state board on its willingness to adjust the regulations now that we're seeing some relief thanks to some weather. And we will provide a similar adjustment to our customers as needed to ensure that we have reliable supply. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I do think one of the things we've talked about that we didn't talk about as much today is that this is, in addition to it being an opportunity for suppliers to lay out to their customers and to us and everyone that they're okay over 3 years. It also brings into the equation more than we could in the crediting off percentages, the notion of being prepared for longer droughts through a mix of sources, not just how full your reservoir. Most Californians don't have a reservoir they can see nearby, but the mix and diversification into recycling and stormwater capture, desal, and appropriate circumstances that we want agencies are doing both in order to secure the adequacy of water supplies for their customers. But even though conservation and efficiency are critically important.
We're of course proud of our ability to long-term plan, and we're excited to be able to share some of that with our customers now that we think they'll pay attention. In the past, maybe that wasn't always the case.
That's a good point. Good point. Ms. Hudgens, followed by Mr. Boland, followed by Gary Arendt from the Valley Center Municipal Water District.
Hello, thank
Hi.
you for having us all here today. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for us to come before you, and thank you tremendously, both to staff and to the board. Recognizing local supply is a really big step in the right direction. We understand that that alone is a great deal of work for your team, and we appreciate that you're willing to do that after hearing us through round after round. We really look forward to working with staff through the self-certification process. We're eager to see some of those details and understand that much of the success will kind of lie in the process, but we're confident that it will be smooth sailing. Desert Water Agency has been and will continue to be committed to helping customers conserve. In principle, conservation floor runs contrary to local self-certification, but we do expect that our customers will keep up that conservation. They've learned to be more efficient water users, so I don't see that changing. And a lot of them have made permanent changes. Those changes in and of themselves will continue to save for years to come. While we are here to talk about emergency regulations, we do look forward to working with DWR and the State Water Board as new long-term targets are developed. We're proud that our customers have met our 20 by 2020 target. We plan to continue these investments and keep soliciting grants, perhaps through the guidelines discussed earlier today. Local leadership is extremely important to meeting new targets, whether they're short-term or long-term, and we're glad to see that the short-term have been recognized. We're also pleased to see that agency involvement and input was valued, and even the last iteration of changes, we submitted comments on Friday and some of us on Monday, and it looks like some of those things were addressed, which is very impressive. We're very hopeful that this new framework will lead to a conservation standard that does reflect the investments that our customers have made for decades. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Mr. Boland, followed by Mr. Arendt, followed by Ken Weinberg on behalf of Padre Dam Municipal Water District.
Thank you,
Boland.
Chair Marcus and board members. I'm David Boland with the Association of California Water Agencies, 430 public water agencies that are statewide working on this project, and we've been working on it for a long time. SaveOurWater.com.
Oh, SaveOurWater.com.
Go to that website and you'll find a lot of good stuff, and probably even some links in some way back to the Lawn Dude, and all kinds of other local programs, local and regional programs around the state. So we appreciate a lot the way that the staff has pivoted on this point. We worked really hard to provide good substantive input, and that's been obviously considered, and we support the proposal pretty much in its totality. The change sheet as well, and appreciate the 1 week shift. A recognition of the fact that we do have some complexity with some of our wholesalers, where there are actually tiers of wholesalers that they have to kind of work down and then back up the food chain, making sure all the numbers work out. And I think there's a real conscientiousness on the part of the water suppliers to spend the time they need to make sure the numbers are all can stand up to scrutiny when we do publish all this information in an open and transparent way. We think a couple of additions are still warranted. They were highlighted by the staff. We still want to advocate for those, and we had them in our comment letter. One was just this 1 month transition. The idea that we are pivoting pretty substantially from a one kind of regime, one proposal, one approach to another whole different approach. And the fact that we do have this complexity with some of the wholesalers and retailers, there may be some parts of the state and some specific wholesaler retailer groups that may not be able to make the dates. We're hoping that that 1 month can be provided for a soft transition to that process, and that we think there'll be plenty for staff to look at in the major compliance. We think most agencies are going to want to comply ASAP, and so most of the attention will be on that first month. But if a couple of agencies need to negotiate a specific I guess, softer start, we propose that they go ahead and adhere to their current
Yeah, I saw that. That
their
didn't
current
seem
standards. So
unreasonable.
if they're at 26% or 24% or 28%, I guess it'd be 4% differences, they could do that for one more month while they're getting their numbers together, and that they'll probably, again, plenty of staff to do in that period, and then they could come in a little bit later and catch up. And we think that 1 month will be a little bit more helpful for those that are really panicked about making these dates and want to make sure their numbers are right.
Just illuminate your thinking on that. Why not do that? Or did you think enforcement discretion would work? Or what did you think of that? Because
Yeah.
the number sticks that we already have. I noted that in the comment.
I don't think it's an enforcement issue so much as it is a timing and reporting issue. It's very easy to just have one deadline that applies to all of the suppliers. It's a shift for everyone. It helps with the reporting. Our experience from the February 2nd iteration of the regulation, where we had multiple deadlines for requesting
that's
credits
right,
and
you did.
adjustments, was that it was a little bit messy, is the way I'd describe it. So I think it would just be easier and cleaner to just have one deadline. I understand the concern Mr. Boland's raising. On the other hand, we haven't heard specifically from any suppliers that they don't think that they can make it, particularly with the additional week that we're granting. So I think our preference would be to leave it as is.
Mr. Boland, you can have a little more time because
Okay,
the
I'll
clock
try to
kept
wind
running.
it up here quickly. The other idea of calculating the standard based on the first year gap as opposed to the third year gap, both that and the related idea of averaging the 2 demand years, instead of that having 3 demand years that are aligned with the 3 supply years. We believe that's going to result in a more conservative and appropriate, maybe not conservative in the sense of bolstering the total numbers, but more accurate and more realistic projection of 3 drought years going forward. And I want to underscore the fact that what we're trying to do is plan based on some unprecedented supply restrictions that we've been faced with, potentially supply restrictions. And if we're able to make those 3 numbers, and we're in such dire straits going forward that we're in those kind of drought conditions, that communications process is going to result in consumers actually using less water, similar to what they did in 2015. So we think that averaging those 3 years of demand is actually going to represent the way Californians will respond, as opposed to kind of pre-drought or dry conditions versus catastrophic supply conditions. So we just think it's not necessary to bolster the analysis in such a conservative way, and so we're advocating for this more balanced approach. And then finally, again, we don't support the floor. We think it's a mixed message. There's 2 different processes here. We really are focused on supply reliability. If the numbers are demonstrated and if the incentive is given to build in supply and invest in supply, and you're communicating with your customers on that wavelength, then the idea of having kind of a belt and suspenders here and going back to the old kind of unilateral, maybe 10%, maybe 8%, maybe 4%, just kind of pick a number and everybody just has to do it. We think that's a mixed message. And we just, again, think that it'll be effective going forward, this new approach. I guess we have a chance to see whether it will be. And then, of course, as staff has pointed out, the executive order empowers the board to look on 2017 emergency regulations, and we can go from there. So that concludes my comments, and I appreciate the emphasis that the agencies are making on the fact that their programming going forward, they're not going to be letting up on the gas here. So I think we're going to, convince our Californians we've got their attention. We've seen some permanent changes. We're going to lock those in permanently in a long-term process, which is going forward, and then we're going to see some results in terms of behavior as well. So we're not out of the woods, and I think we're communicating that. Thanks.
Mr. Arant, followed by Mr. Weinberg, followed by Kimberly Thorner from Olivenhain Municipal Water District.
Good afternoon. Here we are again. Chair Marcus, members of the board, staff.
You're going to miss
thank
us
you.
when this is over.
Oh, no. No, my agency just bought a condo up here, so Plan on being here a
Don't
lot.
don't say that in jest,
I have
because
a lot of work to do.
front page.
We submitted a letter of comment. I'm just going to address a few points in that letter. We're very supportive of the self-certification approach. We think it's really important to tie drought response to the actual supply conditions that you find throughout the state. I think it also establishes a framework, a workable framework as we look forward to move in and out of drought conditions. It establishes a way to do that in a more thoughtful, proactive way. We are opposed and see no reason to establish a mandatory conservation floor. First of all, I think it undercuts the wisdom of the framework we just complemented. It also overlooks the impact of these standard, as I call them, thou shalt never water rules about water waste. And those are firmly established, and we support those, exactly extending those to the hospitality industry. And I think it creates a disconnect between what's really on the ground in parts of the state, the water supply, and what we're asking the customers to do. And I think that disconnect attacks the credibility of water agencies with their customers. Our customers and customers all over California responded very well. My customers met and exceeded 36%, and they knew that they had locally an adequate supply, but yet because of the conditions and the emergency, they met that. I think to continue with that affects our credibility, and I think credibility with the public is going to be really important as we move into the long-term water supply efficiency. We need to be credible with our customers as we talk about what the new standards are going to be and why it's important to comply with those. So I really think that what you propose without a floor establishes a better framework and credibility, long-term credibility with our customers. Also want to address the requirement for the ag report and to remind you that we submitted an ag report. We did one and submitted it, and hopefully you can tell your friends over at DWR to count that one for the new requirement under the governor's mandate. And finally, we plan on fully continuing our drought messaging. We built it into our programs. I think our local newspapers would be very upset if we stopped advertising. And so we're going to continue doing that and keep the emphasis on water use, efficient water use for the future. So thank you all for your hard work through this period of time, and I know we've got more to do. But we appreciate all the effort and the opportunity and your responsiveness to our comments. It's been much appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Weinberg, followed by Ms. Thorner, followed by Danielle Blissett from the California Municipal Utilities Association.
Morning, Chair Marcus, board members. Thank you. I'm here representing the Padre Dam Municipal Water District. Padre is a water supplier in eastern San Diego County, delivers recycled water and potable imported water, and they are in the advanced planning stages of a large-scale potable reuse project that we think is an example of the drought resilient supplies that you're looking for. I want to really, just like the previous speakers, acknowledge our appreciation for your listening skills in terms of how the water suppliers commented throughout this process. And I think it's important to note that your proposal for self-certification is really very much appreciated, but also reflects the fact that our publics have stepped up and shown that they can save water. And I think we've kind of made our point on the importance of supply availability and resilient supply. So we really express our thanks to the board and staff for recognizing that. And that's
Thank the panel that proposed it.
And the panel that proposed it. We also think that is much more in line with the governor's water action plan and really signifies a partnership that we all want to participate in going forward to address these challenges. So Padre Dam submitted a comment letter. I just want to touch on a couple of items. I'm going to kind of call this in the spirit of the Paperwork Reduction Act, even though I don't think the state has one. We think that letting the wholesalers aggregate the evaluations is going to give you an accurate picture of what supply and demand conditions look like within a region or a self-defined region. because they're sharing supplies. All that information is going to do exactly what you want, look at supplies, look at demand, and give you the picture. It's also going to streamline, so in the case of San Diego County, instead of getting 24 of these evaluations, you can get one, but there's enough information there to really back up the evaluation and back up the claim. So I think we'd ask you to consider that it will be accurate and it will be.
Help me understand this, because I've heard it, read the comments in a different number of ways. It kind of defeats the purpose of the retailer explaining to the customer everything they're relying on, telling the story. And one of the advantages of this approach is sharing with customers, again, that information is important in moving forward through the decades on everything that we're doing. And so being able to lay out that suite or portfolio of things seems important. Are you saying, I know some have suggested that if the wholesaler can project enough, that should be enough for the retailer, and it kind of gives away part of the beauty of the elegance of the proposal, which is everybody lays it out for everybody to see what it is they're relying on. Or am I not understanding this?
I think it's more...
Some paperwork's not so bad. It's, sort of individualized transparency that I kind of...
And I think you can...
of this.
I think you can still get that. It comes down to that what local supplies are included in a wholesaler's evaluation is going to reflect what those local supplies, those local agencies have as supplies. You're just being able to look at a region because you're going to have a conservation target that's based on all of the supplies that these agencies share. They may have individually, they may be a little bit better off if they've got more local supplies, but I think you're getting the picture that it's being managed at the local level. And I think in the case that I'm familiar with in my previous life, San Diego County, really looked at managing supplies regionally and looked at reliability regionally, even though some agencies, had their own supplies and maybe were more reliable than others. But that regional approach is just inherent in how they manage water. And I think you get that in other parts of the state. To some extent, it would be duplicative to have 24 of these things coming or 28 of them or whatever, in the Bay Area. And I think if the desire is to get the information and to get the analysis that you could have faith in that, hey, this is accurate, then that's, you can get it from that. And the messaging on conservation tends to be regional. It doesn't tend to be individualized to a single agency. There's a lot of coordination that goes on, and I think you're going to reflect that in what you have. Even though you're right, these individual agencies may have different targets individually if they were to do it, but they're not going to be much different. Not if you're getting the regional water supply balance.
Do you think the average customer relates to the wholesale water supplier or to their own agency where they get their bill?
I think they relate in water supply. I think they relate to the region. And if the region is, however that region's defined, if that region is showing, gee, here's our target for the region, then I think you're seeing an accurate picture. And it just, it's consistent with how water's managed. And it also, I guess I go back to the Paperwork Reduction Act, because you're having reports every month. I think you're going to get the same level of accuracy if the region is aggregated.
Although I think people have loved the individual reports. That's probably the most popular part of the whole regulation we've had. So I think if you start mushing up those reports by agency and then you're having different mix, I think it actually confuses things. So that just
trying to, giving you our perspective, because in San Diego County, we do coordinate.
Which is great, and that's good too. It's like the Regional Water Authority does a great job coordinating, but I think people knowing what San Juan's doing or others are doing and having it be parallel on the basis, even if there's a lot of consistent, I think is just the conversation that we're trying to have. But I see your point. I'm just not sure how
to I understand.
Implement it without losing something.
If I could just touch on a couple more items real quickly. On the minimum conservation target, we agree with the previous speakers. We don't think it's necessary. The disconnect between supply availability and the target for a minimum, it is going to lead to some confusion. And I don't know that you're really going to accomplish anything because I know I've said this before here, this is my third drought. And after each one, as we come out of this, there is a drought effect. Demand stays low. People don't change their behavior immediately. And as the other speakers have said, messaging is not going to change. There's a strong commitment to water use efficiency. That's going to continue. You're going to have the waste prohibitions. I don't think the trade-off between the minimum and this linkage to supply is really going to gain you much. And then finally, just one question maybe for staff. On the change sheet on 864.5, the new number 5, not sure, it says beginning June 1st, 2016, reduce its potable water production by the percentage identified as its conservation standard in this section each month compared to the amount used in the same month in 2013.
Oh, yeah, we want cumulative, right. It's supposed to be isn't it cumulative again? It's not month by month percentage.
Well, we're tracking cumulative. I'm not sure I'm quite following the concern.
Maybe to explain it, the conservation target is based on your available supplies and an average of 2013 and 2014. Are you now in your report monthly, are you now taking that target and applying it to 2013 demand? That's how I'm kind of interpreting it and wondering why you would set your target based on an average of 2013 and 14, yet report based on a higher demand year of 2013.
So 2013 has always been the baseline as we've gone through, and
For consistency.
we're right proposing to maintain the 2013 baseline for reporting savings. And the other thing we've always done is we track both monthly and cumulatively. It's the cumulative number that matters for compliance. But we do look each month at, how much did a supplier save and how much did all the suppliers save in, the current month relative to the same month in 2013, and we report on that monthly as well. So it's the cumulative number that matters for compliance, but we are doing these monthly updates.
Right, considering this is just for the next 9 months, I think the thinking is we stick with the numbers we've been going off of, because then you see the relative amount. So as people say, conservation will continue, we'll keep doing X, Y, or Z, sticking with the same format we've had just provides for the next 7 months.
Because it is a little confusing and maybe another layer of conservatism and maybe duplicative of an idea of having a minimum conservation level, because now you're going off a higher demand year in 2013. You're almost embedding that you're going to have more conservation than you need based on your supply.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, trade-off. I have to think about
Not
it.
having both of those. Thank you.
If I may, just on the aggregation issue that Mr. Weinberg brought up, I think that what we're trying to avoid here, just to be crystal clear about it, is having a wholesaler say in aggregate, in a given year, we have 100 units of water, and they have, say, 20 retail agencies, and those 20 retail agencies say, well, okay, we think our share of that 100 is X, and then when you add all of that together, it's over 100, right? So that's the concern with the aggregation.
Well, yeah, and I think clarity is part of the deal here. And it's not a deal, but it's part of what's appealing about it is the clarity on at least to me. It's telling a story that we've been wanting folks to share with their customers for a long time. And so if you take away the where's my water come from story, there's less of a trade-off.
Right.
Certainly there are also retailers who get some water from a wholesaler and have some of their
Yeah,
own.
absolutely.
Pot. And so it may work for one area, but it may not work for others.
All right. Sorry, Ms. Thorner, followed by Ms. Blissett, followed by Elizabeth Lovestead from Eastern. Oh, it's 1 o'clock? Well, you have a choice then.
I would love to go.
Then you may go.
And I will be brief. Good
Doesn't
afternoon.
mean you have to go, but you may speak. Yeah.
Thank you.
Please.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, members of the board. Mr. Gomberg mentioned that this 5th meeting and who's counting. I think my frequent flyer miles are definitely counting, and my next visit to you is going to be free. First, I do want to genuinely thank you for the proposed staff modifications for the emergency regulations, specifically on the self-certification of local sustainable supply. That will be greatly appreciated by my agency and my ratepayers who have been asking about these supplies they're paying for. Can they count? And so that'll be a great message to go home with. We do have one request, and that is that you consider a way to account for potable demands that have been converted from potable to recycled water since 2013. Because you have your base years of 2013 and 14. For my agency, I have golf courses, schools, and parks that I have converted to recycled water since 2013. They will no longer be potable demands, nor will they ever be again. A suggestion, I saw that formula that you had up, is maybe to add a line that we can actually list the sites that we converted and the demands that we converted since 2013, so we could somehow take them off of our potable water demand. We think that would recognize the ratepayers' financial contribution and commitment to develop these supplies. I do also want to echo what Gary Rant said about the Ag Water Management Plan. We did our first of our kind in our region. 14 agencies came together. We're very proud of it. We would appreciate your support in asking that somehow satisfy the governor's requirement for Ag Water Management Plan in his latest executive order. Finally, on the topic of floors, I would also offer that you've already established one, and that's the available supplies at the end of another 3-year dry period compared to water demands from pretty regular water years. That conservative formula, you've already kind of established a floor already by taking this very conservative supply and demand scenario. So with that, I do want to thank you and your staff for all the hard work and consideration of our comments. I am sure we'll see you again soon.
Can I ask a quick question? I know I know people want to get out to the farmers market, which has excellent food as well for lunch. So your concern about 2013 potable demand is that you've reduced your potable demand by going to recycled water. So what that would do is it would, what would happen to the percentages that would happen? So your concern is just that you're going to end up with an artificially extra high number to meet
that I don't actually have to meet because I've converted all of those sites to recycled water. And for my agency, you look at like an 18,000 acre foot average, about 500 will be converted to recycled water. And so it does add up to a few percentage points for us.
It also reduces potable production.
I mean, would it also give you a higher accomplishment?
Right, you would get it on the
Off
back end.
2013 or no?
It would increase the conservation standard potentially because it's not reducing the 2013 demand because it was part of the demand in 2013 and 14. Since then, they've implemented recycled water projects. So now what they're saying is they'd like to be able to subtract that from their demand, which have the effect of reducing their conservation standard. But even if their conservation standard is artificially elevated, they would get credit for that reduction because it would no longer be
because their use of potable water would be so low. So you'd have a higher standard, but you'd also have a higher report on how you did.
But easier to meet.
Easier to meet. Yeah. So it works on both ends.
Right. This is a variation on the credit issue that was addressed in the last iteration where, there were a lot of people asking for credit for the non-potable recycled water and the board ultimately elected not to include that in the credit category because it's already off the books.
All right. I'll play with the math on that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll now take a break for, we'll come back at 1:45. Is that all right? 1:45. Thank you all. All right, we're back. Sorry for the delay. Hope you all had a nice break, have come back refreshed. Wow. Should I pass it? There you are. I was looking for you. All right, we have Danielle Blissett followed by Elizabeth Lovestead, followed by Tim Barr from Western Municipal.
Okay. It makes a lot of noise when it goes up. Danielle Blassett with California Municipal Utilities Association, Chair Marcus, board members and staff. Thank you for all of the hard work and meetings and emails and communications and work with the all the stakeholders, including the water community, on the various iterations of this emergency regulation. We support the self-certification proposal and echo a lot of the comments that have previously been made by water agencies. And we don't think there should be a mandatory conservation floor. I just wanted to bring up a couple of points related to that. As others have said, there are going to be ongoing conservation activities. All the agencies that we represent plan to continue their programs in earnest. There's existing 20 by 2020. There's the water waste prohibitions in the regulation that will continue those efforts. So it's not as though everything's going to go away. There's also permanent landscape changes that have been made that those are going to inherently reduce water demands permanently going forward. Also, as Max pointed out, if the board reviews the self-certification process moving forward and it's not demonstrating the progress or process that you all would like to see, it does not preclude the board from acting beforehand, and that's something important to consider when looking at a floor. And then also, something that makes the self-certification proposal really important is when CMUA and Aqua did our survey on water conservation not too long ago, one of the most interesting findings was that only about half of the actual acre feet of water were available to the water systems later. So even though a water system may save X number of acre feet, that water may go out to the ocean. It may be part of the Central Valley project, and so there may be no guarantee of that water system getting it later. And so there's a whole host of reasons why that water may not be available. And so it's something and a reason why the self-certification proposal is so important, and why we support it, and why we do not think there should be a floor. So thank you very much for your time.
Ms. Lovestead, there you are, followed by Mr. Barr, followed by Joe Berg from the Municipal Water District of Orange County. Hello.
Hello, Chair Marcus and members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to be standing before you again. As you know, about a month ago with several of my colleagues, we presented a framework for supply and demand-based conservation regulations, and we're very happy to see a lot of that included in the current staff proposal, so we appreciate the lot. We support the supply and demand-based approach. It accurately scales conservation response required by each district to the projected shortage in supplies. This applies not only to the current regulations and the current emergency situation, but as time moves forward, they'll become more and more stringent as you push that supply and demand comparison out in additional years. And if storage supplies run down and are not replenished. We appreciate the consideration that we've already seen of our comments that we sent in with our letter, especially moving back the week date for reporting. We're one of those mid-level retail wholesale, so we not only have to coordinate with Metropolitan on their supply numbers, but we have to coordinate with our retailers as well. And so we're going to have to work out a process where we make sure we have accurate demand information from them, any updated information about their local supplies, whether they've had an increase or decrease under that 3-year look ahead. And then we're going to have to report that along with our retail information back to Met, and then again, receive any information we get to Met, report that back down to our wholesale or retail customers. So we appreciate that extra time. As we said in our letter, the supply and demand assumptions that you guys that are in the proposal right now are extremely conservative. They don't take into effect that it's likely that a lot of the conservation we've seen in 2015 will probably remain in place, especially as we continue messaging to our customers that water efficiency is important and the end user requirements stay in place. It's highly unlikely the demand will completely bounce back to pre-2015
That
numbers.
would be a great story to be told. She's knocking on wood. This is for Micah Wood, honey. You gotta, yeah, find something else. Yeah, right.
So we thank you for your consideration of our comments. EMWD is committed to keeping conservation as a way of life. We appreciate your inclusion of our previous comments in this proposal and the supply and demand approach. We don't believe a numeric floor conservation standard is required, especially with the very conservative assumptions that are in the current proposal. We just appreciate that this recognizes and accounts for the investments that local agencies and our customers have been made in supply reliability and the benefit of a long-term conservation effort. So thank you.
Mr. Barr, followed by Mr. Berg, followed by Leslie Bryan from the City of Reading. Hi.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, members of the board. I'm Tim Barr. I'm the Director of Water Resources for Western Municipal Water District. Thank you for the repeated opportunities to collaborate and the access and the responsiveness that you have shown, but especially the State Board staff. They have remained incredibly professional under extreme stress and patient with us, those who are applying that stress in many cases, so we appreciate that. Western supports the staff proposal, and we thank you for the consideration of the date change. As a mid-level wholesaler like Eastern, we have the same concerns, the same need to work with Metropolitan and those that we provide the wholesale water to. We have one request. Consider allowing or accepting either water year or calendar year data in the 3-year supply projections. The Urban Water Management Plan data is calendar year. State Water Project allocations are calendar year. Metropolitan allocations to its wholesalers are calendar year. Adjudicated groundwater rights in our calendar year in our area as well. So consider accepting both, either, so long as it's consistent. We would appreciate that. Western believes it's unnecessary to establish a false floor for conservation standards. We have suppressed demand and changed behavior to the point that it won't rebound in the next 9 months. Please let the calculation of available supply through the proposed horizon compared to the average demands tell the local story. Urban water suppliers that have invested in a resilient supply portfolio and exerted the energy to plan for the future need to regain credibility with the customers we serve. Let's get back to water use efficiency and leave mandatory conservation for the periods during which we must ask for sacrifice. With that, thank you for your time.
Berg, followed by Ms. Bryan, followed by Kathy Peroni from the City of San Diego.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide input today and for staff's responsiveness to all of our many questions and comments and suggestions.
I'm just going to note for the record that they've been responsive and talked to zillions of people even through the 2 years we've said no to all of you.
Yes.
I want that to be clear.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm getting nods back there.
And they've been returned calls.
The sincerity of your
manner.
comment as opposed to just liking the proposal.
So the Municipal Water District of Orange County, who I represent, Joe Berg, Director of Water Use Efficiency, and we do support the supply and demand self-certification approach. We believe that it better matches what water agencies need in terms of setting the standards for conservation. We also are a mid-level wholesaler, as my 2 previous commenters, and definitely a little more time would be better for us in order to do the coordination that we need to between the Metropolitan District and our retail agencies. Regarding the self-certification approach, we do believe it's important to include the 3-year supply and demand projections so that we can keep our eye on the ball in the subsequent years. But we do ask for your consideration to base the conservation standard on the year 1 supply and demand number. That will just allow for a little bit more adaptive management from year to year, and we would always be providing those 2nd and 3rd year forecasts, again, just to keep the eye on the ball. Regarding the floor, we believe the framework is sufficient. We believe that water use efficiency will continue. The rebound will not go back to previous levels. If you look at previous droughts, they've not gone back to previous levels of use. That there are other things in place that act as a floor that include the 20 by 2020, the end user requirements. And my last comment is that we do support the retention of the hospitality requirements. We feel that that just is another way to help further establish that conservation ethic that we need to keep going.
Recognize that a number of commenters talked about doing just the 1 year at a time. I just have to say there is no more 1 year at a time in California water. The whole point is a longer term. So that one's hard. That would be hard for me to swallow, just personally. The fact that it's 3 years and conservative is what makes the approach appealing, at least to me. Ms. Bryan, I see you, followed by Ms. Brony, followed by Peter Harmon from the Nevada Irrigation District, the Paradise Irrigation District, the Solano Irrigation District, and the South Feather Water and Power Authority.
Leslie Bryan from the City of Reading. Chair Marcus and board members, thank you for this opportunity to provide comment on the draft amended regulations. The City of Reading appreciates the recognition of varying levels of supply and demand in the state and the self-certification process proposed with the draft amended regulation. We also appreciate the general direction that the governor is extending in his order and directing the board and DWR to work together with urban water suppliers on more sustainable, flexible, and locally relevant long-term water conservation plan. Regarding whether the floor for a required minimum conservation should be included in the regulation, although we do recognize that the drought is not over, we don't believe a tops-down punitive minimum should be part of the new amended regulation. The draft regulation has really come a long way in recognizing the diversity of the state through a self-certification process. A required minimum conservation level would be contradictory to this approach. Again, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the amended regulation. And in summary, the amended regulation and long-term direction proposed are great steps toward recognizing the diversity of the state. The City of Reading is poised to do our part in ensuring California's water demand needs are met today as well as in the trying times ahead. Thank you.
Ms. Peroni, followed by Mr. Harmon, followed by Susan Cordone from California Water Service. Hi.
How's that? Wonderful to be with you all again today. You're like my family now. I've been with you so much.
As dysfunctional or not dysfunctional as that may be?
Wonderful. Lots of room at the table. We appreciate it. Again, my name is Kathy Peroni. I'm the External Water Policy Manager for the City of San Diego's Public Utilities Department. And like everybody else, I'm super appreciative of this opportunity to address you this afternoon. Let me start off by expressing San Diego's strong support for the staff proposal that would allow individual water agencies the ability to establish and self-certify an appropriate conservation standard based on a rigorous, conservative, we've established that, and transparent analysis of local water supply conditions over the next 4 years. This is exactly what we've been doing in San Diego. As you know, we're at the end of the pipeline. We start with water scarcity. So when we look at, our adaptive planning, we think it's actually been very, very successful, and it's the standard for the whole state. So we very much support this direction. With regard to the conservation floor, we do not support that conservation floor. We believe that the approach that we have right now, proposed by staff, does provide that conservative approach. It's based on DWR's scientific findings for Table A allocations. If DWR had thought that additional water should stay in storage or whatever, they could have reduced the Table A allocation from 60% to 50% or whatever number it felt was appropriate. So layering another conservation standard on top of DWR's findings, we feel is not supportable. But on the positive note, I want to reassure everybody that San Diego continues to advance water conservation every day. We did incorporate restrictions on the hospitality industry that are noted in that were stricken. They have been incorporated as permanent wastewater restrictions in our municipal code since 2011. So we're staying there whether the state goes there or not. We did make one additional comment in our letter that has not been addressed, was not included in staff comments, and that's a request that we start to look at water conservation in a holistic kind of one water approach. And what I mean by that is we start to look at the impacts on wastewater. San Diego Public Utilities Department is both a water and wastewater provider. And we have worked with CASA, California Association of Sanitation Agencies, in recognizing that this reduced flows, which is about 20% statewide, we're experiencing ourselves about a 10% reduction in flows, are having impacts. Our BOD is higher. We have to purchase more chemicals to treat the water. So we would hope that the conversation, if not for this emergency regulation, but certainly for the long-term conservation framework, start to address this kind of more holistic one water approach to setting conservation standards. And with that, I wish to once again wrap up and say thank you very much. I can't wait for the next family reunion. And thank you for your time.
Harmon, followed by Ms. Cordone, followed by Shannon Catula from South Tahoe Public Utilities District. Hi, Mr. Harmon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to comment again. I don't think I have anything of substance to add that hasn't been already said several times. So I'd just like to reiterate our support for the comments that other suppliers have already lodged and thank the staff for your consideration and arriving at what looks to be a reasonable solution. Thank you.
Followed by Shannon Catula, followed by Antonio Alfaro from Santa Clara Valley Water District.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Cordone. Chair Marcus and the board, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here with you today. I would like to share with you some facts from our comment letter, basically, and we are in support of a conservation standard of 10%. We feel that this, earlier you spoke of a bridge in a different context. This would be a bridge from now until January when the expected possible strengthening of conservation standards, or the 20 by 2020, would go into effect even more so, potentially, given the light of the drought conditions that we continue to be under. We all saw the presentation earlier. We saw the map. It appears that about 50% of our state excuse me, is still under drought conditions. And this is an important aspect for us to all keep in mind. Our customers over the 24 districts that we have here in the state of California have done tremendous amounts of water conservation efforts. We've worked very, very hard to communicate with these folks, grassroots efforts, literally. And I would like to see this continue. And I think that going from, potentially some of our districts at a 36% reduction down to June 1st, a 0, potentially, depending on supply conditions in that particular geographic area, is sending the wrong message. We think that we should continue our efforts with messaging, supporting the governor's request, really, through the executive order to make conservation in California a way of life. This is important. It's vital to keep the messages that are encouraging for our customers and the entire state. So with that said, we are, in fact, looking for a 10% conservation floor for a conservation standard, please. We are also supporting the hospitality, that remains in effect. Basically, we feel like people could ask for their own glass of water if they so desire. It's kind of common sense. But I thank you for your time, and I appreciate, again, the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Effort, too. Mr. Catula, followed by Mr. Alfaro, followed by Sean Bigley from the City of Roseville.
Chair Marcus, members of the board, I am Shannon Catula, the Assistant General Manager of the South Tahoe Public Utility District. Put succinctly, we believe that the hydraulic and hydrologic conditions in the Tahoe Basin support rescission of the emergency regulations for those within the Tahoe watershed. However, recognizing the complexity of the situation, the proposed self-certification process is a reasonable compromise and is an appropriate action that we support. We oppose any minimum conservation floor. We believe that the supply and demand approach in the self-certification process strikes the right balance between state and local water management. With respect to extending the hospitality and restaurant constraints, our staff at the district is going to be recommending to our board at our board meeting tomorrow that we extend those constraints for the hospitality and restaurant areas. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Mr. Alfaro, followed by Mr. Bigley, followed by Tracy Quinn from the Natural Resources Defense Council.
Tony Alfaro with the Santa Clara Valley Water District. We thank the board for its leadership during this unprecedented drought. The district is a wholesale water supplier for 13 retail water agencies, distribution companies, all in Santa Clara County. This district has been calling for at least 20% in short-term reductions since 2014. Last year, our board of directors called for 30% reductions, which is still currently in place. The emergency regulations has complemented and supported our local efforts very well. In calendar year 2015, our community saved 27% from June 2015 to February 2016. We support the proposed regulations with a few modifications. I hate to beat a dead horse, but again, we believe that the wholesale supplier should be able to provide the aggregate amount of water available for the service area. The district is not only a wholesale water supplier, but we're also the groundwater management agency for Santa Clara County. We've been managing the groundwater for many years. We don't supply just surface water or treated water. A lot of their supplies are based on the groundwater that's available. We calculate and aggregate what's available in supplies for the whole year and then ask for conservation numbers based on what we see as the demand and then the aggregate availability of supply.
No, in some ways, what you guys do is what this proposal is for us to do in some way.
We don't provide the calculations based on the volume of water that's available for each of the suppliers. We look at it in aggregate. So our water shortage contingency plan is based on those numbers. Those are the numbers that our board looks at to ask for conservation levels. Next week, we'll be going to the board with a staff recommendation of 15% reductions based on what the levels of the groundwater are now. We can't wait. The supply may be available for the next 2 years or 3 years based on demand, but we look further out, 5 years, 6 years, and then base our conservation based on that. So, providing the availability of the volume of water available is different than looking at the aggregate supply and then basing conservation where we believe that we will end up later down the road.
So let me get this. This actually may well be an important question. The assumption in terms of folks doing the planning for 3 years is not that they do exact math and only ask for what would take them to zero. We're also asking for folks to do what they think is prudent in their area. Your agency asking for twice as much as we required based on residential gallons per capita per day is because you have an issue and you're protecting your groundwater basin. In the calculation we're asking for in this, is there anything that would lead someone to have to give a more aggressive target than they might think was prudent? I think I just want to avoid the law of unintended consequences.
I can't
Because you would want them to have a conservation standard that was, even though we're doing a conservative number, you don't want it to go to zero necessarily. Not that the tap would be turned off for 3 years.
No, I can't think of a scenario where it would be greater, but I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around this aggregate request, because if a wholesaler comes in and says, well, we supply 14 different agencies and here's the aggregate amount of water, I'm not clear on how those retail agencies are then supposed to figure out how much of that they would be getting in any given year. And if they can't do that, then they can't finalize the calculation we're asking them to do. So I feel like this is a difficult challenge that's being raised by the wholesalers, but there has to be some way that they could get together with their retailers and make projections, because whether they do it or whether the retailers do it, someone's got to do it.
Right, but that projection isn't drain it to zero. It could be more conservative based on particularly on protecting a groundwater basin or just being prudent. So we're asking not for we're giving you a contract, we're going to give you this much. We're asking for a ballpark estimate.
And that's why we're really asking the wholesalers to do this, because the wholesalers are the ones who determine how much they would need to maintain in emergency reserves, balance their groundwater basins, all of the work that they do, and the retailers need to know that. And with an aggregate number, all they're going to know is the aggregate. They're not going to know how much they could expect to get from that wholesaler in any given year.
And I didn't see, I saw the argument of some wholesalers that they wanted to do it that way, which of course then puts the onus on the retailer to guess. I don't know what the fears are, if there are legal fears. If so, comfort language suggesting would be to describe what this is and what it isn't is something we could be open to, I suppose, if someone comes up with it quickly. So.
Yeah, potentially in the resolution.
Yeah, I mean, if we see folks, well, we'll be seeing what these numbers are and have a sense of how well it works. I do think we have to have a healthy respect for certainly what the public did over the past year. It's really impressive, and a healthy respect for what the vast majority of water agencies did once we did the mandatory conservation regs. Wasn't so thrilled with what happened before. We wouldn't have done it, but we're where we are now. And so that respect is important, which is part of why we're sitting here even considering this sort of a thing. But on the aggregate issues, you see the dynamic is I want to understand what you're worried about.
I
and
think
that
what
can
we're
help
worried
us maybe
about
craft
too is
something.
that after the calculation, and we've done that, so the supplier then ends up with a lower conservation number. We're asking them for 20% or 15%, and then that calculation isn't taken into account anywhere in the regulations. Nowhere here does it say that the wholesaler number, based on the projected use and the water supply plan that we have, is then having taken into account. The supplier may end up with a 4% conservation number. Several of our cities are dependent on SFPUC supplies from Hetch Hetchy. So they may end up with a much lower conservation number. We're asking for 20% or 15%. Nowhere in the regulations is it taken into account that they have to do that.
I guess I'm still failing to see the conflict. Last year, right, you asked for 30%, which was more than we required for some of your retailers. So I'm not sure I see why the state required standard being different from what the district is asking for would be more difficult this year than it was last year.
I think you can use your allocation. You can say, to protect our groundwater basin, here's the number we're going to give you, which isn't the total amount of water you have. It's what you're assessing you can give. Right. And then I recognize this because this is through the conversation that especially in your case where you're responsible for a groundwater basin that sits underneath all these cities and you don't have all the mandatory tools, you would want us to be able to push harder. But I think the lever, again, this is a lot of this, and a lot of what makes it complex is we're in this massive civics conversation about what's the appropriate role of the state, where the state has stepped in far more than any state ever has because we worried we were going off a cliff last year. There are things we might want to do. There are plenty of things I wish we could do, but we're also trying to balance what's the appropriate role of the state in this time. So, but I think you certainly could give a number to your retailers that's smaller, based on being prudent with your groundwater reserves. In fact, that's what we're going to want people to do. We're not going to want people, the groundwater thing is perhaps the most complex. So,
especially because we don't have there's a supply, that supply is available. We don't set a number of the supply that's available to them as it's groundwater. So it's kind of complex, right? You've touched on that issue. Yeah.
Probably a way to work it through in practice. Okay, no, thank you. Thanks for the great work. You've been heroes through this. Hi, Mr. Bigley.
Hi.
Mr. Bigley, followed by Ms. Quinn, followed by Chris DeGabriel from North Marin.
All right, well, thank you, Chair Marcus and the board. Appreciate the time today. I'm Sean Bigley with the City of Roseville. Roseville would like to thank staff and the board for listening to stakeholder ideas and feedback along the way. And we'd also like to thank the State Board staff in regards to developing this self-certification proposal before you, which we feel is fair, pragmatic, and gives local agencies an opportunity to prove that they can locally manage future dry conditions. By certifying our projected water supplies against anticipated demand over the next several years, the staff's proposal allows those agencies that have planned for drought and invested in resilient supplies to realize the benefits of their local planning efforts. On the related note related to the floor, we do not support the floor proposal that's been discussed or several variations of that. And we agree with the comments made by Amy Talbot of the Regional Water Agency, which we're a member agency of, because it does provide a mixed message to our customers. It also does complicate there doesn't seem to be a clear connection between what staff has been proposing and this sort of arbitrary number that could be placed on top. And in terms of allowing agencies to continue to, make those investments and show their commitment to long-term water use efficiency, we really want to show that we can do that, and that we, as Dave Bolin said, we're not going to let our foot off the gas. We're very committed to making sure that happens, and we have a track record, and we want to keep on that line. So with that being said, Roseville appreciates your leadership in managing the drought emergency over the past several years, and we look forward to continuing to encourage and invest in water use efficiency and engaging in the upcoming dialogue on the longer-term effort to improve water use efficiency statewide. And we're very committed to that process, and we look forward to participating in that in the future. Thank you.
Quinn, followed by Mr. DeGabriel, followed by Jenny Gain from the California Urban Water Agencies.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Despite recent achievements in conservation, there continues to be a large and growing gap between the water we desire and the water that's made available by nature. I'm sympathetic to the diverse supply conditions throughout the state and how difficult it has been for the board to fairly and equitably implement mandatory conservation targets. But I'm not convinced that the voluntary mandatory structure of self-certification is the way to go. Although I understand the issues some water suppliers have faced with reduced revenues and that there are plans to address the inadequate preparedness demonstrated with the inability to enact drought rates or surcharges with the new water shortage contingency plan requirements in the executive order, I'm concerned by some of the comments we have heard in these meetings alluding to the desire to sell more water. This is, and how that will influence self-determined targets. This is supported by a recent press release from Fitch Ratings that predicts self-certification will likely result in a quick rise in water sales. Yes, our surface water supplies are better than they were last year, but that's only one piece of the puzzle. In addition to over 70% of the state remaining in severe and exceptional drought conditions, California is also experiencing a large water deficit. To cut the deficit, we would need several more wet winters, much wetter than this one. Given current conditions, it would be prudent to continue the state board allocated mandatory conservation targets so we can better prepare for the likelihood of continued dry conditions, address the water deficit, and maintain important and consistent messaging that conservation needs to be a way of life here in California. If you choose to adopt the self-certification framework, the state board must provide stronger and more detailed requirements to guide how agencies will perform the self-certification. We've provided some recommendations in our comment letter and are happy to see that some of them have been addressed. We were pleased to see the change for change orders, for the requirement to reflect change orders. Districts should be required to base these supply projections on an assumption that there will be no temporary urgency petitions or waivers of applicable water quality standards. In other words, districts dependent on CBP or state water project supplies may not assume they will receive an allocation that mirrors previous years where the supplies were dependent on water quality waivers. That should definitely not be repeated in the future. Thank you also for requiring that the self-certification forms and supporting data be made public. We would like to suggest that we add a date to that clause for when it would be made available so that we can ensure it will be made available in a timely manner for a third-party review, as I'm sure a lot of us hope to take a look at some of the self-certifications that are performed by the suppliers. And finally, just to note, as we did in our letter, we are in support of a minimum target. I think, it reinforces the message that we're all in this together and that conservation needs to be a way of life here in California. Thanks.
Ms. Quinn, real quick. You stated, I was just curious, where was the quote, quick rise in water sales predicted? Who made that?
Fitch Ratings.
Fitch Ratings, okay.
I can forward you the press release if you'd like to see it.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn.
Yeah, it is an interesting question, as folks say that, folks both say that, we'll maintain savings because, well, the public now gets it the way they didn't before. People were really pushing their programs, and the public has been terrific at that. And at the same time, presumably, there will be some rise in water sales. So it's just sort of an interesting, we'll see. This is very much a trust but verify approach, and the date point you make is a really important one to make. But I could argue both sides of this one. So I think this has been difficult. Thanks. Hi, Mr. Gabriel, followed, just to keep with my trios, followed by Ms. Gain, followed by Deirdre Desjardins from California Water Research.
Thank you. Chris DeGabriel. I'm the General Manager of the North Marin Water District, and I also serve as the Chair to the Sonoma County Water Agency Technical Advisory Committee. As our letter stated, we're appreciative of the revisions that you've made to the regulation, especially the self-certification of supply reliability and also the adjustments to the small water systems. We're working cooperatively right now with our wholesale water supplier, Sonoma County Water Agency, to determine the volume that each of our Sonoma Marin Saving Water Partnership members can expect to be delivered in the next 3 years. And we'll certainly meet the timeline of your compliance. Our current water sales in Novato, which is our larger service area, is down 32% since June of 2015, and in West Marin we're down 27%. Those are levels of water sales that haven't been seen since 1979, and that's when we were exiting the drought of record for Marin County, the 77-78 drought of record. Since that time, our population's gone up by 35%. So we're seeing a big reduction in per capita demand, and a lot of that's due to our conservation program. As I mentioned before, Cash for Grass originated at North Marin. Recently, we spent about $31 million in developing recycled water to offset potable supplies for irrigation. We have another $11 million that we're going to be spending in the next 2 years to expand that. So we've made the investment, and you mentioned, some customers can't see their water supply reservoirs, but in our area they can. And I just had a room full of them last night as we were holding our rate hearing. So this is really timely for us. We have a drought surcharge ready to go into effect unless we can self-certify that we can back off from our current 24% requirement. Because you never know what the customer is going to do. You put the message out, you give them the tools, but once they get going, they at least in our service area, they've gone above and beyond, and that's been great. So there was also some comment about climate change and what's going to happen to water supply, and I think we know it's going to change, but we don't know how it's going to change, especially in different regions of the state. So just an example, in our on Lagunitas Creek in West Marin, our water right order has been in effect since 1995, and that defined a dry year, and we've only had one dry year since 1995. So we'll see what will happen in the future. So I'm real appreciative of this. I'm hopeful that you don't use a postage stamp approach in the future if we get back into an area that we need to additional conservation, that you consider our coastal region independently. We can't move the water anywhere else. We've got better hydrological conditions than most. And then just want to wrap this up, and I think you've done this. I listened in on the state board meeting on May 3rd, where Ms. Dodick was quoted that the most precious commodity in the water business is trust. And George Hartman stated, maybe it's something best left to the participants to share the common resource, and I think you're doing that, so thanks.
Ms. Gain, thank you, followed by Ms. Desjardins, followed by Fiona Sanchez from Irvine Ranch Water District.
Hello, I'm Jenny Gain with CUA, the California Urban Water Agencies. As you know, CUA represents 10 of the largest public water agencies in the state that collectively deliver water to over 26 million people. We appreciate your recognition of evolving water supply conditions across the state and your proposal to adopt a supply-based self-certification approach, as recommended by CUA and a number of other water agencies. As an organization that strives for unanimity, the letter that we submitted represents common ground among our 10 agencies and includes 4 main recommendations. So you've heard from a number of our individual agencies, and this is where the common ground stands between all 10. Number 1, allow wholesalers the option to evaluate supply-based conservation needs as an aggregate. So you've heard this throughout the day. Wholesale water agencies' focus is on the sufficiency of regional supplies to meet regional demands. Wholesalers are generally not in a position to accurately project potable water sales for each individual agency that they serve. We ask that the state board allow wholesalers to report available supplies either in aggregate or individually for each retailer that they serve. The second recommendation is to incorporate 2015 demands in the self-certification projection. The selection of 2013 and 2014 as a basis for demands, while understandably conservative, does not represent experience during a post-drought rebound that's slow and can take multiple years to recover. In addition, 2015 demands provide a more realistic estimate of the demands that can be expected should we have 3 more years of drought. CUA suggests that the state board incorporate a 3-year average production from 2013 through 2015. Our third recommendation is to acknowledge 20 by 2020 as a conservation floor. Water suppliers have been implementing conservation measures for years, with SBX 77 or 20 by 2020 as a minimum conservation level. If supplies are sufficient to meet demands for the next 3 years, as demonstrated by the self-certification, a supplemental conservation floor is not necessary. Fourth, we support continuing the hospitality industry water use prohibitions. This action would help to support the California Water Action Plan and making conservation a California way of life. In addition, it also builds on the existing efforts and sends a consistent, effective message to California residents and visitors that water is precious and limited and should not be wasted. So in closing, I just wanted to say thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comment and hope that you've found our input to be helpful.
And followed by Ms. Sanchez, followed by Sean Bothwell from the California Coastkeeper Alliance.
Thank you. My name is Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. I wanted to say that I'm not sure that any of the water agencies that have spoken today have been adequately evaluating or incorporating short and long-term drought risk into their water supply planning. I believe the staff recommendations are essential in changing this and should be looked at as a permanent strategy. As we all know, California precipitation is highly variable. In the Sacramento River watershed, I looked at the 4-river index, and I calculated that 1 standard deviation is an almost 50% reduction in flows. So we should assume that next year's runoff could be down by that much. This is also a roughly 95% confidence interval. Looking at this high variation points to the following. Stop managing water annually. Don't rely on forecasts. Instead, look at the historical runoff distribution and manage for that risk. 2, 3 years is a good management window for the Sacramento River watershed. 1 standard deviation is almost 30% down. The 95% confidence interval is about 1.5 standard deviations down, about 40%. That's just over the historical record. So we should be planning for the event that the next 3 years runoff could be down by that much. It's critical that wholesale agencies provide these numbers to their retail agencies. Not doing so precludes the local agencies from being able to do responsible water supply planning. As far as the 2012 to 15 drought, runoff was not that far out of the historical range. On the annual time frame, only 2014 was below 1 standard deviation. Over 3 years, The 2014 and 2015 averages were below 1 standard deviation, but only 2015 was below a 95% confidence interval. So only the 2015 year should even have been outside of normal water management. We've just been doing bad management. Managing for risk points to much more conservative management of both surface storage and groundwater, and planning for possible short and long-term reduction in water supply. Planning to minimize risk will reduce deliveries in wet and normal years, but greatly increase water supply reliability. So until these agencies start calculating and managing for reductions of flow in their water supply watersheds, these regulations are essential. It's also essential that the plans be made available for public review. Finally, when looking at conservation floors, I recommend looking at a 6-year window. There have been some very long droughts in California, and we should all be looking at 6-year running averages. For Sac River, 1 standard deviation is about 20% down, 95% confidence interval is about 1.5 standard deviations down, about 30%. We should assume the next 6 years runoff could be down by that much. Over the last 6 years, 2014 and 15 running averages were below 1 standard deviation, but none were below the 95% confidence interval. If we'd had a floor conservation target based on 6-year risk, that would have meant that surplus water in 2011 was stored for later rather than sold. And finally, those 20 by 20 targets are based on conservation over hypothetical values. We need real conservation.
Very much. I think it's good in the noting that the next 7 months as we work on the governor's executive order, one of the things that will happen is some sort of requirement for planning over 5 years for the reasons you said. Sanchez, followed by Mr. Bothwell, followed by Patrick Porgens from Porgens and Associates.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. It's nice to see you all again. Fiona Sanchez with Irvine Ranch Water District in Southern California. As you know, we were very encouraged to develop, together with other water agencies, a creative approach that reflects the need for continued conservation as well as reflects local conditions, but also recognizes that there is still some uncertainty as to what the future holds. And so we definitely appreciate the board and staff's consideration of our input in developing the proposal, and we support the recommendation. The approach, which allows agencies to evaluate the availability of supplies to meet demands, will enable agencies to implement conservation programs and messaging that really aligns with our local conditions and our local requirements. The approach will also allow our customers to benefit from IRWD's past investments into supply reliability and conservation. It also provides a very strong incentive for us to continue making those types of investments into water efficiency, recycle water, and other sustainable drought-proof supplies. Conservation is not something that we take lightly. It's something that for us, for IRWD and for our customers, it is a way of life, and it has been for us since the early 90s. And so we look forward to continuing to work with you and your staff on the development of the permanent standards and the framework in the coming months. So thank you, really appreciate it.
Bothwell, followed by Mr. Porgens, followed by Maureen Stapleton from the San Diego County Water Authority.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus, board members. My name is Sean Bothwell. I'm the Policy Director for the California Coastkeeper Alliance. We represent California water keepers on statewide issues to fight for swimmable, fishable, drinkable waters in California. We have made tremendous strides towards making conservation a way of life in California, which the governor had identified as one of the key goals in the California Water Action Plan. We strongly support the governor's recent executive order requiring the long-term conservation measures, but we also want to see continued robust implementation of these emergency regulations. The degree to which the State Water Board and water agencies implement, enforce, and communicate the ongoing drought conditions and conservation measures will either set us up long-term for long-term success on the implementation of the measures, or it will identify this lack of needed action in conservation, which we think is the wrong message to be sending. Communicating to Californians is critical to getting conservation in place. When people are made aware of the drought conditions, they want to help. They want to conserve water. And we are still in a drought. And we're pulling back on the existing regulations we think sends the wrong message. Nearly 72% of the state is still in severe drought conditions. And at this time, our snowpack is about half of the average of this time annually. Since we are still in a drought, we do recommend that the state board set a minimum floor, a modest 4% conservation target, so that we send the message that everyone needs to be doing their part to conserve water. Second, we are concerned with the proposed new self-certification framework. We think it will lead to inconsistencies, it could be ineffective, and it will result in an uncoordinated response to the drought measures. If the self-certification does move forward, we think the State Water Board should be offering strong, robust, detailed recommendations on how water agencies are going to do the self-certification. And with that said, we really support staff's proposed changes in the change sheet, particularly the one describing having the data publicly available on a website to give us the opportunity to review those reports and verify the accuracy. Finally, we are concerned with the removal of the hospitality requirements, as others have mentioned. We realize that these requirements aren't going to save us from the drought necessarily, but they send a strong message and offer an important opportunity, communications opportunity, to continue telling Californians that we are still in a drought and that they need to keep conserving. Real fast, the restaurants and hotels, they've already invested the resources to creating these processes, to developing the signage, to training their staff. Removing those requirements at this point really doesn't serve any benefit. And we do feel like the same rules that apply, reasonable use rules that apply to not using drinkable water to water your sidewalks. We feel like these hospitality requirements are those same type of no regrets strategy for making conservation a way of life in California. So we would ask that those be put back into the emergency regs.
Very much. Also this is maybe a kind of an advertisement for the future. We'll have the discussion about these temporary reg extensions, and we haven't heard from anybody who said, yay, drop them. So I'm sure that's one of the things we'll be considering changing. But the governor also directed us to do permanent ones. So there'll be a whole nother where we will be having a conversation about this list and other things that people suggest. So that's just an advertisement to be thinking about. We've sort of honed in on this list and used it over the course of the temporary emergency rules. We won't have temporary emergency authority to do all of these things forever. And so the direction to shift towards thinking about permanent conservation as a California way of life, efficiency as the goal, is going to be a very important conversation over the course of the next 7 months.
And we appreciate that. We look forward to that conversation. Thank you.
Mr. Porgens, followed by Ms. Stapleton, followed by Nazar Cosmo from We Are One Water.
Members of the board, my name is Patrick Porgans. I'm with Porgans and Associates. I'm a de facto public trustee. I'm here today representing those people that can't make it here because they have to pay to be here. They're not being paid to be here. So with that said, I want to say I commend all the efforts by these urban people for what they have done, and to some extent this board, although I have some exceptions about the board's agenda. And I'll be completing a forensic account of everything that transpired since this drought began, and you will get a copy of it, as well as the people. And I'm telling you now, I don't know where the numbers come from, because sometimes they just make them up. But I did provide some documentation last time I was here to show you that based on your own numbers, we were talking about 3.2 million acre feet saved. Huh? And that was with 1.2 out of the Delta. Yeah, 1.2 out of the Delta, well, not meeting the standards. And another 1.2 from urban. And then we were talking about the 800,000 to come. That would have been from February to October. Yeah, they're your numbers. If you need them, I got them right here. So what we're talking about is 3.2 million acre feet of water. So the question is, where'd that water go? Where'd the water go? Who got that water? And I'm saying to you, we need to do a forensic accounting of where that water went. Because we got urban people cutting back and I got agriculture expanding. I came here in 2011, told you that we were putting in 60 some odd thousand acres of almonds a year. Huh. Right now, almonds are at 1,020,000 acres. That requires 3.4 million acre feet of water. So while that guy down there, the Nut King, you know, the guy I'm talking about, he's got 126 square miles of orchards. Resnick, yeah, he's got 125 square miles of orchards that take 3.4 million acre feet of water just for almonds. These people are cutting back. I've got the charts here, agriculture in the almond sector increasing every year, right here. Last thing I want to say, as I'm looking at your numbers here, maybe I can save you some time. Did you guys come up with any numbers on how much you're going to save from that turf grass, you know, rebate? Did you give us some acre feet on that one? Did you come up with the total amount of acre feet? Okay, I did. Okay? And you look at those numbers up there, you're talking about taking 50 million out, square feet. We're looking at 0.623 gallons per square foot, equals 31,150,000 gallons. If you apply that for 52 weeks, 1 inch of water each week, you're looking at a total of, what does that say up there? My eyesight's going, these lights are killing me.
Says 1.619.
1.6 billion, okay. So if you take that figure and you divide it by 325,851 gallons, you come up with 4,971 acre feet. That's it. So then I looked at, you take $100 million, $2 an acre, $2 a square foot, that's the maximum, and you multiply that two times the 50,000 you've taken out, that's 100 million, and then you take and add $2 onto that 100 million because that's the interest on the bonds that's paying for this, yeah? So now you got $200 million. For $200 million, that's how much water you're saving. Now, if you come back and you say, realistically, because we're in a modified Mediterranean climate, 5 months out of the year, you don't get any, you get rain. The 7 months you don't, basically. So what I'm saying now is that all of this stuff you've done, the water you're talking about, if you look at 5 months, then you're down to about 2,646 acre feet. The price has gone up to almost $7,670 an acre foot for the water. I don't know what's going on here. I can bring you water from any place in the world cheaper than that by tankers. I can get Seco in here and we can desalinate for less than that over the long run. You've got to stop agriculture. If these people are sacrificing, and we're paying through the general obligation bonds to keep agriculture expanding, you've got some serious problems. At any rate, I hope I didn't seem like it was a little heavy today, but I have to tell you, I'm running out of patience with you.
Ms. Stapleton, followed by Mr. Cosmo, followed by Dawn Kepler for SWRCB. Hello.
Chair Marcus and members of the board, good to see you again. The Water Authority truly appreciates your continuing efforts on this matter. You know, we're not over. We all have collective efforts to work. Our next to-do is on the water use efficiency, and we're looking forward to actively participating in that. There's just a few points I want to make. In the hospitality industry requirements, Board Member Moore, you asked a previous speaker if it would be confusing to have those continue. In actuality, water agencies across the state have worked really closely with our restaurant and our hotel industries. And in actuality, we believe that it should be similar to the ban on hosing down your driveway. It becomes a way of life. It's a behavior modification, and it seems to make sense. And we don't want to have that conflicting with our effort to continue our conservation programs. On regional self-sufficiency determination, we're really asking you to consider the optional approach of allowing a regional determination. Our retail member agencies have actually developed supplies to improve their water reliability through their regional wholesaler. In this case, it's the Water Authority. The approach has been highly effective in that it's created partnerships and significant cost savings through economy of scale. And that's something, when you think about it, we've talked about coordination of retail agencies, but also you've talked about consolidation of agencies to improve water management, drought response, and so forth. I'm proud to admit that in the San Diego region, we've been able to achieve that win-win approach without having to technically or formally doing consolidations. We do it through partnership and through the wholesale agency. And Chair Marcus, you had asked about who do you think our customers relate to? And certainly I can only speak for our region. In San Diego County, often our residents live in one agency and go to work in another. And what's been happening for us is a terrible confusion of our messaging, because if you're on one side of the street, you have certain restrictions. If you're on the other side of the street, you have different ones. And that has created some real problems. I think it's...
This is a bit of the Santa Clara Valley issue.
Yeah, exactly. And for us, in the past, that's why we developed a regional drought management plan, because our agencies actually share the pain, share the cut, and it was easier to do regional messaging because we also have regional media, and that's been really helpful. Regarding the regional self-certification, Max actually expressed a concern of what I would call the sum of the water supplies of individual agencies end up greater than the whole of the region, right? Actually, by having the region do self-certification for all the retail agencies, you actually will ensure that the whole number is used, the actual regional supply number. If I understand the board's concerns from your comments, I want to point out that each agency would be clear about the allocation of that regional supply. That's how it would work, so that you wouldn't be double counting, or you wouldn't end up with 100 acre feet from the region, but then you add up all of the other agencies and they turn out to be 110. Then you have to go back and figure out where it went wrong. So it actually will save your staff time in not having to verify, continually adding up retail, if your wholesale agency has provided that allocation agency by agency.
And maybe I know this is a key issue for many, and I'm trying to envision it. And as you heard my comment, I don't want to lose the story of that diversification of supply on the granular level. Like you think about Padre Dam they're investing in the indirect potable reuse, ultimately potable, they hope, reuse project. If it all gets swept up into a big hole, it's a wonderful story for the county and they have a share of it, but the issue is how to have that individual supplier story told with a slice from the Water Authority, even though a lot of those programs for recycling, et cetera, are funded through your group effort. So if there's some way to figure out how that story still gets told, we may be just talking past each other. My concern is a certification for the whole doesn't tell the story that customers need to hear about the varied pieces of the water pie. I mean, one of the things that water agencies have been saying throughout is that resilience is both supply portfolio and conservation. Undeniably, conservation is good. Efficiency is better, and that's where we're going. I mean, that's the prize.
Right.
In terms of having, I think, a really important conversation among Californians about how precious water is and how we ought to use it. Sorry, I'm looking at Mr. Cosmo, who's very good at talking about how precious and important water is. So the question is really how not to blur it so that that story doesn't get told, and also so we can get this, show me your numbers.
Right.
And then we're engaging consumers in where their water comes from and how complex that is. I think the out of sight, out of mind, trust us, our water agency will take care of us is not appropriate to the times we're in and the more challenging times we are headed for, whether it's this decade, the next, or the next. And so that's where the notion of aggregation, if it's not a, it's not a clear number, is really tough. On the other hand, I recognize that you may manage your supplies a little bit differently in figuring out who gets, sometimes it's how much they pay, like the Met, you pay more and that's how they get to but there's got to be a way to give a ballpark estimate of how much goes where. I don't think we mind if the wholesaler, particularly in your case, helps the retailers fill it out to make sure that it's consistent, but not having those individual agency stories is what concerns me.
I think we're talking about two different things. One is self-certification, and how can we do it in the most effective way, especially when you're talking about distributing your regional supplies. You want to make sure that you don't have 25 agencies reporting on something and double counting.
Right.
And then, Chair Marcus, what I'm hearing is it's about the messaging, and I will assure you that our member agencies actually do message on their own supplies, knowing from the water authority what portion is coming from us.
Right.
And they take great pride in the fact of diversification and moving to additional supplies, whether it be pure water, recycling, and so forth. So I think they're two different elements, and I don't think they're in conflict. I agree with you. It is critical to have transparency, as well as have clear messages to our communities about where the water is coming from. I think you can achieve both. Yeah.
Could I ask a question? So if you did an aggregation of your numbers for the next 3 years, but you would you be dividing that up among your member agencies so that a member agency would get X amount and B would get Y amount? So you're essentially saying that you will report for everyone.
Yes.
But each one will be unique.
Exactly, because then we hold them accountable for that certain amount. We've already, for example, this past year, as you're aware, MWD had a cut last year. They issued a cut. We took and allocated that cut to our member agencies. They knew exactly what that cut was and what their obligation was. We report publicly to our board, as well as they individually report to their boards, how are they doing with that reduced supply. So it works.
I think that's what we're asking for. We may be talking past each other. So when we take a break, maybe a conversation
maybe we
would be
could
helpful.
talk and figure out how to accomplish this.
That might be a good little caucus thing, because it
Yeah, because, I mean, the word aggregate sends a red flag.
Yeah.
And maybe that was a bad word to use.
says
because
mush it up.
Yeah, it sounds nebulous.
And it sounds a way to hide stuff
Yeah.
to me. And so maybe a different word could have been used. I mean, obviously an aggregation, what that is the sum of the parts. In order to have a transparent aggregation,
Right.
you have to report on every part.
Right.
It's an allocation. They're providing an
There
allocation.
you go. Good.
All right, so you'll have a little
Okay.
conversation about that. And then
Will
we'll-
do. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Helpful. Mr. Cosmo, followed by Don Kepke from SEEB, followed by Rob Roscoe from Sacramento Suburban Water District. We were all looking for you, Mr. Roscoe, earlier, so happy you joined us. We were.
This opportunity, I'd like to all of you, dear chair and board and staff members and everyone who is caring of our One Water, representing via Water, independent research and ecosystem solutions. And I have a questions and recommendation from a previous season. Was documented and submitted over 250 violations, and my question is it anyone who had been violated officially with fines from previous year? Do you have anyone who you been fined from last year? Because this year I already also have 100 violations, not effective dates, but still water continuously being misused unreasonably everywhere, especially here in capital region. And another question is, who can submit those violations? Who have a right to monitor and to proceed all those actions? Because how to prevent water waste and source shortage? This is another question. How we can do all of this? Another recommendation what I have is to prohibit irrigation or using underground water supply. Also to facilitate creating a 24 hours usage monitoring division that can possibly more effectively provide data that it continuously been wasting, it continuously been happening, and how we can bring the awareness to everyone that this is the drinking supply, not only for the lawns, and not even we're talking about sidewalks and other insufficient usage. Also recommended more strictly to raise bars on restriction for enforcement proceeding. Because if someone littering, they have to pay amount of money, and when someone wasting the water, I don't know anyone who been paid so far, who been wasting the one source. Also to create online web portal that everyone can see who actively doing those violations, especially in commercial and industrial section. And each supplier is being committed and is responsible for the reasonable usage for water goes properly for the drinking and for the agriculture. So I appreciate this opportunity, and I hope for the years to come we will save and we will have more water to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can give you a quick answer, and then maybe at the break folks can send you to a website, because we've been doing some reporting in this. We've imposed some fines on some of the large suppliers. Suppliers, when you think about the individual, they each of them have their own set of rules, but there have been thousands of notices, and I don't know how many of those have been fines. There have been thousands of notices of violation. The staff can report on that, and that is on our website. I'm guessing that in different agencies, they have different reporting. So for example, some East Bay Municipal Utility District did a pretty significant penalty program, and the names of those people were online, which is why many people know who the big water users were in that particular area. So it's a mix of things. And I think there will be a big focus on this discussion in the context of where we go towards permanent regs and permanently moving forward in terms of cutting down on leaks and the like. So there's a whole basket of important things in what you suggest that we've made a start on, but still have a long way to go. So if you guys can show him at the break where stuff is posted, maybe pick one agency to show him where it is.
Yeah, we can do that.
And the metering, we're not all metered. There are some agencies that do have smart meters, and they do monitor it 24 hours, and they can let people know when they have a leak. Some people do monitor it themselves, but we have a long way to go. When we're completely smart metered, it'll be a wonderful thing.
I think this is not about even metering, it's about activity, that it's happening everywhere, and how to prevent that waste and that misuse. Thanks.
Ms. Kepke, followed by Mr. Roscoe, followed by Evan Jacobs from the California Water Association.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Dawn Kepke with McHugh Kepke Associates here today on this issue as the project manager for the California Council for Environmental and Economic Balance's Water, Chemistry, and Waste project. So overall, SEEB supports the proposed regulations and really believes that clear, practical conservation measures will facilitate efforts by the commercial, industrial, institutional sector to reduce potable water use and will help minimize minimize the economic impacts to these facilities as well. A note about the existing regulations, they require, as you know, the CII sector compliance with one of two options, limitation on outdoor watering of ornamental landscape and turf, or to reduce potable water usage by 25% for specific time periods as compared to similar MOTS in 2013. SEEB members really have appreciated the two options for flexibility purposes and would request that the first option be maintained with regard to limiting outdoor water usage. With regard to the changes as contemplated and before you now within Section 864, they would require CII reductions consistent with the closest urban water supplier, and these reductions would be, the targeted reductions would be required to be implemented with no later than June 1st. So our SEEB members have no concerns with that per se, but just based on a timing issue, I think there is some concern that because of the way the language is drafted, it would be an immediate requirement for targeted use, which again is only just problematic slightly in that the water suppliers wouldn't be responding to and providing their targets themselves until June 15th. And so having that June 1st date kick in for CI sectors to target those uses, but not having those numbers until June 15th, there's just a bit of concern with regard to timing. In our letter, we did provide some suggested language that we believe still maintains the intent of aligning that targeted reduction with the closest urban water suppliers, but just trying to address the concern with the timing issue. So we appreciate your consideration of those recommended changes. Thank you.
Thank you. No, as I looked at that, this was one of the recommendations that I was a little confused about because superficially it seems right, to align it, but a user can be totally different than the next door neighbor agency, and maybe the next door neighbor agency has some problems. So they have some huge target, and the CII self-supplied with their own water source doesn't have that limitation. I know in the first one we were focusing on 25% or limiting outdoor irrigation because we were focusing on outdoor irrigation as something that didn't necessarily have an economic value and trying to, but so can you help me think about this a little bit? Because you don't want to create a straitjacket that you're going to have to find all kinds of alternative compliance for, like we did with Livingston or places like that. So tell me how it could work.
So we wanted to create a better alignment between these so-called self-supplied properties, right? They're not part of the distribution system of the urban water supplier.
So it's generally groundwater.
It's generally groundwater, and if they're located in the service area or directly outside of it, the likelihood is they're drawing from the same groundwater that the urban water supplier is. So so there is a shared resource there in many cases. And so we wanted to align what that property was doing, whether it's an industrial facility, a golf course, hotel, what have you, with what the neighbors were doing to get at some of these issues that have been raised about, well, people on one side of the street versus people on the other side of the street, because we have heard some of those complaints about, well, we live in this community and we were being asked to do this, and then we looked over there at this, say, golf course, and they're not cutting back the way we are. So that we wanted to align what's being required in a given urban area with what these sort of individual businesses and industrial entities are being required to do. Even though the mix of supplies might be different, there's generally a common reliance on groundwater for most of them. So, we understand that the desire for flexibility that SEEB has raised. I think, as staff we're open to it, but the reason we set it up this way was to help people understand what these entities are doing. And I should just mention that we don't keep a list of who these commercial and industrial facilities are. There is no sort of centralized database of them. We also haven't been requiring them to report. We've simply been requiring them to keep records so that in the case that some,
There's a complaint.
right, there is a complaint, we could address it.
Don't have a full, I mean, it's easier to envision in the case of the golf course right next to everybody else and the turf. There also could be self-supplied who are an industrial facility that half the surrounding town works at. You wouldn't want them to have to cut back the same way we're having people cut back on their lawns.
That's the reason that we have it as targets, because in recognition of the fact that the CII users have dramatically disparate needs, we had them target. But I think you hit the nail on the head in identifying that largely these self-supplied CII users are going to be pulling from groundwater basins. So if the urban water supplier that is closest to them is also pulling from a groundwater basin and they identify a deficiency, then it seems reasonable to ask that the self-supplied CII user target reductions that are commensurate with that. Target so that it's not mandatory because there may be disparate needs for the CII user, for
The
exactly.
capacity to deal with hundreds.
Exactly.
Thousands.
But having the same standard for them that they would target as the neighboring supplier, so that neighbors aren't looking over and seeing the golf course that's drawing from the same groundwater basin as them, not having to do anything. That's been a call that we've heard a lot, is what's happening with the water we've saved, and is somebody else just sucking that up? We try to, with the intent of this is to have things be more even and to be responsive to the fact that we're no longer calling for 25%. We're calling for localized supply driven. It's no longer demand driven. So we're trying to stick with the supply based scenario. That's the staff proposal.
All right, and how about the date issue that Ms. Kepke raised?
Date issue, I think that we can change that if need be. I think she identifies a good point that we were retroactively applying the conservation standards, the self-certified conservation standards for suppliers. They submit on June 15th. Conservation standards take effect June 1st because they're doing the work and they know what they're going to be required to comply with. A self-supplied CII user isn't doing that work and wouldn't know what they'd be asked to comply with. So I think we can come up with a proposal. Maybe it takes effect July 1st or something else. So I think that was that point.
One thing though, the point, since it's a voluntary target, how much risk is there really in terms of compliance? You use the word comply.
That's right. There's not a whole lot of risk here, as you point out, Board Member Moore. The other thing I would say about the date issue is that it sort of provides an incentive for these businesses and properties to talk to their their urban water supplier, and so there's a benefit to that. And having 15 days of uncertainty when we're tracking things cumulatively, I don't think is a major issue.
If I may,
Oh,
just respectfully, the language does say shall target, so I think it's that shall. It's not permissive. So I think that's the concern where there would be potential compliance issue.
Why would there be compliance issues if you're not being regulated on this? You're given a target.
Right,
That's not a compliance. That's not a compliance
But in terms
word.
Sure. In terms of being required to maintain record keeping in the instance where there was some kind of challenge or question about that, I think our members just would feel more comfortable because this says that you shall target. It's not a, please target. It's a shall. I think just the comfort level and belief in terms of, being able to meet that target and abide by what those targets are. I think that's what our members are looking for. And certainly they are communicating with, their local water suppliers and trying to, keep the pulse on what's going on in their region, certainly. But I think in terms of that actual certified number not being final till June 15th, I think there was just a concern. But again, no concern in terms of, the overall intent, which is to align the targeted reductions with the nearest water supplier.
Mr. Roscoe?
Thank you, Chair Marcus and members of the board. I'm Rob Roscoe, representing Sacramento Suburban Water District. We serve about 175,000 people in North Sacramento County. We operate a fully conjunctive use water system. We take surface water in wet times, and we pump 100% groundwater in dry times. We've been on groundwater for a number of years. We are now serving surface water. Folsom Lake has spilled, and we have access to surface water both from Placer County Water Agency in our wet year contract with them and from the City of Sacramento in our wet year contract with the City of Sacramento. I'm here to support the staff recommendation. The self-certification, I think, is a good way to go. The approach is a very conservative one, and I think that should give board members lots of comfort that a floor is not required. We would be opposed to a floor for a number of reasons. First, our customers invested an awful lot of money, over $120 million on 45,000 connections to pay debt service on converting from a groundwater-only supply to a conjunctive use water supply. That has been very successful. We've seen groundwater elevations rise over the last 15 years underneath our basin instead of dropping 2 feet per year in the decades previous. Interestingly, if my customers conserve more water, that hurts us on our conjunctive use side for 2 reasons. First, I don't have enough water to buy, and I don't have enough money to buy the surface water. It costs me 3 to 4 times what it costs me to pump groundwater to buy surface water to implement our conjunctive use plan. The loss of revenue we've seen in the last couple of years with the enforced and necessary conservation standards has really cut into our revenue stream and our ability to purchase surface water to stabilize the groundwater basin. Secondly, when our customers use a less amount of water when we're buying surface water, I'm banking less water. We bank water in lieu. I can only bank the quantity of water that my customers use when I offset groundwater pumping with surface water. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but we absolutely want to thank staff for the work they've done getting to this point. I think the self-certification is the way to go. Certainly would be opposed to a floor. Our customers made these investments in a drought-resilient water supply so they could use that investment during a drought. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Evan Jacobs. I am the Public Policy Chair of the California Water Association. We represent the PUC-regulated water utilities that serve about 16% of the state. California Water Association submitted a letter. There's some detailed comments in there. We are very supportive of the self-certification approach. Appreciate the work staff has done and the board's doing in considering this. A couple of more technical comments in terms of the implementation of self-certification. The first is that many of our member companies are multi-system suppliers. So we may have multiple systems reporting in as a single district or multiple systems that have a single aggregate water supply contract with a wholesaler, but are reporting out separately. So being able to have the flexibility to distinguish between districts with multiple systems and aggregate contracts for those systems rather than individual contracts. An example of that is our contract with the City of Sacramento, I believe, is actually supplying multiple water systems in Sacramento County, but it's one aggregate contract. So,
Okay, so because I had trouble understanding what you were talking about in the letter, my bad, not yours. But so what you're saying is it's not that as a wholesaler, you're just giving it to Sacramento County and then they're distributing it to others.
it's actually and I work for California American Water on my day job, so I'll use our Sacramento district as an example, which isn't perfect because we've been reporting our Sacramento district 9 individual water systems as a single district. But we do have some aggregate wholesale supply contracts. Some of the other member companies are reporting individual water systems out for reporting purposes to the state board, but 3 or 4 of those systems may have a single contract with the wholesaler that determines the total amount of water allocation they get. So I think that when we're doing the math and trying to divide the water for those things, we'd like some flexibility in the reporting form so that we can indicate there's an aggregate contract for 1 million gallons and this system generally uses 200,000 gallons or whatever that may be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just want to be clear on what I understand you're asking for, which is simply that there is the ability to disaggregate on your reporting.
Yes.
Right? You're not saying you can't do it.
Right.
You just want to be able to show
right.
it. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, so that show us the,
yeah.
However you show it, that we get it.
Yep.
Right, so that shouldn't be a problem.
Then the other quick piece was supply site security. I know there are going to be some requirements in there for listing individual sources of supply, and for security purposes, we'd prefer not giving exact addresses, information on individual sources of supply.
Like if you get it from a spring or something like that?
Yeah, springs, wellheads, those sorts of things. So maybe having it be generalized a little bit would be a good idea on that.
Yeah, I don't think we need specific GPS coordinate locations.
Not in this one.
Right.
Elsewhere, yeah. All right, thank you, that was helpful.
Welcome, thank you.
All right, I have some thoughts and a couple of tasks for staff. Thank you all for your comments. I think this is one of those issues on which we could go any number of ways. I think the staff proposal is to try it this way, given the hydrology, and then we see where we are as we work on the long term. Is that a fair way to?
Yes.
But I think there are a number of issues on which I could see it multiple ways. So I'm curious, issues or concerns or things you'd like staff to think about and come back after a break with proposals on, or okay with all of it, or whatever.
Just as one simple question, some of the questions that have come from different folks, especially more on the NGO side, are about the transparency. And really, when you look into the proposed regulation, you are talking about a form that would be provided by the board where supply information would be provided and made publicly available. Are you and have you worked with stakeholders a little bit on the development of this and how it's going to look? And is there some parallel to the existing online forms for reporting water production? And so will there be some parallels there in terms of then your subsequent ability to do analysis and data display?
Well, let me work backwards through that. Yes, there's some similarity. We're going to be using the same reporting portal, which is one that the Drinking Water Division uses. What we're going to be requiring is much more complex and voluminous than simply the monthly production figures that we've been requiring. So we are going to have to work through a whole lot more on the inputs for this. And we've had some preliminary conversations capturing some of the issues that have been raised today about, making sure that, for example, as Mr. Jacobs said, multi-system suppliers can show what's being allocated out. So we want to make sure we capture that. The reason and the intent for the form is, again, to make sure that we're elevating the level of transparency to the highest level we can. We didn't want to have a reporting system where we would essentially be getting a report or some PDF documents where you couldn't see the back calculations and someone couldn't go in and actually look and see all the steps.
The whole urban water management plan for 400 agencies to try and go on a scavenger hunt.
Exactly. So we will be working with the suppliers on figuring out how to ensure that the form captures all the information we need in a way that captures all of the intricacies of the different ways that the water is captured and managed.
I think it'll be important, and you probably meant to say this too, that you engage with the NGOs as well.
Yes. Absolutely. I mean, the goal here is full transparency and full accountability. So we want to make sure that all of the stakeholders have a chance to vet it ahead of time, so we don't then have to go back and make changes.
I have a small list. I have been convinced that there should be no floor. I do think we should put back in the hospitality piece for all the various kind of similar reasons that everyone expressed. I think we should stick with the 2013, 2014 demand numbers. I think that changing the word aggregation to allocation might be a good way to think about it, but there probably will need to be some word changes. I don't know for sure. maybe it's just a form problem. But anyway, that I think that would be good to look at. On removing, I don't think we should be removing potable demand or recycled water from the 2013 numbers, because they didn't have it in 2013. But I do think perhaps there needs to be something, I don't know if it's on the form or where it is, for folks who have gone and found other sources of supply to replace potable demand. They should be able to brag about it. It's part of the story. And so I am not sure exactly where that information would come, but I think that is part of the story. And they should be, certainly they can be proud to their customers, but don't you think they kind of want to brag to us as well and to others, to their colleagues?
Yes, and I think one opportunity for them to do that, bragging, if you will, is going to be over the next 6 months as we implement the executive order and the extended drought planning requirements that it contemplates. There's going to be an opportunity for, in those shortage plans, the suppliers that have really diversified and made themselves more resilient by getting some of those customers off of potable water to showcase that.
Well, maybe there should be something in the resolution, since I am remiss in having really not looked carefully at the resolution. I'm thinking that maybe that might be a place to mention that. The
Notes box, too.
A what box?
When in doubt, pilot projects, notes boxes.
Right.
Got it.
Put a place on the form for someone to explain
exactly.
something they want to highlight. It should show up in their supply assessment, too, but...
Yeah, and you know, we are going to continue the monthly reporting, and as you know, we have in the past in our monthly presentations highlighted suppliers who've exceeded targets, so we could also highlight suppliers that have made these investments and really shown tremendous progress as well.
I think if I understood correctly on C, being able to take advantage of the limit on 2 days a week watering is still, I think, they should be able to target that.
Well, I think if I understand what SEEB's asking for, they're asking for the option that we provided to both the independents and the small suppliers the last time around, which was either cut back 25% or limit the outdoor irrigation to 2 days per week, so they could choose one or the other. And what we've proposed this time is that they would be required to meet the reduction target of their nearest supplier, and they would like to have the option, instead of doing that, to maintain the 2-day-a-week limit.
Personally, I support that, sticking with the 2-day-a-week limit, but I'll hear from others, I'm sure. On the City of San Diego's request about addressing the wastewater, the impact of conservation on wastewater, I know this is coming up in a number of different venues, and I don't think this is something that the conservation program needs to deal with at all. But I do think that it's something that we as a water board do need to step forward. And my last question is rates. What has happened with rates? Because we were in the executive order at some point that we were supposed to be working with water agencies on rates.
I'll let Michael speak to one piece of that, and then I'll speak to a second piece of it.
Sure. So first of all, I think most of the board members have heard through updates along the way. There was an effort underway by a number of the water agencies in conjunction with a number of environmental groups and League of Cities and CSAC to pursue language for a constitutional amendment that would address a lot of the rate issues. And that was where a lot of the focus of the administration's efforts after our round of workshops last summer and our discussions with the agencies and the final result in the San Juan Capistrano case. That's where most of the effort was then focused. And then in February of this year or late January, the Attorney General's office had issued ballot language. And my understanding is all of the parties, of course, it wouldn't be the administration that would be pursuing the constitutional amendment through either the initiative or the legislative process. And after the language and ballot summary was prepared by the Attorney General's office, there was a decision by those who had been advocating the reforms not to move forward this year. And that's essentially, where we are stuck at this point in time. Within the Office of Chief Counsel, there are currently three cases that have been maturing around the state with respect to conservation rates and ongoing challenges to those rate structures, and the analysis that was put in to document and support the tiered rates. We're monitoring those, looking for the correct vehicle to see if essentially we can get a Court of Appeal decision that is more nuanced and is supported by a factual basis that would provide better guidance going forward on conservation rate structures. You may recall some of the discussions we had both at the board hearing or board workshop last summer, as well as conversations at various conferences, that the one thing about the San Juan Capistrano case was it was one of those classic cases of an abstract legal issue being decided with relatively poor factual record to support it. And so what we're right now looking for is the court in San Juan Capistrano had acknowledged that conservation rates and Prop 218 were not inherently incompatible. In other words, the proportionality requirement in Proposition 218 does not foreclose conservation rates, but that the local agencies have to do a very good job of showing their math. And so we're keeping an eye for those kinds of cases where we think the local agencies truly have shown their math and still nonetheless ended up with a challenge to their rate structures.
So I'll mention three other areas where we're addressing rates. The first is we've issued several letters to water agencies that have been going through the 218 process seeking rate increases, explaining what the governor had done in his executive order, what the board was doing, and generally our support for conservation-oriented rate structures. So I know we issued one to the city of San Diego, I believe the city of Sacramento, Yorba Linda Water District. There may have been a couple others. So we've done that. In addition, AB 401 was passed last year, which mandates the board to develop a proposal for a statewide low-income rate assistance program by early 2018 and submit that report to the legislature. So we're beginning work on that to figure out how we would design that consistent with the 218 constraints that are currently in place. So that work is going on. The third area I'd mention on rates is that some of the NGOs have suggested over the course of various comment letters that one of the pieces of data that we collect through this conservation regulation is information on rates, who's got drought surcharges, who's implemented them, which agencies have tiered rate structures and the like. We haven't necessarily adopted all of that to date. However, through the drinking water program, we do collect data from water suppliers as part of an annual report. And for this year's annual report covering 2015, we did add some questions about the last time rate structures were updated and what type they have. So we'll have that information more widely available than it has been through industry association surveys and the like. I would say it's still an open question as to whether the board wants to formally require rate reporting as part of either the emergency or permanent regulations moving forward.
Okay, I think I'm going to have to be the spoiler here today. I'm a bit torn on this one, and I appreciate, I think, Max, your comments with respect to the ARC and that the staff proposal for the current regulations is based on the change in conditions and as reflected in the governor's executive order. But I have to tell you that I've always envisioned this self-certification process as being part of the long-term permanent conservation structure that might be considered by this board and by DWR. For me, if we're going to do emergency regulation that reflects an emergency, I'm a bit concerned that emergency regulation based on a self-certification approach takes away from the context of that emergency. And I'm also concerned that it sets now a new baseline or starting point for us at some time next year should we need to revisit the issue of emergency regulation because of changing conditions yet again. So I have not been and am still not comfortable with this process, but I recognize also that the current condition does seem to support such an approach. But again, I've always viewed that approach as more for the long-term permanent conservation consideration than rather in an emergency drought context. I think I might be more comfortable with it if we were to discuss a floor of some kind, because to me that reflects the nature of an emergency type situation during which we are supposedly acting today. But I have to confess that I'm still very uneasy with it because of the messaging of if this is an emergency, if we are still operating, and I would argue we are because we don't know how things will proceed next year, and we're still trying to recover from years of drought, and obviously things are not working out this year as well as we would like. Hearing from the projects earlier this morning, DWR, that we're still looking at a below normal or perhaps even a dry year this year, doesn't seem to me like this is the time to send the message that conservation, while is good and should be the way of life for California moving forward, yet there's no longer any sort of mandatory or any sort of real urgent need to conserve at all. So I'm a bit torn about that, and I'm not entirely comfortable with what the staff is proposing. But I'm open to discussing some of the changes that, for example, NRDC and Coast Keepers have suggested. And I think that's what I would need in order to put this in the context of an emergency regulation.
Thank you for that. I think with the staff proposal, it did reflect a compromise, on the successful platform that we established for dealing with the emergency. But it represent an increase in trust, I think, that we have with the water agencies and then with us in terms of how we've implemented the program carefully and as judiciously and fairly as we can as we go through the process of enforcement and reporting and rewarding, in a symbolic way of all the great efforts. And so, I appreciate Board Member Dodek's point about that. I think, though, in traveling the state, I am struck by the mosaic of different stories and different conditions. I live in an area that is arguably, not even in a drought. Even though there might be some deficit, there's certain, and Krista Gabriel, North Marin, pointed out that there isn't the antecedent conditions that the DWR is contending with in the North Coast areas, and so I'm torn as well. But the point I'm trying to make here is in terms of gaining trust with each other and working with each other. I am comfortable with staff's proposal insofar as we accept some risk in this relationship, and I'm looking forward to a good faith effort on the water agencies to really open the books on water supply assumptions, because the reason why we can't get 100% trust, in my opinion, is there is a conflict of interest within water agencies based on the rates that they charge, and I'm uncomfortable with an outcome where it's almost under the radar. People are encouraged to use more water to help balance the books for water agencies that are having a tough time. And that's a system that we've inherited. I'm not putting any blame anywhere. It worked in the 20th century. And so I appreciate that discussion about rates because in some cases, as we've enforced the mandatory standards, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, we've found a way to work cooperatively with local agencies that have a strong will to enact conservation-based rates, but are dealing with some of the backlash from their customers that have an incomplete knowledge of what it takes to get water to the tap. And so they've used our enforcement process to, we didn't require rate changes, but they volunteered them as part of what they were willing to do in terms of implementing measures per a conservation order. And I thought that was a productive outcome because we weren't mandating it, but we were acknowledging that was part of the local decision to deal with the financial realities. So, I think it's worth exposing this dynamic and the need now for water agencies to make good. If we would go forward with this, we're putting a lot of expectations on you, and I feel that you're rising to them, but the proof will be in the pudding in terms of what comes in the door in June. And the whole issue of the form, are we getting good data that third parties can look at and make sense of, and that we can show Californians, the full water supply and demand picture. So I think it's worth mentioning that. And that goes back to, one of my concerns. The downside of this relaxation is, that quote that I heard, the quick rise in water sales that is predicted. And yet people say, well, we're not going to get the bounce back. And I've seen the data just as much as you all have. When we come out of droughts, we don't get a big bounce back. We get a little bounce back. But we're going into the summer, and think of the human element. Those that haven't converted their yards may be excited about the idea of having their green lawns back, and that could add up. We do need to continue to send the messages. So I wanted to acknowledge Board Member Dodek's concerns, maybe discuss a little bit about the underlying dynamic in this. But part of the reason why I have more trust also is just the great results and the performance that we saw, where over 70% or more of the agencies met their hard target mandatory standards. So that's where I'm leaning toward supporting staff recommendation with these reservations, but it shows that I have an increased level of trust that we can overcome those underlying conflicts of interest that are out there, and we need to be honest about.
Well, I just want to compliment staff and everyone involved with the comments, starting with the really helpful workshop that we had several weeks ago. And I think that I feel comfortable. I have favored a more localized approach for quite some time. We started to go down that path with credits, and I just know from when I was on the Air Resources Board, we've had a couple of regulations where we didn't quite hit the mark right at the beginning. We did the best we could, and then we brought it back, and we tried to keep it in the same box by coming up with credits, and then things got complicated. And I think that we're headed in the right direction. We were I'm very proud of the accomplishments that everyone made over the last couple of years. I think we learned a lot. We were on the emergency room table, a couple of years ago, and we had to take the approach that we did. But we have the luxury at this point, maybe not in the emergency room, maybe right outside the door or at urgent care. I don't know what the analogy would be, but we have the luxury now of learning from what we've been through the last couple of years, greater, stronger partnership with the agencies, greater understanding about the need for transparency. And Board Member Moore, I like your description of the mosaic that's out there. There is no one size fits all, and when we go down that path, it just makes it more challenging. So I think that you've landed in a very good place. I like the list that Vice Chair Spivey Weber gave. I would agree with the comments that you made. Thank you.
A few thoughts. I think this is hard. And thinking about what's appropriate in emergency, you can make the argument, we have dry years and below normal years all the time, right? Average is a statistical construct. So I actually appreciate that despite arguing vehemently that we should just go away for the past, it seems like years, but really it's been months on the part of the water agencies that folks actually came up with something that acknowledged our concern, which is, and it is an emergency kind of a thing, which is, if you're speeding towards a cliff, which is how it felt a couple of years ago, and I'll be candid that it felt that agencies, because maybe from the conflict, maybe just different views, whatever, that we didn't get voluntary, we didn't get much response to our light touch mandatory. So I feel that we had to do this because the 3 to 4 year cycle we'd seen for 100 years might not be the norm. And it still might not be the norm. This year could just be, I think the way I put it was a punctuation mark in a mega drought for years, which is why it's very hard to just go away, even though I have a lot of respect for local control and even more respect for the public for stepping up, but a lot of respect all around. So it feels like in this situation, especially when folks came with an opportunity put in front of us, which I wasn't happy with when I first heard about it, but as I was listening on the 20th to actually say, look, we'll open the books and show you so you can sleep at night, that you're not taking your foot off the gas, or you're not being conscious of this, it seemed worth considering. And I spent a lot of time thinking about it, and I actually think the way staff has crafted it is really pretty good. For me, the conservative calculations are an essential part of me being comfortable with it, because it's not down to the minute. You want margins of safety, and obviously we're just talking about 7 months. And then we have the ability to come back if it totally doesn't work. Hopefully we will have been very successful with stakeholders and DWR and our other colleagues in coming up with a real pivot towards efficiency in the future, no matter who you are, no matter what the weather is, because that is what we're going to need for a vibrant social and economically strong California in the decades ahead. And so it's a question of how do we use this short reprieve, some full buckets, particularly for urban California, because their allocations are so much better and their all of that is better. How do we, in some ways, I view this approach as keeping our foot on the gas, just changing how we do it in a way that does acknowledge the fact that agencies have done a lot of work trying to diversify their portfolios. And I think a lot of the sensitivity we found was agencies feeling disrespected when they had actually planned for the future. And we weren't saying you're terrible. We were just saying it's past time to be doing your victory lap on the 3-year plan when we're in year 4 of a drought. And a very complicated messaging. Also, probably more than anyone, the simplicity of our messaging, I think, has been effective and helpful in helping people realize we're in a drought and encouraging people to save. And so I don't like giving up the simplicity of that. So I struggled with it, and yet I've toyed with the floor idea, although the floor is still a low number. And I worry about overcomplicating a complicated message. I like the idea of the transparency of this, that we're going to get in a shorter form more transparent information for the public about where their water comes from, as I said earlier, and I think that's going to have real benefits. And I also like that we'll do monthly reporting. And so rather than us speculating on what people will do and what will happen, we have a learning lab over the next 7 months to see what people do. We'll see which people, if any, try to sell as much water as possible, and it will show, and we'll see. And we'll see how localized that is, as opposed to casting a wide kind of net. I think we'll also see the extent to which people keep conserving, but we'll also have to be watching on the messaging, because a lot of folks have said they'll keep messaging, and I hope that happens, because this has been successful precisely because all of us have been messaging at the same time. And this is going to be a complicated set of messages, but it's going to be very interesting stories. So I'm hoping the media will maintain their interest on this and continue their depth into the challenge that's water in California, even just narrowly urban California, which is in much better shape than many parts of rural and agricultural California. So I can give up on the floor. I could be talked into the floor depending on where folks are, but I do need those conservative calculations to stay. Nothing's convinced me to change that. Hospitality, fine to put it back in. We're just trying to be reasonable, just trying. The TUCP language is good. I liked what you did. The wholesaler issue about how they report, if you can just do a brief conversation and see if there's any comfort without tossing it so we get what we need. You dealt with timing. On self-supplied, I could defer either way. I don't want to put people in a straitjacket, but in the appropriate circumstance, I want folks to be contributing. The investor-owned multi-location fits in with the wholesaler issue of just helping them, and it may come down to the form, but whatever that is. I don't know how to deal with water year, calendar, or water year, so you suggest what that should be, whether it's flexible or not. I think consistency is better in general, but we'll see. I agree with you. The wastewater issue is an issue for another day. As a former wastewater program manager, I'll just say there's always something. And we dealt with this in the 90s. We had our pipes corroding and it smells, and you deal with it. You just deal with it. You don't say we're not going to conserve. That's the last thing you say if that's a problem. You dealt with the dates. I think that's enough in that. So that's just a couple of things I think I'm hearing for you to come back with. So can you just do 10 minutes so that we can
15.
max? I don't want to lose it.
Or 10.
So
14 minutes.
before staff goes off, though, let me, based on what I've heard from my colleagues, amend my statement somewhat, and that is I won't be a spoiler out of respect to you all, as well as everyone who's worked so hard to accomplish the conservation the past year or so. However, because I'm still uncomfortable, I will abstain on this issue and look forward to seeing how this plays out, and hope to be proven wrong, and actually hope to be pleasantly, happily surprised, and see that the results will be what we all hope it will be. But again, please know that this is not a reflection on a lack of respect for what all the water agencies and what Californians have done. I just still feel that this is not, or this proposal is not quite in the context of the emergency which we are here supposedly to deal with in terms of an emergency regulatory context. But I do appreciate the work that staff did and appreciate everyone's effort, and look forward to seeing the results months from now.
15-minute break, but be back in 10 minutes in case I get it done. I don't have any goodies to give you for getting it done faster. I can give them extra percentages, but I can't give you anything. You get to leave earlier, right, exactly. Hello? We're reconvening at 4:37. Sorry that took a little longer. No soup for you.
We tried our best. Okay, so I'll be brief. We did talk to the group of wholesale agencies that are still here and developed an option for you all to consider. I will get to that. First off, and we'll get this up on the screen in a minute, regarding some of the other issues that were raised by you all in comments. We have put the hospitality provisions back in. We have also, in response to the SEEB comments and the thoughts you all shared, provided the option for the self-supplied CII so that they could either have the conservation standard or limit the outdoor irrigation to 2 days per week. We did think about the water year, calendar year issue, and we think it can be worked out with the language as is, that we don't need any changes there. Board Member Moore, I think we do have the full intent to get the reporting right, and I think we'll get there on that. So with respect to the wholesale issue, what we clarified in the discussion with a number of wholesalers was that the issue isn't so much with aggregation per se, it's about the desire to set a regional standard. So this issue has come up before in prior iterations, and the idea here again is that the individualized supply assessments would still be submitted, but the wholesale agency, for example, San Diego, would roll all that up, determine what the aggregate of that is in terms of shortage, and then set that number or that percentage for all of their member agencies. The advantage to this, has been noted before, is sort of the unified messaging, and that people in one community wouldn't look over to the next community, which has a higher or lower standard, and ask, wonder why. We would lose, of course, the, sort of more pinpoint accuracy, if you will, of having one community, for example, where they had identified a 4% shortage under what we're proposing, and another that had identified an 8% shortage, right? And they would get smoothed out to 6% under this sort of proposal. So we did develop language for you all to consider about that, which if we could scroll down, it's not on this document.
So would
Okay.
that be something where we would be making we would make a judgment, or you would make a judgment, or somebody would make a judgment? We make a judgment that unified messaging is more important for a number. But
You
you'd
all would
still
make
have the data by agency,
Right.
though.
We would still have the data agency by agency, so someone could see, well, San Diego rolled all this up and set a, let's say, a 6% target, a 6% conservation standard across all of its agencies. Someone could still go in and look and see, well, Padre Dams actually, if they had done it individually, was at 2, and Valley Center was at 4, and someone else was at 12. So it would all be there, but the regional standard would be one percentage number.
But who would determine who qualifies? Because when it was brought before us originally, like a year ago, staff needed to approve this other approach, a regional approach. So would they bring it to staff for
No.
approval, or it would automatically, anybody that wanted to opt in?
They would have to all agree and put it in a legally binding agreement with all of their signatures. And you couldn't have 23 saying aye and 1 saying nay. You would have to have complete consensus and unanimity between all the retailers and their wholesaler. And then if that document was submitted to us, then it would go into effect.
As Max mentioned, we drafted language if you want to consider that, but if you don't, then we don't need to put it up. But that's the crux of the proposal. Yes, you'd like. Okay. Could you put that up, please? Thank you.
Yes. So again, this is what we just talked through, right? The idea is that it would be legally binding. Everyone's got to be on board with it. And then they could do something that was region-wide, but we would still get the individualized supplier by supplier documentation and assessments.
Typo there at the end?
Yeah, there is. I thought we changed it, but the last line, the third to last word should be by section 864.5.
So you would still have the full story for each agency so everybody could see. So I understand how it works where you have the numbers higher than it might be. So somebody's calculation might be 2. It becomes an 8 because that's what works for the whole. What happens with folks who, if you were computing it, it would be a 10, but because they're part of the whole, they set it as a 6. Is the wholesaler and the whole group also agreeing that they'll bail?
Yes,
Right, because they all work as a team is what I'm hearing.
that's right.
Under this proposal, only the conservation standard would be changed. All the other document submittals would be the same, and it would be, everybody has to agree.
So the production data would be evaluated against that conservation standard that's consistent in the wholesaler's service area. But so if there were excursions, that would be noted as far as compliance or non-compliance on an individual basis, not on the wholesaler-wide basis.
Well, we could still look individually, but the wholesaler would be the entity responsible for meeting the standard, right? Because that's and right now that we don't do enforcement and compliance that way, right? We do it on an individual supplier basis. So we don't have regulatory language that would say, well, if they're not meeting it, here's how we're going to handle it. We would have to essentially either go back to, looking at the individual suppliers and saying, well, if the whole region came in, if the region set 6, right, and came in at 1, and we wanted to figure out, well, why did that happen? We could still go in and look at the individualized suppliers, and I don't think there's anything in here that precludes us then from, doing compliance work individually, but they wouldn't have had individualized standards, right? So it's sort of a, they would be on the hook, even though sort of collectively it's a collective standard, and so they might not be worried, right? Let me give an example. So if we have a 6% region-wide target, and one of the suppliers in the region had a 10%, would have had a 10%, right? And the region as a whole comes in at 1, and that supplier that would have had a 10% actually hasn't cut back at all. We would look at that and say, well, obviously we're going to ask the wholesaler to sort of step it up because the region's not meeting it. But we would also, I think, go specifically to those suppliers that would have had the higher targets and weren't close, and focus our compliance efforts there.
Yeah, let me just add to that. There's no new proposed mechanism for targeting the supplier as responsible for attaining any standard. So the responsibility would still fall, at least under this proposal, to the individual suppliers, individual urban water suppliers. So every urban water supplier that got a new conservation standard under this aggregated approach, let's say 6, no matter what they would have had, their conservation standard is 6 and they're responsible for hitting 6. If they don't hit 6, then we would have the information and data and enforcement options to go after them. And as part of, I assume, prosecutorial discretion, we could look at what they would have been because we would also have the data on that. And so somebody who would have otherwise been 15 but got aggregated to 6 and hit 0, there's nothing in the enforcement mechanism or prosecutorial discretion that says if somebody is 5% off of their 6, then they're they're free and clear. The board, or the prosecution side of things, which I'm not on, would certainly have the opportunity to look at additional information and target the individual suppliers. But to be clear, that the targeting and the tracking is still based on each individual urban water supplier's attainment of their conservation standard, which would be set by this aggregated approach. So it's really just one place that this has a change, and that's what their number is, what their standard is.
That's helpful because it was confusing potentially between, an aggregated compliance, because that was one of the proposals in an earlier iteration, was a regional compliance. And this preserves individual water supplier compliance accountability with a regional standard.
As
Right, so
currently
that we're not
drafted,
stuck
yes.
holding the bag.
That's right.
We'd still be looking at the same level for everybody's attainment of their conservation standard. It's a substitution of how their conservation standard is come up with by their wholesaler aggregated.
Okay with you?
Yeah, if there's interest, can we change the third from last word from but to by? Thank you. So now this is available for your consideration, along with the change sheet, which we haven't gone through yet.
Let's talk through the other things and then come back.
Along with the resolution, if you want to look at that as you mull this over. Sure. So again, as we mentioned, this change sheet deals with the other issues that were raised. So we're putting back in the hospitality provisions. Can we scroll down? So that's the hotels. And then what you see in the middle there is the self-supplied CII, adding in the option, right? Instead of having to meet the conservation standard, they would have the 2 days per week irrigation option. And in response to the timing consideration, that they would have until July 1 to implement their chosen approach. So if they were using the match the conservation standard of the urban supplier, that would come out in some cases on June 22nd. They would have time to see what it is and make the appropriate adjustments to their operations.
I'll note that that's essentially exactly the language that SEEB proposed in their comment letter, with the exception of in number 2, we added in target potable water use reductions. That wasn't there, but otherwise it's verbatim what SEEB had proposed in their comment letter. There's one change on number 4, if you could see it, the change in green from the initial change sheet, which was in red, specifying a time frame in which the posting to a publicly accessible website would occur. There were comments and discussion of that during the meeting. And then the only other change is at the bottom, which was a cleanup. Previously, change sheet 1 had, as you can see in E, changed subdivision to this section, and we cleaned up one additional usage of that. And everything else that's in there that's in red or black is a replica of change sheet 1, so that we would not be putting before you change sheets 1 and 2. It would just be change sheet 2, which incorporates everything from change sheet 1 that was not overwritten essentially by change sheet 2.
And my only question is on the date, the June 1st date. Did you need to make a change there or explain it or anything?
For the urban water suppliers?
No, for the self-supplied.
Yes, so can we scroll back up? We actually changed that.
That is in there.
We changed that to July 1. Keep going. It's on the first page. It's right there. So that on number 2 there in green, that we changed it to July 1.
Yeah, again, that's exactly from SEEB's language, so that since they're not coming up with the standards, they would implement them the beginning of the first month after the standards were identified by the supplier.
On the resolution, the only thing is, did you add anything having to do with uh, bragging as a shorthand?
We didn't have anything added into the resolution on that because, perhaps we missed it, but I understood that we would be putting something into a notes field for people to be doing their bragging, because we can't pre-predict what the bragging will be. Everybody's will probably be different. No, we encourage the bragging, and they should definitely brag directly to their customers and local media. But the notes field was what we intended to do, and putting a notes field into our form doesn't require a specific change in the regulatory text. So that's how we approached that.
I'm sorry, I can predict what some of the bragging will be, but yeah, that's right. That was very well delivered, Mr. Rose. You have not let me down yet again. It's really good. All right. Let's go to that additional, the item where we started, where I said, let's go through everything else, the wholesaler.
Okay.
Can we please go back to
can we
the?
go back
it's on
to
a
the-
different page.
It's on a,
It's on a different
it's a different
document.
document, so there it is.
Those
Oh.
weren't changes that you had said to make. Those were changes that you wanted to consider. So we have it in a separate document. It's still, that's the wrong document. Can you put up
The one we had up in green before.
you had, thank you. So it's in, I'll let you read it.
That's interesting. So everybody agrees that they'll bail out the other guy in the name of having consistent messaging. Interesting.
So we wouldn't anticipate that this would be widely used.
Oh.
Certainly, as we discussed before, there are likely to be retail suppliers that have other sources of supply, but they would be joining into this to ignore those other sources of supply to a degree in the name of a regional approach based on their wholesaler. So it doesn't have to be that everybody gets 100% of their supply from this wholesaler, but everybody who agrees has to get water from the wholesaler and has to agree that that's the conservation standard they'll abide by. Max, you can correct me if my understanding is mistaken.
Well, it's the agreement is that it's a smoothing out of all the individualized targets based on what we're requiring for everyone, right? The 3-year look ahead, the demand projections. So all of that underlying data would still be, publicly displayed, and it would just be the wholesaler's responsibility to look at all of those individualized targets and then come up with one region-wide target.
And we would hold people to those targets the same way we hold them to the targets we're setting now. Since this is a more supply-based approach rather than the per capita, residential per capita tiering.
Right. So all of those retail agencies would have a very strong incentive to work hard with their wholesaler on meeting the aggregate regional target, because if they didn't, they would still be on the hook individually, or the ones that weren't pulling their weight.
So assuming it's 6, for the ones who did 0, they're out of compliance.
Right.
Likely to be attractive in a region where there are not outliers. Yeah, so presumably there's something to be gained with the joint messaging, some ease with putting together the message, working together. I think it looks good. I mean, we get something, we actually potentially get a little more out of this. Just in terms of messaging and partnering, we still get the information.
Well, the whole thing's an experiment, right? I mean, right, giving it a try trying it's just a different approach to feeling comfortable with the water security in the state. All right. Thoughts? All right. Any other discussion? What? Sorry. Eye on the clock. All right. So do I have a motion? Or do
I'm a little unclear on the floor. What did we end up doing on that?
No floor.
No floor. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure on that. All right.
So moved with the addition of to section 864.5 and the change sheet that was changed again, the change sheet number 1.
It's the staff proposal with change sheet 2 and then the additional revision up on the board right now that adds new subdivision F and renumbers subsection 8 or section 864.5.
Second.
any further discussion? What he said, yeah, right. Any further discussion? I just want to say a couple things about it. I mean, I think in context, this is a very difficult set of decisions. And I think in the context of where we're at a unique time in history and in a time we don't know whether we have a mega drought punctuated by a okay year or what, but we don't know. And, I think at the state level, I personally, I've said this before, but I don't feel like we don't want to cry wolf. But we also don't want to stick our head in the sand. And this compromise allows us to keep our eyes wide open, and in fact, everybody's eyes wide open on what will happen as opposed to people promoting it. That said, this is will create a meaningful discussion about local resilience, et cetera, and I'm going to take folks at their word that they're going to continue the messaging on conservation efficiency, which is really important, but a combination of the transparency that's going to be here, the trust but verify information that we get gives me some ability to give this a shot, and we'll be watching for the next 7 months, even as we pivot towards the long term and we prepare to come back if this doesn't work. So there are all kinds of safeguards, but it's on all of us to continuing the messaging and the stories, because I think the public's done an amazing job and learned a lot, and we certainly don't want people to turn to overwatering their lawns again. That's really, folks' lawns should be the same color as the surrounding hills.
And since this is going into effect right as we start the summer months, we'll know quite soon whether it's working or not.
And this is going to CPUC today?
If not today, then first thing tomorrow morning.
All right. No other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Thank you. And one abstention. However you note that if the person's not here, I don't know. And then thank you all. Fingers crossed, and let's keep the messaging going. We have, board member, make me proud. Board member reports or executive director reports. I'm going to suggest that we bounce those two to the next session. Is that all right?
Mr. Howard had asked me to put a lawyer's touch on and spend the next 20 minutes on the executive director's
that's
report,
right,
but
that's
I'm
right.
happy to pass.
All right. Thank you. With that, this meeting is adjourned.